Hello, I'm Dr. Mark Whitaker, and today I will be giving a talk dealing with my ideas of trialectics. I prepared a PowerPoint, and this is being filmed because I would like you to stop the video whenever you like to look at the slides in more detail. So today, I'm going to offer you a presentation about what I call trialectics, which I consider a better social and environmental systems theory. It's more flexible, makes sense of both unique historical patterns and variations, along with common historical themes, but without topical or causal reductionism. Subtitle, Fixing Social Theory and Praxis for Mutual Causal Influences on All Factors and for Better Modeling, and then for better decision-making, interventions at all levels. So we're looking for a better social and social environmental systems theory, and trialectics is my term for achieving that. And today, of course, is Monday, May 6, 2024. As I say from Thomas Kuhn's quote at the beginning, you cannot understand a new paradigm by using the vocabulary of the old paradigm. And this is definitely a new paradigm. On the one hand, to explain stratification, inequality, conflict, and environmental degradation processes in history, the conflictual issues, right? Combined, on the other hand, to explain the origins of more equitable, functional, representational, sustainable, and democratizing trends as well. The more functional side, right? Most theories are one or the other. This theory is both. Equally, it's a more flexible and realistic social and social environmental theory, contrasted to the more inflexible and reductionist ideas of causality and factors, seen in both from the big six of social theory, that would be Marx, Durkheim, Weber, Simmel, Elias, and Tard, as well as what I call the big 16 of social environmental theory. And I won't dull you with 16 names on the top of my head, but nonetheless, we will have 16 concepts that are integrated into this systems theory as well. But remember, we're trying to minimize the reductionism of factors, the reductionism of causality that you've seen in many previous theories of history or theories that encourage a praxis or an intervention as well. So we address all of their factors at the same time in the same systems theory without the reductionism of factors or cause. The outline or table of contents. These better social and social environmental theories require going beyond simple single vocabularies and simple causal modeling arguments. Simple causality means regular causality, timeless qualities of single factors, forever unchanging. That's one way to think about causality. There's many other ways to think about causality that I think are far more realistic for the social and environmental worlds of interaction that we're talking about. Excuse me. But the point is, we need these modeling arguments without some deduced independent variable that always have had many requisite dependent variables off of that. In other words, like in Karl Marx, you have the idea that ownership, which you would call materialist or materialism, is an independent variable used to explain many other dependent variables. In fact, almost all variables. Or you have the ideas of Max Weber, attempting to explain the single independent variable of individual subjective action and using that to explain all other factors entirely. So we're trying to do a real systems theory where you have multiple independent variables in causal interactions and feedback loops and complex dynamics. And that's far more realistic than trying to find some artificial base variable. The Greeks called it the arche. You don't need an arche to understand the base of social analysis. That has been a huge problem because it has limited causality, as well as structure the entire systems model as if the world did have one independent variable, when instead it has multiple independent variables in interaction with each other. Therefore, that's those 2 points. It says, we require integrating many different variables, both social and environmental, if we ever want to understand the interactions in real life as an open-ended historical dynamics, like an actual systems theory. 2, we require integrating many different kinds of causality. Sometimes a simple causality, still, for some aspects of inert biophysical materials, yet for all variables equally, a complex causality, probabilistic causality, stochastic causality, feedback loops. All of that should be explained and integrated in an actual systems model. 3, as an addenda, however, many theoretical concepts, as you probably know, are innately faulty in the social sciences because they are just reification. Reification means you invent a word and you make it real simply by claiming it real. Historical dialectics. These are conceptual interpretive things. They aren't demonstratable. That's called reification. So many ideas of simple causality in the social sciences are just interpretive inferences. Thus, I argue, how do we get rid of reification? In topics or ontology, it's the ground of being, what you think is real. How do we remove that reification in ontology and in causality, in causal inference, in the social sciences or environmental social sciences? That, of course, will be a better start for any systems theories in the social sciences. In short, we require both removing past reification while treating all social and social environmental factors as actual systems theory, where all factors have capacities of being independent variables upon each other in ongoing feedback loops, similar to real systems theories. However, I would say even in past kinds of systems theories in the social sciences that did approach being systems theories, they were themselves reductionist and are merely reifying either in equally their claims of limited independent variables, their causal reductionist models of interaction, their inability to address truly open-ended historical dynamics. For example, like some like to claim hubristically to know how all history will go in one way predictably without variation or even without human agency, even if sometimes systems theorists did integrate feedback loops. Marx might be considered an ongoing feedback loop in his idea of dialectics, yet it's obviously not a real systems model because it is not an open-ended historical dynamics. He claims that he knows exactly where the future is going without change. So did Norbert Elias. So they're not effective systems models if you can't deal with the fact of many different levels of intervention from individuals, from organizational changes, from changes of materials, what have you. We'll have a list of all those later. So the outline or table of contents. In part 1, there'll be 3 parts. In part 1, I will talk about a way to remove reification of topics of causality in the social sciences. Then in part 2, with my result from that, I will integrate that into factors of the big 6. Marx, Durkheim, Weber, Simmel, Elias, and Tard in one systems model with reductionist senses of causality stripped out of how each factors are treated in their models. Then I will propose how trialectics works as a better systems theory by starting with historically open-ended interactions of the micro and meso in what I would say leaderships and followers in the ongoing deal. That's a dynamics of 3 things in time. That's one kind of trialectics. And then also when they are in aggregate toward aggregating these interactions in plural examples of that, collaborating, conflicting, or accommodating. Since in accommodation, people do an ongoing collaboration and conflict at the same time over the specific deal, over time, and over geographic space. The plurality in accommodations between all of these create the macro perspective of trialectics, which is open-ended over time and over geographic space. So there's 2 levels of trialectics. One, just over time. That's leaderships and followers over the ongoing deal in between. That's simply over time. And then once you had plural of those interactions and accommodations with each other, it ends up being a geographic expression. And that's open-ended over time and over space. And that's what I call more historical trialectics. This view of ongoing strategic and tactical accommodations between leaderships and followers for the deal in between means both a conflict theory and a functionalist theory can be merged. Some of you may think that's impossible because the theoretical views of the past have always been in opposition. There's been conflict theories on one side, and then there's been more conservative, functionalist theories on the other side. However, it's possible to do both with what I call a positionalist theory, where the empty positions are what are up for grabs amongst different competing or collaborating groups. And some competitions, of course, can be very unrepresentative. Some can be very increasingly representative and thus functional. So you're able to do both a conflict theory as well as a functionalist model within a positionalist theory. Because, as I say here, can fill the positions with both or either unrepresentative chosen relationships and conflict, which leads toward what I call trialectics, and what will be called its pseudo-functionalism. That means, how does an informal system of clientelism that is unrepresentative maintain itself through formal institutions? Or you can fill the same positions with increasingly chosen representative relationship toward more classic ideas of functionalism. So it's flexible. As I said, we're looking to make a more flexible social theory here, more flexible systems model, which doesn't have these huge grand divisions or dichotomies between conflict versus collaboration. So after this discussion, how does this compare with pre-existing systems theories? As I said, I feel there were premature and insufficient systems theories in the past based on 2 points mentioned earlier. They were reductionist in factors and reductionist in causality models. For instance, I'm talking about Malthus, Durkheim, and Parsons functionalism. Malthus, of course, is a more biological thinker, but it's really a social system because it's biological factors of human population as one factor, his independent variable basically, and other factors that he considered part of his system, but were not as strong as the biological factor of human population, he thought. And so that's obviously only a reductionist kind of causality where you don't have a really true feedback interaction. You're interested in claiming one factor is predominant. Can you prove that? No, you can't. You can claim it, but you can't prove it. But anyway, since some approach the ideas of ongoing feedback loops, though, that's better, yet they still did not have open-ended causality. And they still had reductionist factors as well. And this is like Malthus, Durkheim, Parsons, also Marx and Elias here as well. However, some approached ongoing feedback loops, and they did have actual open-ended causality, yet still were around a few reductionist factors like Tard or Luhmann. Tard dealing with everything in interaction, but reductionist in not necessarily dealing with macro dynamics or meso-organizational dynamics in interaction with his micro-level theories. Tard did say everything is a society, everything is social, which means in interactions of humans and technologies and the environment. So that's a step forward towards a more hybrid topic, but it's still a reductionistic factor in itself. Luhmann, of course, basing his reductionist factor on information flows. There's many other things beyond just information flows happening within social relationships. Anyway, after discussing trialectics in those two ways, trialectics over time and trialectics over time and space, this is a better positionalist systems theory capable of addressing conflict and or functionalism in the same systems theory. It's easier to understand what is meant by the macro perspective of this unrepresentative trialectical process as an ongoing open-ended historical dynamics that is associated regularly, not predictably, regularly by choices in comparative retrospect with trends of greater unrepresentative choices of relationships and greater choices of environmental degradation combined. So unrepresentative dynamics create unrepresentative environmental outcomes. Thus, this conditional growth and continuation of choices toward that unrepresentative trialectical process as it tries to maintain its informal control and its unrepresentation and its corruption and its environmental degradation. That's explanation for declines in representation as well as growing environmental degradation at the same time. Just as on the other side, as a reduction of or pressure against choices of unrepresentative gatekeeping of this trialectical process is equally an explanation for increases in representation and growing sustainability at the same time. So pushback upon those unrepresentative structures is a way to integrate both degradative as well as sustainable pressures in the same theory in the same cases, instead of having two different theories, of one about environmental problems and one about environmental solutions. So after that discussion of these choices of unrepresentative trialectical processes in history over geographic space, or I would say the choices as well as more functional and sustainable relationships, it's easier to understand how this unrepresentative side of this historical trialectics integrates all factors of what I would call the Big 16. And here they are. I won't spell them out, Please freeze the frame if you would like to look at them. But all of those have sort of a nugget or a topic of use that I think can be adapted to a more hybrid world of analysis, or to what I call an amodernist analysis. That means past and present, true comparative studies, not limited simply to modern analysis. So the Big 16 gives us a window of how to have 16 factors of independent variables, each capable of intervention and in causal dynamics with each other, in feedback loops and complex causality and what have you. So in other words, we're taking the topics, but without their reductionistic narratives, without their reductionistic causality inferences, and they're stripped of that, of how they're treated in this better systems model. So overview of this, of what I would call a problem solver, me, Whitaker. Part one would be what I call the Descartesian method of doubt for the social sciences. It's not just for ontology in general, not just for sciences in general, but I think we need a Descartesian perspective on what do we do and how do we use skepticism to make better topics. And I call that residually reduced reductionisms. It's RRR for short. We get secure topics that we trust after this process. In a moment, I'll show that 12 points of the RRR checklist for all social scientists to get secure social topics without reification. The result, cut to the chase, the issue is I'll take this information and run with it in the theory. So the result, methods without factor or causal reductionism and methods without any projected mental dichotomies yields an ontology of what I would call infrastructures in one word. These are flows. It's also in the sociological literature called the sociology of flows, but it's not just the flow, it's the built infrastructure, it's the legal rulings all around how things move through societies. It's 3M because it has to be both on the micro level of choices, it has to be flowing through institutional frameworks, meso level, and it's a macro perspective across space and time as well, and multiple institutions and multiple people. It's hybrid, as I said, because it deals with not just something exclusively social, not just something exclusively material, but how is the topic itself a mixture of social, biological, and physical. That makes a more secure topic because you're removing a mental dichotomy that there are exclusively social topics, exclusively biological topics. When if we look out the window, there's probably not a pure example of social things anywhere or biological things anywhere. We can talk about them, but that doesn't mean they're there. For instance, agriculture is social choices of particular things. And if the state changes something about tax structures, maybe farmers change the real biophysical things of what they plant, and that affects the soil chemistry as well as runoff into the environment. So it's important to think about what I call SBP, the social, biological, physical dynamics of all topics. So where you might think farmer subsidies are just for the farmers and a social issue, obviously it's going to have effects on B and P as well, biology of what is being chosen and the physics of the actual soil types or the runoff into the water cycle itself. Otherwise, other way around, farmers introduce a new kind of corn, right? It's probably going to change the structure of their agriculture or land tenure over time. It may change nutrition. It may change, social factors like that. It may change soil chemistry as well. So interventions can happen on any of those SBP levels. And that's what I mean by infrastructures. Infrastructures are a way to address what topics are without reductionism. And these are more secure topics. And of course, it has to be over time and over geographic space. You can't just talk about dialectics in time. You have to talk about geographies because we live in geographies. And so it's important to understand the effects of particular infrastructures extending not over time and interaction with other ones, but also interaction in geographies against other ones physically. And also planned and unplanned behaviors. It's not just good enough to think about the dynamics of unplanned long-term systems like Norbert Elias would prefer us to do. It's not good enough just to think about plots of different class structures from Marx. It's not good enough just to think about individual plots in Weber of what people want to do strategically or with their social actions. You have to think about both. And there's really no theories except this trialectical one where you can deal with both planned strategies and tactics, as I'll call them, and you can deal with ongoing iterations of unplanned dynamics at the same time. But these are infrastructures. Keep that one word in mind. I think that's one result of this 12 points of this RRR checklist. Anyway, part two, I'm taking part one's results from those methods of getting infrastructures as more intellectually sound, and I plug it into the analysis of social issues. So next, there is a theme that any good social theory to think about social problems, and social environmental problems would be how to research those infrastructures and their plural interactions as the best basis for non-reductionistic social analysis. You'd have to agree, I hope. Having more systematic theories about social material infrastructures is defined as being without 10 different reductionistic principles across them that we've inherited from other earlier thinkers. And I'll talk about those later. One of those 10 reductionist principles are different, single causality, different ideas of, main independent variables. And those are reductionisms. Those can't be systems theories if you have those kind of narratives within your causal inferences. So in most of the big six, which are listed there, again, they all have these very reductionistic ideas of single causality, whether Marx, whether Durkheim is social pressures, Weber individuals, Simmel, it's a combination of social structures, of social forms and cultural forms, and the individual. Elias, of course, just one big figuration moving through history. Tard, sort of as a micro level individual decisions are the most important thing happening in society to explain his ideas of diffusion. So, those are all narratives about single causal or independent variables. There's nothing in Tard really that says how institutions affect at micro level, or how larger macro structures affect it. It's only capable of addressing that one particular reduction. Same for Marx. You start with structural factors and try to explain all institutional, cultural, ideological, individual things as well, simply by result of the larger structural factors. So, however, sometimes having a more systematic theory means addressing other systematic issues almost entirely ignored by the big six, like geographic dynamics. There's very few social scientists that really address that very well, because most social sciences were designed to sort of separate themselves from thinking about the environment and biology, because those were such strong narratives of the late 1800s, where even what was social was seen as biological. And so the desire to create this autonomous space for social analysis that was exclusively social and not biology meant most people tried to ignore these biological factors. But one of them, the loss, was thinking about geography. Maybe in economic geography, you still see that, but that was much later. But geography is very important. Also, different levels of time. What I mean by that, like, how do you understand short-term interventions, long-term interventions, or even infinite loops of system cycles? Very few theories can address all three at the same time, but a real systems model should be able to do that. And because that makes all kind of interventions possible, as I say. What do I mean by all interventions? Well, there's kind of a big three here. There's informational, what Heberlein has called the cognitive fix. Providing information sometimes changes the system. Can your theory address that? If not, probably it's not very accurate. Technical material. What about substituting new kinds of technologies or materials as a fix and not worrying about people trying to get around the human element, as Heberlein called it, just by a technical change? What about an institutional change, or what he called the structural fix? Can your theory understand how those institutional changes autonomously compared to the others really have an effect by themselves? Or can your theory address how all three should be used in a mutual complex causality? Probably very few theories can do that, but I'm arguing trialectics definitely can do that, because it's more of a system theory about multiple independent variables and ongoing complex causality and feedback loops with each other. Anyway, later, look forward to those 10 flexible factors for a better social systems theory that are all 10 within trialectics. In short, what I mean is that any real good social theory should explain, quote, all factors as independent variables to understand mutual interactive causation on each other. This is different from what the big six normally do, generally choosing one level of independent variable and thus making all the other variables only subordinate dependent variables, or trying to ignore the other variables altogether, like Elias trying to admonish people, just please don't think about the idea of subcultures. They really don't exist. Don't think about institutions. It's just a figment of your imagination. What's real is the trialectic. So, some theories try to at least address another variable by making it a dependent variable proxy of their independent variables, but some theorists just try to convince you don't even think about those variables at all. And I think that's not a theory. It's a confidence game. It's a scam. You should be able to address empirically all the factors that you see in the social and social environmental world. And if you can't, you should be able to future construct a theory like that. And I think trialectics is toward that model. Thus, in this better social theory, ideas of causality have to change and sometimes include simple causality, particularly for biophysically inert materials. Yet mostly they go beyond simple causality with complex causality, probabilistic views, and feedback loops, as I said earlier. And this is closer to, quote, a systems theory solutions for social analysis. However, as I said, past social systems theory analysis for systems theory are themselves too reductionistic. So it gave people a bad taste in their mouth to even think about systems theories within the social sciences. But trying to remove that bad taste in your mouth by dealing with conflict and dealing with function in the same positionalist kind of trialectics. So the systems model is singular. You have to remove these reductionistic claims like singular causality of some level due to arguments about some single factor on all others, like Luhmann on information flows, for instance, or due to only talking about social origin causalities instead of more hybrid issues, like those social, biological, and physical interactions in the mutual feedback loops that I just mentioned earlier, or, due to false static views of unchanging drives, towards harmonious functionalism that you see. Those are all narratives. I mean, those have tainted the ideas of social systems and social modeling for systems theory modeling, because they're obviously shallow. They're obviously not trying to be a system, but they still cling to sort of the early sociological framers' ideas of having a single, arche, a single factor explaining everything, which is not necessary. Not necessary to have a single reductionistic factor to explain everything, if you can think about all independent variables in interaction. So another one, past system theory ideas also had a problem because false static views of these unchanging drives of conflict, like in Marx, that's kind of a system theory of conflict with his historical dialectics, and only reaction is allowed toward breakdown. Yet it has the problems that also of number 1, 2, and 4 above, if you can read that yourself, since it is just one single factor and just using only conflict instead of using conflict and collaboration, which I would call accommodation, or multiple complex causalities either. Anyway, part 3, we go into environmental systems theories, socio-environmental systems theories. And once again, there's a list of flexible systematic factors that I think are hybrid topics and a modernist topics in their comparisons. A modernist means, is it capable of addressing modern and past issues with the same theory? Or do you try to bracket modern issues as exclusively useful in your theory that you try to explain away, or it's just totally different in the past, so you don't try to theorize about that? I don't think those are good covering theories. A good covering theory at least has hybrid topics in the way I've described it, and is what I'm calling a modernist. It's sort of neutral about whether we live in a modern or not world. It's about social analysis in general, past or present, across any region, across any time. That's what social is, right? So we should have that wide ambit of what our theory should address. And as I said, with hybrid topics and this a modernist comparative view makes a better social environmental systems theory about socio-material infrastructures. And you can see infrastructures in the past or the present. Sorry, Michael Mann, infrastructures are very ancient. They're not just very modernistic things as well. Even though I admire Michael Mann as one of the few people who addressed, geography as part of power within social analysis, it's nonetheless, they still had the modernistic sort of fever of thinking it was exclusively a modern problem instead of thinking about infrastructures past and present. Anyway, a better social environmental theory is defined as being able to include all factors like this, inherited from earlier reductionist thinkers without inheriting their reductionism around their factors. In this way, trialectics is a useful social theory that can flexibly address conflict and functionalism at the same moment. And trialectics is a useful social environmental theory that can flexibly address thinking about both environmental degradation and sustainability at the same moment, in the same cases. This concludes with discussion of how this different trialectical analysis of environmental degradation and sustainability recommends very different decisions on what fixes would make sustainability and greater democratization durable for the long term based on these ideas. So, this is a praxis. What is this theory for? It's for thinking about, of course, critiquing and understanding, corruption and inequality and conflict, and how those kind of systems try to maintain themselves in oligarchic structures without representation. They don't care if they're environmentally degradative. How do you have what I call pseudo-functionalistic view to understand how those dynamics of corruption, lack of representation, and degradation continue? That's trialectics. On the other hand, the fixes are, how do you avoid this trialectical dynamic? Because the trialectical dynamic is not a background factor. It's conditional, it's historic. It comes into being and sometimes it disappears. It's not a background factor. It's a condition of dynamics. And sometimes that dynamics comes into being and creates cycles of environmental problems. And sometimes that trialectic is tempered and turned into a different, more representative arrangement. And the whole trialectical dynamic can fade itself. We'll talk about both sides of this later. Anyway, the abbreviation for my better fixes for this world of more, how do we get to better democracies, more stable democracies, more stable, sustainable civilizations? The abbreviation, the phrase that I use for the abbreviation, choices, you remember, solve the ecological tyranny, and trialectics toward an ecological reformation. Here in one block are the three sections that I'll be talking about. One, human decision-making. What does that mean? That means, everybody, what is real? How do I research things? How can we lead a good life? Those are classic things of the ancient Greeks and Romans, right? These are basic, what's a good political system and a bad political system? These are sort of basic human decision-makings. And a lot of early social theories or even material theories were all based on finding out, ontologically what is real, what's the best way to research that reality, that's epistemology, and what methods should we use to get that data. And of course, my point is the fixes in the middle. How you fix things are sort of protected by these three decisions you made. The OEM, the ontology, epistemology methods that you have, condition exactly how your fixes work. It's hard to really understand Marx, of course, unless you understand his OEMF entirely. Right? Then you understand, oh, that's why he thinks the fixes are like that. It's hard to understand why Weber really felt that, political, at the other end of his life, Weber made a political party. It's hard to understand why Weber tried to fix things with the political party unless you understand all the problems he saw that came out of his OEMF dynamic itself around individuals and differences of opinion, and how he saw political parties as unifying groups and status groups together. So even Weber tried a sort of a structural fix of political parties like that. But anyway, abbreviations, OEMF, everybody has an OEMF. I have an OEMF, you do, even if you don't have one, you still have one. Everybody has something they think is real. They all, when you're pushed to the wall and asked to explain what is real, the first thing out of your mouth is the kind of data you reach for. That's epistemology. Epistemology is how you know what you know. What's the grounds for knowledge? And of course, methods is more about actual behaviors you do to get that knowledge. Do you do random samples? Do you walk around one particular venue and ask people randomly? Do you only try to balance male and female? Do you do random historical samples? Or do you prefer, long-term historical analysis? Those are all methods, right? Some are more rigorous than others. And that helps explain people's fixes, which are, sort of highlighted in the middle or even trapped within your own thinking. You can't fix things autonomously. You're trapped in your own thinking is the way you fix things. I came across something a long time ago, a really good book about pandemics or diseases and imperialism, I think by Watts, W-A-T-T-S. And his argument was we don't solve social problems, we solve our construct about social problems. And I think that's very true about environments, particularly if you want to solve environmental problems, you're really solving your environmental construct. So you better be sure that your construct, at least in your mind, is not doubtable anymore. And hopefully I'll give you some grounds for doubt in those 12 RRR arrangements in a minute. But the purpose is to get to a better OEMF that is more logically justifiable and removes a lot of the problems. So PADHUMF, that's for my classes. That's the abbreviation for Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Hume, Mill, and Peirce. And we talk about those people, but I won't be talking about that right here. Meanwhile, the rise of social sciences is mostly a big cities issue. The social sciences really did not exist until the probably mid-1800s onward, as people started to think, well, what is social? And they came to very different ontological ideas. Many different social thinkers had total different OEMFs for what to do about the same urban problems. But anyway, notice the bubbles are not together anymore. They're totally different three things anyway, but most of the theories that the early social scientists were trying to work against were mostly biologically reductionistic theories that argued society is biological, it's genetic. Crime is not based upon ups and downs of the economy or personal family dynamics and inherited criminal cultures. It's had to do with your biology. And so if you believe that, of course, that's the origin of a lot of ideas of eugenics that came out of England, that were popularized in the United States, particularly California. And of course, after all they did that, they went to Nazi Germany. So the point is, this biological view of the social sciences was really what the early social scientists were trying to get around. And so they preferred not to integrate them. And I say what we should do is think about the hybrid dynamics once more, if we're really serious about understanding not only social issues, but understanding environmental problems. And the big six, as I call them, MDW set, I'm MDW, I hope to set you on the right path, as I say to my students, with thinking about the very different ideas of society that come from Marx, Durkheim, Weber, Simmel, Elias, and Tard. And then part three, as I said, toward environmental decision-making. This better systems theory for the social sciences should deal with real-world hybrids. But as you can imagine, from social decision-making, there's not much hybrid things available in past social analysis, except perhaps for Tard. And Tard is really a wonderful throwback. That's why Tard became repopularized by the 80s, because he's so useful in thinking about the sociology of science, sociology of technology, which were hybrid topics. And Tard was definitely interested in these things. But unfortunately, he died in, I think, 1904 or 1905. And his perspective was whitewashed by Durkheim for a long time. And so people did not really understand what a totally different ontology Tard had, which does adapt itself well to some of the hybrid analysis that we are interested in our modern world. But there's the big 16 abbreviated. And just to show you that that's not random letters, it helps me remember this. It helps me remember Marx, Malthus, anarchism, Ostrom, issues of scale. Some people argue that scale is, big is a problem of environmental degradation. Other people argue small scale is a problem because it's more competitive and degradative, you see. So scale as an issue is something that's debated as a factor, per se, in environmental decision-making. EW, in eco-Marxism, eco-world systems theory, environmental world systems theory, Moscow, environmental ecological modernization and social construction of the environment. EWEBism, Mill hybrid. EWEB is ecological or eco-Weberism, which really is now bundled mostly into ecological modernization. But ism, inequalities of society, inequalities of materials, and how they are developed around pollution instead of pollution being evenly distributed around the whole economy. Then EFEA is ecological feminism or ecofeminism, and then eco-Asianism, which I've written critiques on. Then Mill, it's really an idea of violence. There's three levels of violence that cause environmental degradation. We'll talk about that later. And then people from the late 70s says, no, we really need to start hybrid topics. So that's the best way to analyze environmental decision-making. And so those 16 perspectives are integrated into this theory of trialectics. And we're dealing with these real world hybrids. And Tard is kind of a progenitor of that. but nonetheless, he still had the reductionism of thinking about diffusion as only an individual level thing. We'll see how trialectics solves that in just a moment. Finally, getting into part one. Part one, beyond Descartes. What I mean beyond Descartes, it's not just around the general sciences as a method, but for the social sciences. I think we need a residually reduced reductionism, or RRR for short, to get to better topics in the social sciences, because unlike the physical sciences are basically the same as the physical sciences, you deal with the problem of reification. Like the things you think, the things you see, they may not be the true characteristics of the topics. They may not be a secure topic. So how do you make sure you're not just dealing with a phantom topic that you're researching? For instance, the first point about human decision-making, how to think about ontology, causality, the material world, social world fixes, that's an updated and extensive method of doubt of all, somewhat similar to Descartes here. So before we can get to social theory, what are secure topics to begin with? Right? We can't make a social theory yet until we have a secure topic that we have no doubt on. And that's how I got to infrastructures, because it deals with all removal of all these issues of reductionisms and cause and reductionism in the topic. So, however, this is interesting, probably for the philosophers of science who may come across this. So, unlike Descartes, he just mistrusted his sensory experience. And so he went to the totally opposite side. For mentally deductive models, he trusted his brain to tell him the truth. However, what if you're like me? What if you think, sometimes your senses fool you, but even mental deductions might lead, to an error as well as sensory experience. So what do you do when both have errors? What do you do when your senses obviously fool you, but also what do you do when your mind obviously fools you with a fake topic? So if both sensory experience and mental deductions might mislead us, how to proceed? We might trust our mind and our senses and yet eliminate 12 errors of mental projection and work with what is residually left for a shared interscientific phenomenology for social science, economics, and historiography. First, let me explain my own questions and decision-making on these questions. And in other words, what is my OEMF? And then I'll talk about the 12 RRR points, the residually reduced reductionisms themselves. So for me, no one solves or tries to fix anything without a huge number of assumptions. That's your ontology, epistemology, and methods, right? So what about me, Whitaker? What do I use to solve environmental and social problems? My questions are, what makes a more durable democracy? What makes a more sustainable societies? What will make more durable democratic states and sustainable civilizations at the same time? Some people think sustainability, requires authoritarian structures. And so I think, I'm not satisfied that dichotomy is real. I don't think that's an assumption of people. So how can you do both at the same time? The philosophy here is closest to what's called ecological humanism, if you want to look up that. People who've been ecological humanists are like Murray Bookchin, as well as people like Lewis Mumford, and there's one more I can't think. Probably, what's his name? Schumacher, E.F. Schumacher. Anyway, another things I'm interested in, what explains conflict in society? There's many kinds of conflict, right? Not just economic conflicts. So what explained environmental degradation? And I said, big 16, there's like 16 different ideas, I think, over the past 200 years of why we have it. They all sort of confident that their single factors are more important than the others. Why don't we just strip that out and use all those 16 factors as independent variables in one common systems model? That's the goal here in Trialectics. So I'm curious what will help solve conflict and environmental degradation at once, at the same time. This kind of research agenda has resulted in critiquing, obviously, thinking styles beyond the dichotomy of idealism versus imperialism, idealism versus empiricism, which deals with Descartes there. Critiquing 6 other sociological founders themselves, that's the MDW set structures, and 15 other ontological constructions. Why not 16? Because I'm adopting the hybrid one as the 16. But I'm adopting all the other 15 things into that hybrid topic. So 15 other ontological constructions about human environmental relations. and there are different exclusivist blames or analyses for environmental problems. You can use all of them together within Trialectics. So background about OEMF, what's my problem solving? In short, how can we solve environmental degradation? Patterns past or present. How can we craft durable democracies? Patterns past or present. In working solutions, I studied environmental degradation and environmental improvement, comparative history over the last 5,000 years around the world. And I studied also examples of the development of representative democracy and democratic breakdown systems around the world, past or present. I've been studying these issues for about 25 years now. And so in this deeply historical and inductive research, I backed into developing this very different view of ontology, social analysis, history, and blame for environmental degradation and for causes for democracy or its collapse. Why? Because this was an attempt to explain these patterns I see, these trialectical patterns I see, and these trialectical jurisdictional patterns. Jurisdictional, just remember infrastructure. We'll come to why I would call it also jurisdictional in a moment. So this talk will first discuss my intellectual ontology, then the sociological ontology, and then this talk will complete the discussion of the environmental historical process view of this different trialectical view of history and the different views of processes of environmental degradation that came from it, which are different than other views of environmental problem solving. Therefore, after my views of part 1 and part 2, we begin part 3's environmental problem solving with Trialectics. So references, so background for those of you who would like to understand my past writings, how they help explain my problem solving here. Ported by a regional state was the first book-linked work on green constitutional engineering. My book, Ecological Revolution, was published in 2009. It's really a green theory of history showing a common cross-cultural historical development, East and West, to use that phrase. The subtitles are China, Japan, and Europe. So this common issue. Common thing interacting with environmental amelioration or improvement politics in the same cases at the same time. And the data, textual and archaeological comparative historical analysis of China, Japan, a bit of Korea and Europe over 2,500 years. So first in a series of these comparative historical books dealing with our common organizationally caused environmental degradation, past or present, and that's the trialectical process. In this talk, I aim to describe theoretical aspects of what I've seen and how it frames and fixes our world for improvement. Those are the colors of the books, pretty blue and green, right? That's the Green Constitutional Engineering book on the left. And it was written actually while I'm doing research for Ecological Revolution, trying to understand these common socially created risks, similar past or present. So looking for solutions while I'm writing about the problems. And as I say at the bottom, it avoids Eurocentric historical developmentalism. It's amodernist, once more. Europe is just another case instead of a presumed model of difference. And another phrase that I've used, this is really the world's first non-Eurocentric, world history. So, and amodernist world history at that. So a manuscript that this comes from as well, and I've been toying with for quite a while, is called Trialectics, or a Green Theory of History. And there's long subtitles. I'll let you look for yourself, but those are all couched as very important topics about what Trialectics deals with. So human decision-making, let's go beyond Descartes to think about if Descartes was alive now, how would he help the social sciences with his own method of doubt? So we got decisions to make, how to research patterns, interested in comparative patterns of environmental problems. So these are my backgrounds of why I'm interested in better social topics. And going back to that diagram, my ontology, what is real in historical causality for me, I think infrastructure, and that comes from the RRR methods that we'll talk about. Epistemology, what's the data that I think builds a case for that infrastructure? Comparative historical data does. Yet more than social data, we need to have biophysical information, that's environmental issues, that's particular material flows, particular technologies. All of these are infrastructures per se, building materials, anything, whatever. So how things are constructed is really part of these socio-political infrastructures of materials in our lives. Methods, how do you sample for that? I think I've tried to do the double checking methods that go back to help my ontology. One, don't just use 2 cases when you research histories, but 3 or 4, 3 at least. Why? Because you're looking for patterns and variations. You don't just want to make a case for one common thing. The more variations you get, the better your theory becomes. So 2 cases helps us also avoid that dichotomization, like, oh, this one is like that, this is like that. A lot of people will try to make a theory from that dichotomy. Instead, with 3, it's very hard for you to make these simple mental projections about the world. Originally, I was actually going to include India in the book, but it became large enough that I included Japan, China, and Europe in the book instead of India as well. Plus, event upon event data. A lot of people, when they say they're historians, what they do is they have a deductive model of history and a reductionistic cause, and then they go through history books and find, oh, this happened in 1311. Next example of this I saw in 510, and they try to stitch it together. That's not history. History is following event upon event things. That's what I was describing, and that's cherry picking. A lot of historians, particularly social historians, are cherry pickers. They're not interested in how one event leads into another in an ongoing sequence. They're interested in justifying their reductionistic cause and reductionistic factor. And that's why they like to cherry pick. But I'm not interested in cherry picking as well. That's another double checking method. Don't cherry pick your data. You have to understand why event upon event happened. And that's very detailed, and that takes a long time. But inductive work always takes a long time. But inductive work is a stronger basis upon which you can make better deductions about theory. Number 3, another kind of double check I have is, particularly for historical cases, try to double check between archaeological data that exists versus or against textual residuals that we still have. In other words, is what is written down actually true compared to what we see in the archaeological record? Or are there things in the written record that are missing compared to the archaeological record? Sometimes you'll find they work very well together. Where did I get this idea? There's a Japanese historian named William Wayne Ferris. He wrote lots of very detailed books about history of Japanese environmental problems, as well as a history of Japan. And that's a method that he adopted, which I thought was quite sound, to double check the fact that you don't want to depend on simply one basic data source of constantly edited history. You want to also, if you have available archaeological remains, building plans, different adjustments of buildings, different road systems, different plots of land, that's very useful because that's also data about the infrastructures of the past, right? Number 4, in general, infrastructural data can come from everything. Data on formal institutions, formal policy, informal political dynamics, 3M, micro, meso, macro over time. All of those things are easily sampling topics across time of how formal institution changes over time, how formal policy changes over time, how the political dynamics change over time. Those are ways to conceptualize how you know how the infrastructure is changing over time. 5, as I said, also infrastructures are the built infrastructure. It's organizational, it's environmental over time. So I see number 4 and number 5 there is really all this one larger aspect of infrastructural analysis per se. Those are ways to get the data from that epistemology, ways to get the methods of it. And my fixes, of course, all kinds of fixes. What can we learn from social and environmental problems for better fixes for problems now compared to the past? We need to have a system where information matters, how information can fix things, how technology changes, how structural changes can fix things, where all fixes should be applicable and understandable, instead of it only being a theory about structural change, for instance. Anyway, part 1, therefore, the first point, accepting Descartes' point of our senses, of course, they can mislead us, yet he smuggles in a false dichotomy here. I don't accept his dichotomy that he slips in, because by equally rejecting an analysis based on any kind of mentally projected dichotomized groundwork. So I reject that as well, whereas Descartes accepted that. That's a dichotomy in his thinking that is not necessary. I'll read that again. So therefore, the first point is accepting Descartes' point how our senses can indeed mislead us and yet failing to accept a false dichotomy that he slips in by me equally rejecting analysis based on any kind of mentally projected dichotomized groundwork for thinking, like Descartes is setting up. Also, I'm drawing on ideas of Hume, where we think about this. There are a lot of many different kinds of relations of ideas in Hume's phrase they pretend they are mere matters of fact. And I'm not going to go into his definition of that. I think that's from 1748, Inquiry into Human Understanding, but that's another issue. Go look what Hume said about those two terms if you want to understand what I mean here. More on that comes in a moment. It basically is the issue of reification. For example, back to Descartes, it seems Descartes relied more on this uncommented upon and dichotomized mental projection himself, more than simply relying on mental deduction, as he claimed. What I mean is that Descartes eliminated sensory experiences as categorically untrustworthy for knowledge. And then he veered so completely in the opposite categorical direction, wholly to trust projected mental deductions. If he doubted the first, he should have doubted the second. So my point is, Descartes is a good example of how people in general regularly do that. It's yes or no, it's black or white. So that's a mental projection itself. People in general regularly concoct these unjustifiable, mentally projected dichotomized opposites in their minds. Class warfare, for instance, great example of that. That's the true groundwork of their thinking, even if they may fail to see it themselves, that's a mental projection in itself. Even near the end of his life, Marx never was able to write the chapter on how class was defined. It was befuddling to him. So it's very strange that his whole idea of material dialectics depends on class conflict, but he couldn't define class. Left that chapter undone. It's like one paragraph about it, but it's not complete. So even Marx had a problem. He was like, wait a minute, this is a big dichotomy in my thinking, and I can't define what I mean exactly by class. Don't get caught up like that. You keep interrogating yourself until you're totally sure of what you're thinking about. And Marx, to his credit, not everybody lives long enough to change their mind, but Marx lived long enough to change his mind and begin to adapt his thinking. That's always interesting to see people constantly improving, interrogating themselves like that. Anyway, back to the point, to Descartes. You don't want to smuggle in some unjustified dichotomized opposites into your thinking because they're just from your own brain. They're not really in the world at all. Therefore, we should be more introspective to admit this, as well as more inductive to catalog many popularly false dichotomized errors of mental projection that Descartes or others after him developed for biasing science, which can mislead us just the same as our senses. Thus, we should equally doubt all kinds of mental pre-dichotomizing of data sources. Right? Why do you consider something just social? Why do you consider something just biological? Doubt all kinds of mental pre-dichotomizing of data sources and all ontological issues before empirical investigation, instead of effectively rigging empirical investigation by falling on one side or the other of a mere mentally projected false dichotomy. The idea that, for instance, there are exclusively social, biological, physical issues is an example of a mentally projected dichotomy, or trichotomy in this case. Why is that a mental projection? We can't see that. You can't prove that. You may have a discipline of sociology, you may have a discipline of biology, but looking out the window, I mean, where are those divisions? They're mental disciplines. They're not empirical statements. They're worlds of analysis. They're theories that have built over time because hundreds of years people have adopted these dichotomized and trichotomized ideas. But what if the world is hybrid? Are we unable to really see these purely separate three realms, right? So there's a really good book called The Social Structure of Testosterone, right? So, I mean, that's the reality. I mean, you don't just have biology and chemicals in one body, but there's a social dynamics of that biology. That's called biosociology, by the way. So, we should build our whole scientific framework of thinking for hundreds of years has been an error. How do we get out of that? It's not easy because most people don't even want to think about it because their status, their expertise, their arrogance. It all depends on them being right and having a real topic. But if their real topic is hybrid, and they've only been analyzing it in one social way, one biological way, or one physical way, it's not accurate at all. It's a bad way to begin. So stop thinking that way, as I say, and start with hybrid topics. You need to keep residually reducing topics, RRR, until you have topics that you are totally secure with. So I've developed this winnowing perspective on human mental projections over the years, sorting what is good and sound from what is bad and unsound. I would call this winnowing process the method of residually reduced reductionisms, or RRR for short. To summarize, just like Descartes, I feel there are a lot of topics that our senses fool us. He's right. And that's why he didn't trust his senses. Because fools us that those characteristics of our senses are the thing. But just like his famous example of wax, suddenly all those characteristics of the wax no longer exist. But he still knew intellectually it was the wax, but obviously his senses were not the best way to approximate what that thing was. So he looked for other ways to approximate that with mental analysis. Anyway, so just like Descartes, I feel there are a lot of topics that our senses fool us, our empirical topics. Yet I feel that our minds fool us just as much as our senses can. This is contrary to Descartes' inserted false dichotomy where he wholly was led to trust his thinking and mistrust his senses. This mentally projected dichotomy is the true basis of his thinking, despite him ignoring this. Instead, I ask, what can we do to get secure, inductive, interscientific topics away from our oversimplifying mind that may convince us that we have a secure empirical topic or a mentally sure idea when we really fail to do anything? We can do this by a systematic process of elimination of both false empirical topics and false mental ideational products, sort of like Mill's methods of residuals, right? Hence RRR. So I attempt to reduce the number of what I consider are empirically false topics and mentally false reified ideas or topics that are really just mental phantoms. And I'm left with more hybrid analysis. I'm left with infrastructural analysis. For winnowing false empirical topics, by hybrid issues here means the interactions, I said, of social, biological, and physical. They're assumed to be in all empirical topics as a working hypothesis. And thus we build all topics as interactive phenomena only from understanding them as interscientific issues for a more secure knowledge. Thus, this leads us into rejecting any topics that seem to be only creations of the mind, like claims of exclusively social ideas when they're hybrid issues, or claims of exclusively physical or biological ideas when they're hybrid issues, or like claims of exclusively micro, meso, macro analysis. There's plenty of macroeconomics out there. There's plenty of microeconomics, but how does it fit together? That's what economics should analyze, right? So when the phenomenon in question innately needs to have all those three levels, or like equally rejecting topics that seem to be framed as only ideal issues or only totally material issues when they're really hybrid issues themselves, in which ideals and materials get intertwined in choices. Like, for instance, you may say, oh, this is a material choice in the market. Well, it's someone's ideological choice of something to put in the market. And I would argue suppliers sometimes have very different ideas of what materials should do for them that can conflict with consumers, instead of them always being supply equals demand. So that's, this hybrid world brings you an awareness of the nuance that you get when you think about social, biological, physical in interaction. That leads us into a whole series of mini rejective mental projections at the same time. So far, these four far more inductive premises and other inspirations that I mentioned on the previous slide, they've come out of this RR method, and they shaped by an agreement that skepticism is the foundation of knowledge. The agree with Descartes, the method of doubt of all is not just for doubt and nihilism, but the method of doubt is for really, how do you build secure work about the empirical world? How do you have secure forms of deductions in your mind against mistaken empirical reifications? Though it should be carried on as well toward avoiding false mentally dichotomized projections as well. and drawing on Hume, we should approach narratives about predictable and durable, simple causal regularity in very skeptical ways. And instead, claims of causation are causal inferences in Hume's phrase, instead of predictions. And thus, for a fifth point, following from this, we have to keep in mind that, in social analysis, we need to keep unpredictable futures in mind. We can't claim to know where we think things are going or what will definitely happen with these kind of interventions. So that has to be kept in mind as well to save us from a false mental projection. So I've additionally been inspired by some ideas from Buckminster Fuller. He treated nothing as true, supposedly, till his personal experiences or research confirmed it or qualified it firsthand. Of course, he told us that, but he also took a lot of things from other people too. So he's bricoleur. He brought in a lot of ideas from others as well that he liked to claim were his own thinking. So it's hardly unique to him, as it's a principle of ancient Indian logic to trust your personal experiences far more than inference, more than comparisons of other data, more than testimony about something. So in my historical scholarship, right, unlike others, I've attempted to learn from and to track this event upon event quality of historical cases instead of just taking other thinkers' broad claims. There's a really good book by Hamilton called The Social Misconstruction of Reality, where he says most people just make up citation chains, and the original citation may be skeptical, but if it gets popularized as true, then people accept it as true. And this whole book is examples of how things which are misconstrued at the very beginning became very popular misconstructions. So don't always believe what you read. Go find out yourself. And that's what most people do. They look at a book, the book must say it's true, and so they recite the book, and the book was not true in the first place. So be careful about those kind of things. That's why, remember Hamilton's admonition about that. Avoid, thinking about causality in very simple, regular ways. Avoid cherry-picked themes. Avoid mental abstractions. All those things are important for getting to more secure topics. Other inspirations have been Immanuel Wallerstein, the inventor of the concepts of world systems theory, particularly his encouragement for rejecting separation of many distinct disciplinary divisions, social, biological, all the different social sciences, for instance. Disciplinary divisions are forms of mutual blinders and mutual reductive methods that hide us from bigger, tangible topics in social science and history over the long term. Wallerstein wrote extensively on the grounds for doubting the usefulness of the artificial boundaries of social science disciplines, doubting the mental project of a separate political science, a separate sociology, etc. I think that's in the book called Open the Social Sciences, that he was a chair of some committee that wrote that book. It's an interesting book, very short book. Plus, I feel like John Stuart Mill in applying a method of residuals, but in phenomenology, not in causality. I mean, Mill's methods are all about simple causality. And residuals, of course, if the last thing left standing is the only thing there, it must be a cause or connected to the cause, as he said, or some way connected to the dynamics of those causes. It's an exploratory way. So his idea of residuals is a method of looking at history for what is there. But I'm thinking, instead of only looking at history, what about looking at topics in general? How do you reduce topics? By rejecting other terms of phenomena that seem invalid and unsound when placed under the following winnowing rules. So whatever's left standing, residually, is a topic that's more secure. Like Mill's methods of residuals that only leave something after all other things are rejected, or like Descartes' method of doubt of all, unless feeling totally sure about a thought, I reject all terms, all singular causal claims, and all constructed views of phenomena that seem invalid if they're unable to pass through the following winnowing methods of RRR. Be argued inductively, there are at least 12 kinds of these falsely projected errors of thought that have biased our views of the world, our science, particularly our social science, for 200 years. So this is an updated, extensive method of doubt of all, somewhat similar to Descartes. However, unlike Descartes, as I said, who distrusted his sensory experience for more mental deductive models, I would say even, the latter might lead us into error as well. So if both sensory experience and mental deductions might mislead us how to proceed, we can eliminate these 12 errors of mental projection and then work with what is residually left for a shared interscientific phenomenology for social science, economics, and historiography. So these 12 points. First, the hybrid issue. All social, biological, and physical categories can be doubted that they exist in such purest separation. Think about that. What's your degree in? So any phenomena that we think we understand at root, if it simply references ideas based on such separations, have to be false. And so we are unable to work from ontological and epistemological groundwork in reified teleologies like that. Second, another big issue, removing a lot more specialized thinkers and theories. All claims for 3M reductionisms are removed. These are mental projections that attempt to analyze exclusively either the micro, the meso, or the macro, without talking about their interactions, not the interactions on either level, but the interactions between those three categories. Simmel's very good for thinking about the micro level, has nothing to say at all about institutions, very rarely about the macro. Marx is very good about the macro, just sort of, considers it a dependent variable, anything you might say about the micro or meso. So what if all three of these were independent things? Independent topics, independent interactions on each other? Or what if all three things need to be in your topic itself? Hence infrastructures, hence hybrid infrastructures, as you can see, slowly building towards that as a more secure basis for doubt. So basis for not doubting, rather. Process of doubt to get to what is not doubtable. And that's not doubtable that you have infrastructures. It's one way to check number one and number two. Third, to extend a point from the above, all senses of simple causality and simple one-way causality are mental constructs and have to be rejected. Some people find that very hard to tolerate because they built their whole life around that. But those are inferences. Go read what Hume says about these simple causalities. It's only 100, 200, 300 years old almost. Fourth, reductionisms built from mental projections of dichotomies are rejected as a mental deduction, instead of any such dichotomies clearly visible in the world. Some examples, therefore reject all kinds of mental projects that seem simply the result of assuming an ontology based on a dichotomy. Left-right politics. A lot of people say, oh, that dichotomy came from the French Revolution, the First National Assembly, but there's actually the mountain. It wasn't two-sided. There was the level of Murat and the mountain. They sat a little higher up, and they were actually the lowest of the lowest urban classes. So really, even it's a mistake to think that left-right sort of justified to think about modern politics because that's just the way the parliament, but it's not true. There were three sides. There were three sides there. And that third side of local autonomy or urban impoverished groups were totally left out of that left-right dichotomy at that time. Rejecting thinking in terms of clear dialectical issues in history between only ideas, there goes Hegel, bye-bye, or between only material politics versus social origins, there goes Marx, bye-bye, or only researching one or the other of planned human behaviors or unplanned human behaviors, respectively, there goes, bye-bye, there goes Weber, there goes Elias. Social relations as only pressures outside versus social relations only pressures from inside. That's Durkheim. Basically try to define the social as exclusively external. That's a dichotomy, right? So you obviously need to remove that from your thinking. Or the other side of that dichotomy is what Max Weber did, individually subjective social actions. You couldn't think of anything else. So it's a dichotomy. His thought is not based upon individual actions. It's based on a dichotomy of thinking beyond that. And that's, you have to stop that if you want a secure topic. So these are based, all of those, on mentally deduced dichotomies and mental opposites instead of properly framed as hybrid topics. So such mentally projected dichotomies of thought in general are rejected as a base of approach to the empirical world. And most of our approaches to the mental world, the social world, if you scratch the surface, as I just showed you, they're all basically based on these mental projections of dichotomies. Why? Why do you need to do that? You don't. Just give it up. You'll feel better later. You may hate it now through attachments, but you'll feel much better later when you will not have any doubt about structures that fulfill these 12 topics. Fifth, reduce the use of special pleading. Some people may say, yeah, let's do that. Whitaker's right. Those are great ideas, but, just for sake of argument, I want to keep using this one thing, for a while because it makes sense of that. But, that's called special pleading. After removing all those various points, if you still want to use special pleading to keep some conceptions, you're just using deductive concepts that have to be false, as you know. And you're also demonstrating the point about how mental projections that people are attached to are immune to being empirically tested or refused, even as those same people may love to use empirical data selectively to illustrate their own mental conceptions or to attack other people's conceptions. So, for example, it's like thinking sociology has to analyze the modern world only instead of just any social relations in general. So of course, there's social relations in the past, but let's just have theories about the modern world. No, don't. Stop it. Don't do that. It's not necessary. It's leading you down a dead end. Why do you assume the modern world is different now in process? Did you even look at it? Did you even try to test that? Probably not. So, that's a special pleading, just the claim that it has to be different. Almost all of the social framers of social sciences in the early 20th centuries, they're all basically with this special pleading. They all think, well, something modern is going to happen. Did they do the research that really proved that? I don't know. I don't think so. Elias sort of did. Simmel sort of did. But on the other hands, many of the other ones did not. So moving on, it's like also psychologists, assuming there's some general causality or some timeless abstract individual behavior. It's like psychological rules. Where do they get their sample? Mostly from Western societies. And if you don't know about this, look up what's called the weird societies. Like it's bad to sample only from the West because it doesn't seem to be that Western psychologies have very much in common with many other, cultural backgrounds around the world. That's called the weird. Western industrial, some economically developed or something. So those kind of countries and societies are not good ways to sample for general mental issues. Anyway. But if they just thought about the weird countries or research earlier, they would have never made so many bad theories throughout the 20th century about exclusively from sampling from Western populations. Anyway, it's like economists arguing it's fine to continue to use abstract commodities or abstract markets, ceteris paribus, all things other being equal. That's not true. It's never, why do you want to argue that way? People just, they're addicted to their ideas. They're not really interested in empirical topics. They're attached to their ideas. And I'm saying you need to be less attached to your ideas and more attached to finding some groundwork for empirical analysis. That's where you should start. And so, obviously all commodities are different. So how can you claim that you can have a theory about abstract commodities? I mean, that's basically social science and economics. They have to claim all materials are the same for purposes of analysis. That's not true. And Marx's whole idea of like the theories of all markets in his idea of class, it's not true. Markets are structured very differently all the time. So why start with these abstractions like that? A special pleading to continue to use them. Sixth, any reductionisms of singular models or singular groundwork arguments about what society is or what our primary power relations is rejected. You can't have these independent variables above other independent variables in a social systems model. For instance, if you start to talk about society's rules, you end up creating a mentally projected narrative about causality claims instead of encouraging empirical research. Such teleological arguments prefer to circle around claims that there are singular phenomena of groundwork, when empirically there are always multiple phenomena and always multiple societies and ongoing interaction. You should know better than to build any theory about isolated systems or stories of singular groundwork variables that are always claimed to be exclusive causes of other variables. We've talked about that before. 7, to get more specific than above, reject attempts to describe anything in terms of economic reductionism, materialist reductionism, genetic reductionism, biological reductionism, individual psychological reductionism, or any other kind of reductionism. All of these are kind of interpretive bluster, explaining away many phenomena behind a subjectively determined single factor, instead of explaining from the start multiple factors in their myriad causal dynamics, where all will be independent variables. So if you have to reduce everything mentally to one variable at root, behind all the other variables, that's your mental projection. It's a questionable method of mental reductionism of reality's interactions of the multiple variables of interest. 8, reductive methods without actual history or without actual spatial geographic particularities are rejected. There's a lot of people that are historians that are cherry picking data. I would say more actual history is the event upon event dynamics at play. A lot of historians don't care about geography. So you have to add all of these things together and you'll understand your case a lot better. All cases are contingent in time and across particular spaces. You need to integrate that within your conceptualizations of ontology, and you won't go wrong after that. 9th, instead of only integrating history and geography in one case, right? We talked about this earlier in my OEMF methods slide. More comparative historical methods are required at a base minimum or bare minimum to reduce even further any mistakes that might be mentally projected, simply by building mental models from more singular historical or geographical tracings. So the more cases you have, the more sound your deductions would be from that data. And more likely you will be unable to even construct in your mind a simple dichotomy about things if you're dealing with 3, 4, or 5 cases. For instance, if one exception of a previous idea occurs in another historical case or place, or a new factor pops up in that other factor, you have to integrate it everywhere, or think about its absence as important in the dynamics of the other case. So that's how it's a double checking mechanism on your own thinking to have comparative historical methods required at a bare minimum. That ongoing reductionism by comparative historical case methods is how we should ongoingly improve our research and our hypotheses. It is how we are assured that our mental models of phenomenology are always improving and getting ever closer to the interscientific and plurally interactive world as it can. 10th, this requires rejecting ideas of simple cause and effect as really relying on narrative interpretations. The bottom there, ongoing interactive conditional feedback loops are better to think about. 11th, another rejected dichotomy is a false choice that many social scientists feel they have to bifurcate on in viewing social or environmental issues as constraints or catalysts. I mean, Durkheim, the social constraints, other people talk about what are conditions that are catalyzing actions. And you have to have both. You can't just have a theory where you constantly think like Marx or Durkheim that society is this larger pressure from structures. It's also a facilitation network. And sometimes I said, once you start to juggle both in your mind over time, you see very easily how sometimes particular choices, particular infrastructures in place are constraints on some people, but they're actually catalysts for other people's actions. And that's, in other words, once you start integrating these 12 things in your thinking, you won't go wrong. You'll see why they're important. The 12th point is somewhat similar to the 4th point above, about rejecting mental dichotomies, but here these are moral dichotomies, like, my side is totally pure, that side is totally evil. Come on, guys. Equally, this is a scientific rejection of moral dichotomies here, number 12. The way people take dichotomized sides upon only purely legitimating good views of particular phenomena, or only purely delegitimating bad views of particular phenomena. Most of the last 100 years of the whole world history has been this evil versus good dynamic, where some people called the Soviet Union perfectly good and legitimate, and other people called it totally evil and bad, and other people called American-style capitalist systems a totally evil, or others call it totally good. That's not a useful way to begin thinking, where you're emotionally attached to such another mental dichotomy there. Instead, you need to think about pros and cons of all these systems at the same moment, if you're going to add some moral color to what you're talking about. Anyway, results of this method of doubt is not just to doubt, it's to get secure topics. And the result, as I said, is these 3M hybrid infrastructures over time, over geographic space, and their plural interactions in planned and unplanned dynamics. So onward to social problem solving. I think we'd all could agree that an objectively better social theory for decision-making, not just for fun, but for decision-making, for improving the world, has more places to make decisions in it. Is more flexible that way. Its capacities for how interventions in a social system can be made. Next, I think we could all agree that if you do want to consider interventions on all kinds of levels and factors, you have to treat all factors as independent variables and simultaneously as dependent variables because they're in a systems theory model. And ongoingly influenced by both planned decisions as well as unplanned interactions in feedback loops. Thus, a more thorough systems theory model for interactions and mutual causation of factors in ongoing loops is important. However, most past systems theory and social scientists either fails to have these feedback loops, or even if it claims to be systems models, it still employs that delimited topics or simple one-way causalities, and this tries to reduce it down to one point themselves. Like Durkheim's functionalist ideas, that's a systems model, but really it's all about the causation or institutions onto people. It's never people onto institutions. That would be a better systems model, right? Because you have mutual causation and feedback loops where you're treating all factors honestly as independent variables and simultaneously as dependent variables. Also, this one rationale was why Marx and functionalist views kind of died by the late 1970s because there's too many things happening by the 70s. And these simple-minded ideas were falling apart. Also, the major labor movement for the Marxist, cause was falling apart and could not construct that as strong as the other kinds of different social movements that were developing on ethnic inequalities, gender, sexuality, lots of, animal rights. There's so many different social movements that were developing. And so, why preference only one social movement as a driver in history? Right? When it's social movements in general that now were plural. On the other side, the death of Parsons himself, I think in 1979, really dragged down the remaining bit of functionalist views with him because, people saw a lot of unending conflict in societies into the 60s and the 70s. And so, how can you possibly claim that the systems are functional and responding to these problems when instead it looked like they were defending the problems instead? So, one of the reasons why both, I think, Marxist views and functionalist views kind of died by the late 1970s is people were searching to explain kind of unresolved conflicts in a different way. And they were also trying to think about the limitations of past forms of systems modeling. And it's true that past forms of system modeling seem very shallow. But I'm trying to, as I said, restart thinking about systems models on this level of multiple independent variables in the social sciences and, of course, environmental factors in these, instead of drawing on the heritage at all of past Parsonian functionalism at all. So, also because such functionalist theories were they're functionalist theories of total conflict, or they're functionalist theories of, increasing collaboration and why do you need that mental dichotomy? There again is the RRR, residually reduced reductionism. You build a dichotomy into these whole theories. That's not necessary. We need theories that deal with conflict and collaboration and what I call accommodation, where there's still ongoing conflict even as people collaborate. So that kind of model was and still is unable to make sense of what was going on in the world. Those split conflict or collaborational models of systems models. Everything seemed very shallow if you drew on those models. So I'm suggesting how to have a better theory with the points in green above. Look at those one more time. Big six, let's look at, what is social ontology and how does that influence data used, the methods used, the fixes desired. So the big six, what's their OEMF? So here's Marx with his little revolutionary Masonic hand in his pocket. Hidden hand is what it is. Historical dialectics, these are his ontologies. Materialism, materialist dialectics, explaining everything else on the micro and meso level. Then you have Durkheim leaning in with his beady little eyes, Collective social actions. There's social pressures like Marx, but it's all about institutional levels of functionalist interventions. It's reformist. It's not revolutionary. There's a lot of data you need to get first, and then you can make better decisions positively about positivism, basically, about the real world. So get the data first. Don't be like Marx and just assume what the most important data is. Go get some data about the world. But Durkheim's assumptions were, of course, that you could reform anything by new institutions or adapting institutional structures. Even suicide, there may be suicide problems, but it's not about understanding psychology. It's about understanding how different zones influence individuals. So you're basically solving people by putting them in different institutional contexts: rural, urban, more religious, build new mental hospitals. Those are Durkheimian kind of solutions, right? That's all they can do, right? Just like all Marx can do is sort of catalyze conflict as the ultimate showdown. All Durkheim can do is build institutions. Weber, individual subjective action. It helps us understand individuals, helps us understand how to hire individuals, maybe. It helps us understand how to build institutions of good individuals, but it doesn't really understand, I think, long-term trends per se. It doesn't understand, technologies. Neither does Durkheim. Simmel, forms and contents, timeless social forms, more historical cultural forms, but individuals are important. You need those individuals to choose these things, and society's made of those three different aspects. And hopefully a better society for Simmel is one that has more individual capacities to allow that kind of choice to take place and not trapping people in particular social arrangements. So that's one view of that. What about institutions? That's not very important. What about macro historical things? That's not very important either. So there's some things you can do with different thinkers here, but they're all like one side of a diamond. You need the full diamond to think about all micro, meso, macro things. Makes you more flexible as a decision maker if you can have a theory that can do all of these things at once. And so far, I see only Trialectics is going to be able to do that. Elias, figurations intertwining, mostly unplanned or totally unplanned things are interesting him over hundreds of years, like bureaucratization, industrialization, state formation, changes of morals and manners, external pressures of violence into less violent internalizations with shame. And so that's a narrative. It's a narrative of where he thinks history's going, just as strong as Karl Marx. You can't predict the future, though. It's totally unknown of what will happen because the dynamics are open-ended in any real system. And so you can't do what Elias or Marx did with history. You can't make a narrative that explains all the future. So you might adapt things about these unplanned dynamics over time, sure, as a factor in a better, wider systems model. And then, of course, Tard, diffusion, basically. Diffusion research, pioneer of that. And his ideas of imitation, invention, and opposition, where all imitation is an invention in some way, because it's a new person imitating something is an invention in itself, or opposing the carrying on of diffusion of that new idea. But he felt everything is social, biological, physical dynamics, new newspapers and trains move fads of Paris around from the north to the south to where he lived in Sarlat. So, he was fascinated about new inventions, but there's so many new inventions in the late 1800s. And so Tard's really the only person to sort of do a sociology of technology and its influence on social diffusion. So it's a very hybrid world. So we can draw some hybrid topics from Tard, but it's still reductionistic in that it's only micro level. It's an individual diffusion of individuals making decisions. It's nothing about institutions. There's nothing about macro structures. For Tard, it's just a borderless world of flows. Anyway, let's put those 6 over here versus my idea, which I call leaders and followers and the deal in between. That is an infrastructure that helps explain what all institutions are. I mean, find me an institution without leaders, without followers, and without some deal in between for why they're sticking together. So I think or temporarily sticking together, conditionally sticking together based on that deal. And then put that in plural. There's always, followers that want to switch deals and go to a different place looking for a better deal. It's always a leader that, doesn't want the followers following them. So they might change the deal to remove followers from under them. So the dynamics are ongoing between leaders and followers, and the deal in between, in plural. And there are versions and ongoing strategic and tactical accommodations. It says unrep, so unrepresentative versions. That leads to historical trialectics, keep that in mind. When you have unrepresentative leaders and aggregate followers, that is a kind of a dialectics that pushes followers to push back on leaders. It also pushes followers to become leaders themselves and make their own institutions and make their own leaderships. So very unrepresentative leadership structures create what I would call trialectics over time and space. And we'll learn more about that obviously in a moment. However, on the other hand, representative versions of leaders, they absorb conflict, they make things more representative, they compromise, they're willing compromises. They're not just saying it, but they really do it. They change the deal. And that encourages some of those aggregations and infrastructures to grow. And that minimizes conflict. And so that could be the end of trialectical dynamics if leaders constantly aren't psychopaths and push people away to reformulate in new zones and new locations. So both things can happen. You can have very unrepresentative leaders and deals and very representative leaders and deals. And that's sort of my ontological background. And there, of course, me, way to say this, we live in aggregate conditional infrastructures like this, of our and others' ongoing unstable choices of adjusting strategies and tactics. My job, your position in a family. I mean, all these things are based on the deal in between. You're constantly ongoing, adjusting your strategies and tactics to try to get the better deal for yourself. Or you're thinking of other new organizations or new arrangements to create. It leads to accommodations though. Accommodations meaning, there's some things you like and some things you don't like. And so simply because if you like 10 factors of one particular job and 6 of them sort of disappear over time, there's still 4 factors. That's people accommodate. But when it gets up to a level of 9 out of 10, then people might flip and they'll go try to make some new arrangement per se. So the point is, people accommodate. It never totally changes in black and white. People have also the same deal can be there, but people just change their interpretation over time based on the choices around them too. And so you can't really define what followers do simply based on an individual rationality, because it's in relation to their individual rationality. True, but it's also on the meso level, the deal itself and their interpretation of the deal determines their followership. Just as a leader may have one particular thing they individually want to do, but they have a whole different level of their action of what they feel they need to do for a meso level, building the aggregation to be a true leader. And sometimes those are aligned together, right? Sometimes leaders and their personal psychologies and their organizational styles fit. So they're aligned with that. But sometimes there are leaders that aren't satisfied with being leaders because their institution doesn't actually fulfill them individually per se. Same as followers. Some followers are totally committed, true believers, and others are just there for the free ride or for as little as they can get. But notice they're all together. So there's aligned people and there's unaligned people over time. And so instead of thinking about alienization of Marx, the whole economic structure, I mean, all institutions have the level of these micro level alienizations. Leaderships can be alienated from their own structure. Think about a new president of a university coming in to fill in the shoes of some visionary leader that began the university. They can't change too much about that. They're constrained themselves based upon all the other followers that expect that particular deal to continue. That's the reason the followers are there, right? So, you can't really expect a leader's micro level and meso level rationalities have to be different. You can't treat them like Weber. You can't treat, that's what he did. He treated all meso level things as just, versions of micro level things. So we need a whole new level of meso level rationalities to understand these dynamics of leaders and followers. And we need a whole new level of micro level rationality is to understand why people adhere together and how they change over time too, in relation to the deal, not simply relation to their own subjective interpretations, but in relation to the deal. And there's a whole list of these things coming up. But anyway, when it's plural, it's over time, if unrepresented over time, in geographic space, that makes historical trialectics. If representative, though, the trialectics is demoted, that kind of conflict and escape and constant pushback from followers is demoted. And so you can do both, the conflict theory and a more functionalist theory with this positional model, as I said. And why is that good? These 4 points there, it's interscientific, it's more intellectually sound if hybrid topics are real and not the divisions that we talked about earlier in part 1. Number 2, it's at all 3 levels simultaneously. You don't have just a theory about the micro like you see in Weber. You don't have just a theory about the macro like you see in Marx or Durkheim. Basically, you can do everything with trialectics, and that's why it was designed this way. Number 3, historical, interactive, flexible. Plenty of interventions of all kinds. In systems theory, that's called equifinality. I mean, there are many ways to fix a system. There's not just one way to fix, so it's not one right answer of how you, stop suicide, for instance. There's not one right answer of how you solve social inequality. Equifinally, there's many different ways to intervene in that kind of system. And so I think this model of trialectics has a lot of equifinality to it like that, which is very good and shows its true systems model. Number 4, it deals with conflict and it's functionalist. That's the positionalist idea. And thus, probably the most important phrase, reductive foundations are not required anymore with a true systems model. You don't have a single independent variable. You don't need those anymore in a true systems model. You have to think about the ongoing historical open-ended dynamics of leaders and followers and the deal between, where all of those are variables. They all have their planned ideas and their own strategies and tactics, but there's also unplanned dynamics of that at the same time. Anyway, once again, just the top has changed, nothing else has changed. So what is social? That's my definition of what is social there. But previously, as you saw, I'll go backwards. So it says OEMF, what's my OEMF? This is what I do for ontology, my data, methods, and fixes. Anyway, let's start with trialectics. What is trialectics? There's 2 levels of trialectics, as I said. One, the trialectics of followers and leaders and the deal in between. That's a trialectics in time. Then there's followers and leaders and the deal in between in plural. And when it's unrepresentative, and when it's in space and time, then you have these geographic kind of trialectics, and that's a historical trialectics. So micro and meso first. Positions, create a position of leader, a position of followers. It can be filled with many different things, case by case. But in between is an assemblage in the ongoing deal. So my ontology is to think about social relationships as these ongoing open-ended assemblages, influenced by all levels, influenced by individual behavior, influenced by the deal, which is the macro and the meso level arrangement that holds people together in that ongoing assemblage as an aggregation. And plural versions of that. That's a macro perspective. But I'm going to also argue there's 4 kinds of infrastructures in our social life. Similarly to Michael Mann, who argued there's 4 kinds of social power, I have a very different view, even though I admire his attempt to parse out exactly what are the institutional origins of different social power. And I'll have a slightly different diagram of 4 different ones slightly than him before. But I wouldn't have thought about that until I was reacting to Michael Mann's idea. So this is for you, Michael Mann. Anyway, so 4 kinds are market, states, schools, and banks. And markets would be consumption in general also. States, Michael Mann had states as well as militaries, but for me, that's the same. Schools, what does that mean? That means, you can have schools and institutions for science and religion. A political party can be a school in some way too. So, it's epistemology. There's these institutions that perpetuate particular ways of looking at the world. And I would call those the epistemological or science backgrounds of society. For some people, the science is a religion. For some people, the science is biology. But the point is, they all look like leaders and followers in the deal in between. All those four things, banks, financial infrastructures, they all look like leaders and followers in the deal in between. So where leaders are changing, they're aggregating, followers are changing based on their own interpretations, their own micro level choices, but also to particular conditionally accommodated deals. So micro level decisions, of course, in relation to a meso level deal between the leaders and followers ongoing. And of course, their own very different sometimes interpretations about that deal or where it's going. That's very important too. For instance, 20 people can look at the same deal and the same kind of contract, and you would not get 20 different opinions all the same. People have different interpretations of exactly the same external deal. Based upon their wider senses of choices, based upon what they're getting, what they're not getting. So people can come to share in social behavior without having anything in common. That's what I call unalignment. And there's a kind of an innate unalignment in most societies because people are aggregations. They're not totally agreement. They're not in true solidarity. They have many different kinds of unalignment with each other. And sometimes the deal will change and that will change people's interpretations, but sometimes the deal will not change and people just change their interpretations autonomously. So both things can happen. You have to have a theory that legitimately can address both those ideas. Anyway, there's leaders, there's the aggregate followers, part two, and the deal in between is third. So leaders and aggregate followers and the ongoing historical deal between them, that's a way to analyze all four kinds of social power infrastructures with the same methods. Since aggregations happen in an ongoing, unpredictable way, aggregately growing, failing, shrinking between leaders and followers. There's two meanings of ongoing there, and it says ongoing historical deal. Leaders are leaders by virtue that they seldom change the deal. They keep their promises. Imagine the opposite. Imagine a leader that comes to work every day and changes the rules around work. And they won't be a leader very long, right? Their aggregation may disperse. On the other hand, ongoing can mean the opposite. It can mean change. Ongoing can mean leaders are leaders sometimes by adjusting the deal, either to keep dissenting followers in the deal or to appeal to more followers. We want to keep growing that deal. So imagine the opposite. Imagine a leader that never changes the deal. This worked 20 years ago, we're going to continue to do this now. That might be bad equally. So the idea of ongoing doesn't mean stability. It means also change. The word I use is navigation. Leaders need to learn to navigate. They're constantly making tactical adjustments to the deal. They're making strategic decisions on who to appeal to and who not to appeal to. Those kind of dynamics constantly change. However, keep in mind that there's more than just one leader. There's many organizations set up like this in the economy, different banks, giving different interest rate loans, using different currencies, different terms. And those are the deals. And so obviously, when there's multiple deals like this and multiple aggregations and multiple leaders, they're all competing with each other as leaders in interaction over time and over space. What I mean over space, like if a bank wants to get really big, it has to make a deal and advertise in multiple cities and not just compete locally. It needs to have ways of addressing bank branches in multiple cities around it. Or now use the internet, right? So those are infrastructures. Those infrastructures maintain a deal between larger central leaders and widely dispersed followers. Meanwhile, other banks may say we want to be a savings and loan. We want to have only a local leadership clientele so that they build their infrastructure around a deal that encourages those kind of things. So the point is, number one, to start a fresh deal, it means leaderships try to start by taking away followers from somebody else. So they have to look at other people's deals and sort of copy those other deals, but give them a slight tweak that's better. Or they look at people that seem to be outside of all deals and ostracized from social relations. And they can make a deal with those very underclass peoples, whatever they can be, ethnic, religious, language, anything, class. So you can serve them, but they can also take advantage of them. So leaders, don't just serve followers, they can take advantage of them in other ways that other leaders are not able to do or unwilling to do. So point 2, notice what happens over time. So a leader and follower set themselves up as a certain deal, it's growing, but if the deal changes, leaders suddenly always have at least 2 kinds of historical aggregations of followers in the same deal to the same leaders. One group because of the older deal, and then you slightly change the deal as a leader, and then you get new people. But the people that are already following you, their interpretations are, why did you change the deal? Their interpretations are, who are these people? Why are you appealing to them and not us? It's like the Democratic Party of the United States, why are they taking, tax monies of cities and funding illegal aliens, right? They're appealing to new people. They're making, previously Democratic voters as followers question the whole deal, right? Therefore, earlier followers may not aggregate together or even agree with later followers brought in under the new deal. Then the first group of followers may push on leaderships themselves to change the deal back, which would damage the added followers aggregation. So, leaders don't always just want the followers. They're kind of keeping followers divided. You have to think about that. Like maybe that's one of the reasons why you appeal to new followers, because your own previous followers are getting a good deal. It's like you want to have more autonomy versus your followers. So you try to build new people that have, you greater control over them. And you bring them into your organization. And that allows you to slowly displace the people that had a better deal beforehand. Right? So leaders don't always have just a stable idea of a deal for all. There's many people brought under different levels of deals over time. And you have to understand how, maybe a strong, good workers' compensation plan for the previous contracts and a new business. But when the business gets more established, the leaders may say, we're just going to do outsourcing. We're going to hire lots of part-time workers now. And that obviously, the full-time workers get worried because of situations like that. See what I mean? So there's suddenly, the leader wants more autonomy, relative autonomy, vis-a-vis their aggregate followers, vis-a-vis their previous followers that had a better deal. So that kind of dynamics makes a lot of sense of what really happens in real life. You can see that happening in banks and loans, and you can see that in any kind of consumer markets of other products. You can see that happening in the structure of curricula, in science and institutions, how do universities survive over time, and disciplinary structures, how do new disciplinary structures develop, how do religions keep their followers intact under certain doxa or certain, prayers that they claim have, been worthwhile for thousands of years. How do you start a new religion? Basically, it's an institutional factor. So you need these dynamics. You understand that trialectics help explain all of these things. It also helps explain states, how states develop and compete with other leaderships, political parties as well, competing with each other for the position of the state. Anyway, leaders, aggregate followers, that's the same thing right there. But note these pressures are back and forth that I'm talking about. Dialectical, even trialectical, meaning in this case, in terms of the ongoing deal in between them. That is one meaning of trialectical. Leaderships appeal to and push on followers, and followers appeal to and push on leaders over the terms of the deal over time. Plus, both may try to adjust the deal in their favor alone. Leaderships in one alliance can try to take the followers from other leaderships. Followers themselves may try to maximize their interest by going back and forth between different leaderships all the time. Think of people that cancel their cell phone and get a good deal, and they cancel that cell phone, get another good deal. So that's the dynamic. I mean, people trying to maximize what they want as leaders or as followers. That suits them and their changing desires or interpretations about the situation. This is conflict, collaboration, and accommodation, as I said, all at once. So conflict is between leaders and followers of all kinds, right? But also accommodation, it's collaboration as well. It's not entirely a conflict theory. It's not entirely a collaboration theory. It's an accommodation-based theory, because the conflict continues even under collaboration. The collaboration continues even if there is conflict. And those are different interpretations individually on all levels. 2, it's about interpreted context, I said, of the choice matrix at hand. for whether people stay, go, or form fresh aggregations. 3, plus conflicts between leaders and leaders for the same followers. Think of political parties, right? 5, though equally there can be collaboration to be less competitive between leaders and followers. Give my example, like the CEO that wants to hire more part-time workers now that their established company to grow, and to ignore and to stop hiring for full-time workers. 6, give rise to more unrepresentative leaders that want to leave. So in other words, an unrepresentative leader, like that case example, like you don't want to hire full-time workers that have a good deal. Maybe instead of just hiring part-time workers, that CEO says, I'm out of here. I don't like the way my organization works anymore. So those unrepresented kind of leaders, they may leave themselves and try to go work for a company or be that has their style of leadership in place. Or sometimes followers don't like this deal at all and they want to make new entrepreneurial arrangements for themselves, make new political parties for themselves. They want to become fresh leaders themselves, fulfill in unfulfilled representative or unrepresentative alliance desires or issues. Same thing. So these are the 4 things, right? On the one hand, leaders, followers, ongoing deal, state followers. The deal in between is a specific ongoing adjusted ideology, material, violent deal. You appeal with people with ideology, you appeal with materials, you appeal with threats or removal of threats or protection from threats, right? Those are 3 basic kind of tactics, as I'll call them, tactics of the deal. And of course, when you open those up and disaggregate those, there's a lot more different things that are happening here that I'll talk about in a minute. Same thing, leaders, aggregate followers, ongoing deal, science, educational, religious leaders, their particular followers, the ongoing deal. For instance, if the Catholic Pope changes, the Mass, the big scandal back, I think, in the 60s, changing it from Latin to vernacular languages. The followers, some didn't like it, some did like it. Some broke with the Pope, some wanted to continue to Latin. So that's what happens. This is like this ongoing deal in between is the touch point of collaboration and the touch point of conflict. Consumptive leaders, followers, consumers or laborers, and the ongoing deal, the product, the contracts. Who gets the benefit or the better part of those? Financial leaders, financial followers, like if you have a loan, you're a follower of a bank, right? If you're ever using a particular currency, you're a follower of a country, whether you like it or not. If you want to change it, you have to build your own institution. You're either new currency or go to a new bank, right? So those are your options. And that's what happens. People make new complementary currencies when they're not satisfied with using the national currency. They have to build a new deal in between. They have to be leaders. They have to recruit followers. They have to recruit them on the basis of that new complementary currency. And the perks about it. So that's what society is organized like, I think. So it's these ongoing deals between leaders to keep aggregate followers and to keep them away from other followers. You have to keep adjusting the deal based on ongoing historical open-ended dynamics, where individual level interpretations of leaders are important, individual interpretation of every follower is important, because in aggregation, that's what keeps an organization together. And the abbreviation that I have for this is called SSFC, State, Science, Finance, Consumption. It's out of order here, but nonetheless, it's easier to say SSFC. Note the boundaries between different disciplines in here. Economics is the same. Politics is the same. Science, religion, analysis is the same. Banking, financial sociology, state financial taxation structures, adherences are the same. These are unified covering rules for social analysis. Leaders, aggregate followers, the ongoing deal in between. Additionally, note each are plural. It's not just an example of one state and its followers, but it's multiple state systems, sometimes appealing to different kinds of citizens. It's what Dubai is doing right now. Dubai, to build its ongoing deal and to build its population, is offering very good terms for people that want to become a citizen of Dubai, because there's no taxes in Dubai. Bring your money and you're a citizen. So they're appealing to people to escape that are very wealthy. See what I mean? Like, so it's states versus states for the deal. It's political parties versus political parties for the state. Another example of plural. It's not just one religion, but it's different versions of Protestantism, against each other versus Catholicism for appeals within European or, all of Western history. Consumptive leaders. It's not just, one market product, but how many different versions of hamburgers, how many different versions of pizzas are out there? Those are different leaders that are competing with each other, appealing for followers. And the deal in between is the product, as well as the services and conditions of sale. Financial leaders. It's not just one particular kind of currency. It's which, this is a big issue right now. Globally, there's, the international reserve currency, as it's called. And that seemed to be changing now away from the United States dollar. That's an aggregate thing. The United States dollar was once the leaders of the United States and its management of this particular infrastructure of financial currency of the US dollar to all the aggregate followers that were using it as a store of value and trade network. But as the United States tried to use that for more leverage from the leaders against the followers by trying to block people's trade, it's a less of a useful deal. And so people move and gravitate to new aggregations around the Chinese yuan, for instance, or a basket of currencies around the BRICS nations, as they're trying to do. So, be careful, leaders, you push too hard, nobody will be your follower anymore. And that's what's happening, I think, right now with the American currency. They're pushing so hard that you make people, they give up that entire infrastructure deal around the US dollar. And so it's financial currencies versus other financial currencies for keeping people aggregate together around the particular deal. It's, within a nation, it's different bank rates in the same city, right, for interest payments, trying to appeal to aggregate followers to go to their bank because they've dropped their they raised their interest payments an additional 0.25 versus everybody else, in the hopes of getting a bit more aggregate followers on that ongoing deal and to bring new people in under that deal. In other words, why do you need separate disciplines anymore with this perspective? Also, this is a bit more touchy. Think all four interact. Imagine if you were scammed by your bank, or your bank closed your account without, really a legal reason. You don't just go to a new bank. You go to a different institution. You might go to the state. So, here's your if you're a financial follower, you're also a follower of the state. So you're never just exclusively follower of one of these levels. And that's the diagram that I have in my mind when I think about this. Imagine down here in finance, your financial state relationships come into play. So maybe you could call your senator and complain about the bank, and then that bank is forced to deal. Or you might go to science, which science would be like popular newspapers. You tell them the scandalous story of what happened to you at the bank, and that the bank apologizes after getting bad press. And what does bad press do? It removes aggregate people from supporting that bank. And so it's another aggregation loss around the bank. So the point is, in the real world, it's not just 4 different autonomous ways that we are leaders and followers, but in the real world, there's 4 social zones of power here that are coordinating. And as I say on the top, it's not just the state in control. Just because I put the state on the top here doesn't matter. It's equidistant triangles. That's what it's trying to indicate. It's not trying to indicate the state is always over everything else. There can be situations where it looks like that particular relationship of state leaders and followers is the most important. Probably North Korea is a great example of that, or China. But then again, you might think there may be other kind of arrangements where it looks like financial capital or big companies are more important, like in the United States, which has a more oligarchic way that the finance and consumptive positions, in other words, they run the political parties. And it's very hard for citizens to get the ear of the political parties because, the controllers are not the state per se, but they're in different positions in that society. So my point is, this is a rubric that you can, use a checklist to interrogate the particular strengths and weaknesses of particular states. And some states may be very unrepresentative because they're too state dominated, right? Some states may be very unrepresentative because they're dominated more by financial capital. For instance, you think there's autonomous science, but what if you live in a society where most of what funds scientists comes from financial capital organizations. It's not really neutral, but it's only what makes a lot of money in the short term for financial capital. And so you can see how science becomes a proxy under finance or big company interests. In other situations, you may find out where it's more state subsidies of scientific institutions are far more important. So it just is a way of interrogating and looking at different countries in different situations and how they change over time and which is the more hegemonic position per se. So once again, the state's not always in control just because of my drawing like this. It's a rubric of equidistant triangles where it could be turned in any direction. Anyway, within each of those four positions, there's multiple aggregations in conflict and coordination. That's the ongoing accommodations. They're attempting to be hegemonic over others in leadership, in aggregated followers, and in the deal in between. And that's, of course, that's another three positions: leaders, followers, deal in between. Here's the point about positionalism. That's why I highlighted position at the top of this slide. With and in the same positional analysis and ideas, we can do both a functional analysis and an actual conflict-based analysis with functions for each of the two below. In a functional analysis, right, it's a more functional society would have more representative and transparent positions in all four that are coordinating well here, right? It wouldn't be an issue of the state dominating science, finance, and consumption, but there'd be feedback and ongoing mutual dynamics here. Not just a hierarchy of one over the other three. And that's more like justice, that's sustainability. On the other hand, what I call pseudo-functionalist analysis, it's the functionalist way that informal clientelism and even corruption maintains itself in social relations as a conflict analysis. And for here, corruption is defined on the terms I've already used, like when leaders have the better deal and they don't care what followers think. And they try to minimize follower input. So a non-functional, informally controlled or corrupt society of conflict would have informal clientelism as the way all four positions are organized. Could be as many as, in 2A, 4 separate informal clientelisms without collaboration. So you could have sort of autarky where, scientific institutions, financial capital, big companies, they don't listen to states at all. And the states have very weak rules, or they might have a military, but they don't have anything else. That's one way to think about how they are uncoordinated and how corruption might be maintained or problems could develop. On the other hand, 2B, you could have one common informal network putting its positions in all four areas. It could be an oligarchy where the same families and their clients, they put them in charge of universities all over the country. They put them in charge of, big companies. The big company, sons go into politics. They go into their bank. A banking dynasty might try to put somebody in the state as well, or to have, banking dynasty memberships on the board of directors of all the companies that there were. So the point is, you can have a very unconsolidated view of these four positions of institutional design conflict, or you can have a very consolidated informal way of doing that. Or sometimes, this is more realistic, even like how sometimes positions are more transparent and functional, as others are more informal bases of corrupt clientelism at the same time. You may have these state improvements that have better ideas of districting and less corrupt elections, but at the same time, you might have very informal clientelism within companies or financial markets, or in educational institutions or in religious institutions that don't want that. So it makes sense of the real world of sometimes some institutions are more representative and try to appeal in a wider way than others, but they're blocked. So it's not just the black or white assumption that everything's functional, that's the model, and everything's non-functional, that's the other. No, it's like all the nuances of mixed, discrete pieces of these institutions, some more functional, some less functional, interacting with each other and changing over time. That can be coded, that can be analyzed over time, of how things become more representative over time, how things become more integrated across these four over time, how things are not integrated or become less integrated over time and more conflictual. All that can be looked at and tracked empirically. So it's a functionalist views and pseudo-functionalist views at the same time. So for the state, functional and pseudo-functional. For a functionalist view, how to democratization, growing representation trends in states, greater transparency, greater procedural development, less reliance on political dynasties, for instance. The United States is very bad, right? It's very informal, very pseudo-functionalist, because the United States relies too much on political dynasties, clientelism and right and left. Mostly everybody with a billionaire speed dial controls the US elections. That is not transparent. Very, very corrupting on both sides, all sides, if that's the way elections get organized. Even third-party candidates like RFK Jr. in this round of 2024 in the United States, it's another political dynasty. I mean, even the outside candidates are oligarchs. So that's that's the other side. Like pseudo-functionalist view, you could say, how do ongoing trends of informal clientelism and corruption keep themselves going? How do those families maintain their power? So what we'll call trialectics results from the informal clientelism in history, and that's obviously injustice and typically greater associations of environmental degradation, I would say. So that's dealing with the state bubble. And then this consumption, functionalist and non-functionalist or pseudo-functionalist. The functionalist view is, you can have good markets. You can have markets that establish open competition and materials. They serve consumers. There's a competitive arrangement. There's no cartels. Supply and demand can work well together. But you have to know what are those conditions of those functionalist markets. You need greater choices, very few subsidies to choose winners in the markets, very few political dynamics that encourage what survives in the market, as well as less cartel coordination between suppliers. So you also have to have less supplier cheating of consumers, like putting in fillers and breads and things like, that's cheating itself in the material. So how do we get more functional dynamics where those kind of cheating arrangements and markets go away? And that's of course more just, more economically just, and more sustainable. There's less pollution. Meanwhile, think of all the opposite things that happen in markets. Markets can also establish very curtailed competition. They can perpetuate bad and destructive choices of materials and organizations. They get subsidized, to maintain themselves. And they suit only suppliers in the short term, not their followers. They damage consumers, they damage laborers, they damage environments in the long run, just to maintain that informal supplier clientelism and corruption in markets. And trialectics results from that informal clientelism. This is injustice, this is degradation. Science bubble over here, science position. Functionalist view, pseudo-functionalist view. What is greater, better organizations of knowledge? What's a more accurate framework for the sciences, for particular? I don't think you can address morality with this, by the way. I think that's entirely more subjective. More interactive and intrascientifically real knowledge, hybrid topics, justice, actual science, sustainability sciences. Those are science applied for functionality. But most science is not applied for functionality. Most of science screws up the world right now. Most of science is basically run by the military. It's called big science. Money is, since for the past 50 years, at least in the United States, most of the money in science comes from military-industrial complex. So science is basically about violence and unequitable relationships, and how do you perpetuate them? How do trends of informal clientelism and corruption of one country over others, its military technology over others, that keeps blocking a better, sustainable, representative science? How does it popularize their ideologies in education, in science, in religion, in history? What will be called the trialectics results from that informal clientelism. Science itself gets developed to maintain those informal clientelisms and not really science as an autonomous structure of knowledge at all. And the last one, finance, it just wouldn't fit on the other slide, that's all. Functionalist and pseudo-functionalist. Functionalists, you open competition, serve consumers, supply and demand work together around money, multiple currencies. Why be limited to one currency? It's not a market if you just have one currency. So you need to think about, under what conditions do functional financial markets develop with greater choice, monetary diversity, as it's called, less subsidies, less cartel coordination. You can have more functional markets for finance that are more representative that way, that are better for consumers, more financially just, potentially more sustainable. On the other hand, you have all the bad things that can happen with financial organizations. How do they establish curtailed competition or perpetuate bad choices of financial mediums? Or financial organizations that only suit themselves. They want to pump up these stocks, so they sell these stocks, but they know you're going to sell the stocks against the people they just sold the stocks to, so they can cash in on, that happens all the time. So, brokers try to sell stocks, and then when a lot of people buy them and the price goes up, then the brokerages are ones going to pull the market. Anyway, that's obviously unjust, right? So note all these positions. I'm going to have one list of all these as we end part 2 and move into part 3. All these positions so far. 2 positions on the micro-meso, leaders and followers. They're micro and they're meso at the same time. It's hard to separate this. There's never really a separate micro-meso in this perspective. We're always involved with organizations or moving into new organizations. Sure, like Weber, we can have individual ideas, but we are in dynamic contexts of other appeals. And so it's more important, I think, to have an idea of individual rationality, not based upon internal motivations, but based on external motivation, the deal. Why are you motivated to do something in regards to a particular deal or against another deal? There's 36 positions we haven't talked about. I'll have a whole slide for that in just a moment on the meso level, but there's 3 levels here. The deal is one. Deal in between is one of those 36, right? But the micro level leadership and follower strategies and tactics, that's where the disaggregation happens. There's many different strategies that leaders can do versus followers. It's not just one kind of strategy of deal making. There's honest dealing, there's dishonest dealing, there's the divide and conquer strategies of leaders. So, you have to think about their internal motivations in regards to the current deal and how they want to change it. That has never been theorized before. And you also think about the followers and their changing reasons for hanging around a deal, or their stable reasons for hanging around a deal. So these, as I say in red, there are many different kinds of these meso level rationalities with and against each other are undiscussed by Weber. Thus, later, there's positional changes of these micro level strategies and tactics are in regard to a particular ongoing meso level coordination. So there's 9 strategies of how leaders can interact, I think, with followers, and I'll show that in a moment. I think there's 19 different tactics, the things leaders will do to appeal to followers, to maintain them. And followers have the choice of 7 different kind of strategies of how to be a follower. And these relationships between leaderships, followers, and the deal in between can be functional, right? They can be toward a trend of greater coordination, representation, transparency, procedural elaboration, and less open conflict. Or they can be non-functional, pseudo-functional, as I was saying. How do leaders get the better of their followers? How is there less transparency about institutional decisions? How are procedures, you might have written up procedures, but you never use them. How is there more open conflicts over that kind of corruption in these organizations? However, note, this is very important. This doesn't mean that functionalist things get more formal and informal things get more informal. No. Functionalist things still have informal leaders, but they're just still using formal institutions in those informal ways. Informal corruption still uses formal institutions, but they're using formal institutions and policies in their own informal, corrupt ways. So this is a mixture of how formal institutions and formal policies manage the aggregation for the leaders. And the leaders can be representative, and they can use those formal institutions to manage it well and representatively, or they can use those formal institutions and formal policies to manage it in a very informal and corrupt way. But they're both using formal institutions. A lot of people in history, they argue like, oh, big institutions develop because of just scale problems. Like, previously we had these individual leaders and, they knew everybody individually, but as scale gets larger, you need to elaborate institutions. And these institutions gradually push leaders away, and they're more bureaucratic. And this is the iron cage, iron cage of rationality, talking about Weber. But but nonetheless, what I think is actually happening is different. It's that sometimes informal leaders want to get bigger and bigger themselves, and they'll start to use formal institutions just to maintain their informal clientelism a bit better. It's no dichotomy there. And so in other words, it's removing another dichotomy from your thinking. This dichotomy that informal means no formal institutions and formal means, all formal institutions. That's a mentally projected dichotomy. You can definitely see how very corrupt organizations can be in charge of huge amounts of formal institutional bureaucracies and things like that. They're using it for their own informal corrupt advantages. It's not that they've totally done away with them. They're learning to manage them just to benefit their informal group above others. So that's the important issue, that formal institutions, formal policy, and informal politics are part of the same infrastructure. You can't get rid of one and the other. You might stress that one's more important than the other, but they're all interactive with each other. And then we have 7 positions of the macro. There's 4 positions of the SSFC that I showed you, those state, science, finance, consumption. Those are macro positions in societies where there's actually many different meso organizations competing for those bubbles. Excuse me. And we also, that's an argument that there's no singular origins of power, whether in economics or in politics, which is mostly structural functionalist ideas that the state gets to coordinate everything. But no, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes, financial capital from their boardrooms coordinate what happens in the next elections. You need to have a more realistic perspective where structural functionalist ideas of the state predominance and everything doesn't make sense. And also where economics always doesn't make sense either as the main force of power. You don't need a single reductionistic force of power. It's the dynamics of all 4 that makes power. So these 4 positional and infrastructural relationships between leaders, followers, and the deal in between can be functional or a trend of greater functionality, or they can be non-functional and pseudo-functional and a trend of greater organized informal clientelism and corruption in these organizations. 3 more dynamic spatial positions over time and geographic space. That's the other 3. The 4 positions were the 4, the pyramid diagram I showed you, and the 3 more I haven't shown you yet, but I will now get into that. So, and that's where we get into macro level spatial dynamics of trialectics. So when informal and unrepresentative, in any of these dynamics, then trialectics develops in space and time. The opposite sense, when more formal and representative in any of these dynamics, trialectics fades as greater functionality develops. These 3 macro spatial positions are now discussed in upcoming slides. But first, the strategies and tactics. That was the 36 positions here. Let's look at that, and then we'll get into trialectics. Because we're building from micro and meso into the macro. You need to understand how this really is a systems model. So leaders and aggregate followers and the ongoing historical deal between them is a way to analyze the meso and macro at the same time. Leaders and followers have different changing strategies and tactics as they try to collaborate or to conflict with each other over attempts at changing the terms of the deal. Each have power of collaboration with each other. Each have power in conflict with each other. That's a trialectics only over time. That's the leaders, followers, the deal between, only over time. The trialectics in time over space is the positions, the macro level, because there's plural of these competing. For one to be dominant over the others, it needs to have greater spatial capacities, and that brings geography into the sociology of power. Let's compare these 2 ideas of trialectics to Weber to show what I mean. Oops, didn't work. Here we go. This is a pyramid diagram that I drew for my classes. They keep thinking, oh, Weber's pyramid, that's nice. Well, it's my pyramid, but it's Weber's ideas. But Weber has micro foundations for everything else. It's one-way pyramid, right? The pyramid has a large base, in other words, right? So Weber builds his whole social analysis off micro foundations, and that makes the meso arrangements, and that helps you understand macro social problems. Note, he only had micro foundations as one-way causes for all three levels. What I'm suggesting is, on the left-hand side, if you see the arrows only going one way, we need to have the arrows going both ways on all things. In other words, not just how instrumental rationality influences different bureaucracies, but how different kinds of bureaucracies influence different kinds of people. Not just how, parties are made of different class pieces with different status groups, but how do different parties appeal to different levels of rational legal authority, traditional authority. That is not done by Weber. And I think if he did that, then he would have had an early systems model of what I'm talking about. Because he did not make anything except his micro foundations the independent variable. If micro, meso, and macro were independent variable, like I'm suggesting in trialectics, then you do have a better model. And so instead of a pyramid where you have one wide base, contrast this pyramid shape to this square base where all three levels are equal to each other. The only reason they don't have equal space is because I just need to write something more in the upper levels. The spaces don't mean anything here. They're just all the same base. For instance, there's, look at these 9 causal arrows I'll show you. This is my way of thinking about what happens in trialectics. First, you have micro individual strategies and tactics. The leaders and followers as individuals. There's 7 follower orientations, but you can't be a follower until you have some aggregate thing you're related to in the deal. So there's the first arrow. When micro level actors are in plural, that creates the desire for having some meso level organizational strategies and tactics of organizations. That means micro level leaders and followers each take on both of their own micro level and added meso level interests subsumed into them, potentially losing expression of their micro level preferred interpretations and actions. In other words, you can be very unaligned or aligned here. An attempt to keep or to grow preferred meso level tactics and strategies. Instead of like Weber, who analyzed meso level as only micro level once more, since instead, this as leaderships and followers can act in their own interpretation still, of course, in strategies and tactics against their own beliefs sometimes. Maybe you have a very soft-hearted CEO, but, he wants to crack down on a labor movement. And so he does. That doesn't mean that's his personality. That means that's his meso-level rational tactics, right? Totally distinct from him as an individual. So that's one thing Weber can't do. He can't analyze meso level as a separate realm of theorizations that's needed about individual level rationalities, because it's in relation to the deal. So, as I say in parentheses, in meso level, there's 9 added leadership design strategies to appeal to. Leaders are not just, their individual rational actions, but they have 9 strategies of how they want to relate and aggregate people. And that's a meso level addition to their personalities. Meanwhile, what are they appealing to? There's 16 added choices of tactics. So for me, tactics are the things between. A strategy would be like, everybody agrees strategy to fight the war and win the war. But tactics would be, are we going to use bombs? Are we going to use missiles? Are we going to use spies? Are we going to use submarines? Are we going to use infiltration? Are we going to use, we're going to fund separatist groups? Those are different tactics, right? It's all had the same strategy of winning the war. So tactics are the things you do, the things you create in action, the things you share in these standards of behavior with people, contractual terms of the deal, the external things that are done and supported. So 9 strategies of leaders, 16 tactics that leaders can appeal to. They don't invent these things. They are appealed to. They're things in wider society that they try to assemble in their organization to appeal to, that are already widely popular. Also, when meso is plural, right? When the organizational level is plural, then you get geography more likely. And the 3 added macro level interactive spatial strategies and tactics are totally different. These are positional adherences or oppositions in general to any one meso level. And that 3 more makes 19, 16 plus 3. So that's the first arrow, micro into meso. There's a causal relationship of how that aggregates, but also once that particular deal exists and particular leadership arrangement, that has an effect on an ongoing feedback loop with follower orientations. And then it starts to go back and forth, right? It's not just, but an ongoing way keeps the meso level going. That is not done in any past social theory. Next, if you notice, when meso level aggregations are plural, then you have a movement towards macro, multiple organizations in interaction. You have a geography. And once that geography develops, then it influences the way organizations strategize themselves too. And it influences how followers align geographically with the whole system. The macro interactive trialectical positional strategies and tactics in geographical space over time. Organizations, to get truly powerful, have to try to mount and to extend a geographic positions interest. The king versus the aristocracy, right? The peasants versus the lord. These are positional dynamics. The federal government versus the states. The city autonomous government's desire to build its own internet versus state regulations of building the internet, right? Versus federal rules over building the internet. There's a contested dynamics in space there over infrastructures and over rules and over who benefits from markets of the internet, for instance, like that, or anything. Keep that in mind. So under point 1, it says, they're attempted to extend strategies and tactics. For a state government to be powerful, it has to extend over its geography over all local cities, right? And all over local agricultural communities. For a larger government to be powerful, it has to extend over multiple provincial state governments and has to have its rules enforced over other leaders even, not just over its own followers, but over other leaders that accept that there's now a hierarchy in leaderships too, where suddenly leaders are not just leaders, but leaders have to be followers of other leaders. That's very touchy for many leaders. They're not used to that kind of subordination. So how do you sweeten the deal to make sure those leaders align with other leaderships too? That's what happens in geographic expansion. So, number 1, attempting to at least divide other aggregations in space from their supporters. If a king, wants to expand his territorial control over the aristocrats, he doesn't go to war with the aristocrats. He appeals to the followers of the aristocrats on a better deal. Like, I will give you better tax rebates. You no longer have to pay taxes to the local groups. I told them, you just have to pay taxes to me. And if they bother you, you come to me. So then that way, the deal is made around somebody else, around the aristocracy in the local area. King can pass a law, say you can't have a castle anymore. You have to be defended by my main army. And I want all aristocrats to be the leaders of that one main army. You can't have your own private, troops anymore. So that's the deal, right? The new formal institutions, new formal policies structure a world where the king's position divides all of the aristocrats against each other and is an appeal to the peasant level as well by trying to steal the followers of the aristocrats toward the king. And those kind of dynamics happen all the time in history, where to get more autonomy, relatively speaking, a king needs to not support only the aristocracy or not only support the peasants, but has to support both and make sure that neither of them coordinate against the king. Because if they were to coordinate against the king, that's a totally different alliance and the king's position no longer has leadership, right? So those kind of dynamics are important. There's a divide and conquer kind of tactics that many trialectical structures have. And trialectic, as I said, is the informal and unrepresentative way clientelism develops through formal institutions and policies. Number 2, so you could divide over other aggregations to get a central control, or even attempt to recruit others away from those onto themselves. In other words, like I told you earlier, the idea that the king can simply make a proclamation that from next week, you no longer have to pay your local lord any taxes. And if he tries to get you to pay taxes, he will be attacked by me. And so it's a threat, a new jurisdiction is being developed between the peasants, trying to break up the old jurisdiction between the peasants and the aristocrats. That's a trialectical dynamic. You're trying to recruit new people onto you as the king while minimizing the aggregate support for the local lord, who may have been actually very representative. In some ways, we don't know. Or it could have been a bastard. So, number 3, you can have both simultaneously. This is where most social theory kind of doesn't allow you to think this way. A lot of people think you have representative structures and you have unrepresentative structures. That's not what I'm really arguing. I'm arguing the deal you make with people is representative to them, but it's also very unrepresentative to others at the same time. It's not just representative for all social relationships. It's representative to your particular groups you choose to represent. And that's one kind of representation that's maintained in the ongoing deal, while, of course, you're leaving the aristocrats out in the cold. You're trying to minimize their power. So you're being unrepresentative to them. You're stealing their followers, their deals. You're breaking up their capacities for local autonomy against the king. It was very unrepresentative for them. So they may have a civil war. They may try to, fight the king. Or they may try to say to the king, like, we want to marry into your bloodline so we can control the kingship. Otherwise, we'll probably fight you for 20 years. And so there may be ongoing deals also at the same time between the aristocrats and, the king to try to postpone those conflicts. All those kind of multiple dynamics happen all the time. So deals are simultaneously, as I say, repressively dividing and conquering people, and they're freshly representing and sponsoring people at the same moment. They're both representative and conflictual at the same moment. New deals of representation are conflicts with existing other deals. New conflicts are, when you break up somebody else's reputation. It's both. Those are the jurisdictional positions in space. And of course, 7 arrow goes down, and then 8 and 9, it should say 8 and 9 there. So you have macro and meso starting to interact on this trialectical spatial dynamic, and then that's ongoingly related to what's happening for followers. The followers are no longer just concerned about the local levels, but suddenly they're thinking about larger spatial alliances in their lives as well. You can pause this if you want to look at yourself, but this is the way I would compare functionalism, conflict theory, and what I call positionalism, and how in positionalism, you can do both a functionalist analysis and what I call pseudo-functionalist conflict-based theory at the same time. And on the left, those are just kinds of system it is: attitude towards power, level analysis, and attitude towards history. Those are 4 ways you can compare the differences here. And AGIL, which is from Parsonian functionalism, adaptation, goal, integration, and latent pattern maintenance. So those are things that systems do, he said, or his team argued. And conflict theories they have an AGIL as well, but positionalism has AGIL for both unrepresentative and representative structures. So think about that. Anyway, positionalism, to summarize, or pseudo-functionalism, the functionalists and conflict theorists, they're like the past systems theorists, but they're insufficient. They think they're systems theorists. Some of them are, but regardless, they functionalize conflict as a timeless principle of their system. They are not as mutual in the independent variables of the system. It's mostly independent variables, some level against the others as a system. So that's not a true system model. Positionalism, though, it's a system theory where system conditions of non-functional arrangements can be thought about over time and space, trialectics, and number 2, system conditions of functional arrangements over time and geographic space can be thought about, which I call affirmative arrangement, because they're affirming ongoing representation improvements over time. So in the first, in trialectics, it's an understanding of how dysfunctional politics attempt to maintain themselves as a system of human environmental choice repression, and this unrepresentative arrangement creates system conditions of trialectics as subaltern groups attempt to rearrange it, right? So representation, but it's also marginalizing people that might have been in a previous good representational deal. And that unrepresentative change creates a trialectical dynamic like this. And the second one, under affirmative conditions or more functional conditions, an understanding of the system conditions in which more representative and functional politics develops over time in geographic space into wider democratization, feedback, and sustainability feedback in history, thus demoting the informal trialectics itself. So, trialectic summary of important terms, leaders and aggregated followers, and the infrastructural deal in between. These are all jurisdictional alliances of appeal. Leaders don't always lead. Followers don't always follow. Like you put a new president in an organization, they're trapped to the previous followers that want that to maintain as the deal. They don't want to see a lot of change happen with a new president, typically. So things happen over time in open-ended ways. So for instance, leaders can try to push the leaders to do, followers can try to push leaders to do fresh things, to try to change the deal. Leaders can try to push followers to do fresh things, to change the deal. This is how all social aggregations are ongoing now. They're conditional accommodations. All of our organizations are pretty much better analyzed, I think, as accommodations with each other. Same with suppliers and consumers. These are accommodations in the market. Conflict and collaboration simultaneously. We know the suppliers are trying to get the better deal from us, trying to cheat us in some way, but we don't totally end all market relationships, right? We pick and choose, and we try to get the better deal as well. Same thing with religious leaderships and followers. It's not always stable. Like what will be the books of the Bible was a very open thing in the canonization process hundreds of years ago. So what became, the Catholic Bible, very, very interesting story. And what was left out was much, much larger than what made it into the Bible. So bank owners and state money, or state users and their clients. So that's all four venues of jurisdiction have the same politics over conditional accommodations. So I'll skip one. You can read that if you want. But the third element, this is about causality. Number says why leaders always lead and followers always follow, because they are positions, they are not in control. Followers are not in control of leaders, and leaders are not in control of followers. Why? Because those positions don't exist until the deal exists. So effectively, the deal itself creates and causes leaders and followers. It's not that leaders cause the deal. The deal causes the leaders. That's what I say. Leaderships and followers are always part of and caused by this third element of an external conditionally aggregated accommodation. So there's no leaders walking around suddenly becoming leaders. It's what the leaders do to appeal that makes them the leader. So the causation is backwards from what most people would normally think. People like to think leaders make things. No, the deal makes the leader. The deal makes the leader. So anyway, that's just a repeat for those who would like to look at that on a different slide. Now, after micro and meso, we're going to bring the macro dynamics in space and time. So when you add geographic space to this, as well as add more unrepresentative attempts of leaderships, and you add ongoing open-ended plural interactions over time, you get trialectics, which is a social stratification arrangement, sometimes degradative, sometimes sustainable, as it goes away. And it's caused by these terms I'm going to add. Positions, there's new kind of spatial positions and dynamics with each other. There's alliances between those spatial positions. And there's historical processes of how those hegemonies of different positions and their alliances change over time. Leaderships and power positions who employ forms of alliances find themselves within an ongoing series of interactive changes, and potentially the historical process typically gets out of their control or design. The ongoing interactions of millions of ideas, it's very hard to slow down things like that once they get started, and millions of different structures around. So think about that. So in this ongoing dynamic of exclusionary and inclusionary choices, that's just another way of saying representative arrangements actually create lack of representation in people it leaves out. So these exclusionary and inclusionary choices of allies and alliances that are with and against oppositional alliances creates a more predictable geographic world historical dynamic. It's not predictable in outcome, but it's predictable in its geographic dynamics. In short, trialectics is strategies in space and over time, interacting in their plans with and against each other. And there's a diagram of what I was talking about earlier. Once again, the empty bubbles can mean any kind of thing. Royal doesn't mean royal houses. It can mean a federal state. It can mean a one-party state. It can mean a multi-party country and a federal parliament. It can mean a company CEO versus his staff versus his workers. Though those kind of dynamics in space and over time help explain a lot of the dynamics, I think, of meso-level history as well as macro history. So it's a synthesis for understanding those three things: origins of larger social stratification and inequality, or its reduction, the origins of institutionalized environmental degradation, or sustainability, and growing democracy and decline of democracy historically worldwide. And on the bottom, if the top image is positions and alliances, the bottom image is over time reading left to right of one additional dyadic hegemony. Dyadic means two sides, right? So these double two-sided hegemonies would be a royal peasant alliance allied. If it's successful, it grows over time, and that may make it difficult because everybody grows, and it may make the aristocrats more powerful over time, whatever position they are. And so the deal is rearranged. And if that still remains stable, then maybe aristocrats get more powerful against the king. And they change it to the third one, where their dyadic alliance removes the capacity of even the royal central house or the royal central position from dominating any kind of power positions. And then there's kind of a meant to be an empty space. Typically, trialectics breaks down right here. And military consolidation with a New Deal typically consolidates a whole new trialectical dynamics of very unrepresentative relationships off of military consolidation, which also has, of course, a new religion. It could have a new material deal for the peasants, but nonetheless, it's a material consolidation that nobody wanted before. And so that starts a new unrepresentative structure, and the cycle repeats if people choose to repeat it. Anyway, I think it's best to do this with a comparison of Marx and myself, because Marx had a philosophy of history that most still follow and understand. I offer another, because Marx had a conflict basis of stratification, though functionalist conflict, and because Marx had a philosophy of the origins of all power and economic reductionism, which is only one way to gain power, as I argued in the 4 positions of power earlier. Marx, right? One line across for the upper class, one line below for the lower class. And they never meet, they're in utter conflict, right? That's my quick diagram of Marx. Mark, me, That's the upper class. The upper class is divided. It hates each other. They don't collaborate. The king hates the aristocrats. The king wants to remove the castle towns and tries to pass laws and structures to make sure the aristocrats want to find ways to get into the royal court, not because they're loyal servants, but they want to dominate those infrastructures for themselves and make sure they get the best use of the tax perks that the king can get just for themselves alone. So, the upper class isn't coordinated against the lower class. The upper class hates itself, hates each other. They want the better deal because it's geographic. This is why the royal house is raised a bit higher, because the royal position tends to try to be a bigger spatial position than the aristocrats. But the aristocrats can fight back and set up a better deal where they have more institutional control. Meanwhile, the lower class, though, doesn't always see eye to eye and coordinate with each other. They don't like each other either. For different regions, particularly in Korea, different regions don't even marry each other. Politics are very different region by region in Korea, but also nobody even, it's like there's like feuds, family feuds that don't even dare to marry each other for hundreds of years, simply because of the regions they come from. And that's a very realistic perspective of the world, I think, right there. This strange, Halloween-looking mask there, right? That's more accurate, where you have divided upper classes and divided lower classes. And because of these different positions, guess what happens? How do you get power? Remember what I said about positional alliances making power? So if those are positions, you know, then that's an alliance. The royal house only gets power caused by the alliance it makes. So if you want to have a strong royal house or royal position or a central government, you have to make a deal that makes your position more valuable than other kinds of arrangements. And so you might appeal to multiple local levels instead of them all divided, like on the upper side where you have the dots all hating each other. You try to align different local groups together to all have the same beliefs that the king or the central government will be in a good alliance for the future. Meanwhile, when you're in alliance in this way, this dyadic way, notice where there is no alliance. You no longer support your local government. You don't look for your local city to have an autonomous power supply or sewer system. You're basically looking for the central government to provide some kind of succor or support for you. This may be the three ways, right? It could be threats. The king or the central government may threaten you more. That's violence. It may have ideological pressures. Like I said, it may, you may be a religious call that you support. It may be a new moral code, and it may be perks, material perks. You get a better material deal out of it. So, like I said, those three levels, violence, ideologies, materials, that's what are the main tactics from which these alliances are made. And the better deals get the better aggregations, and the more aggregations, the more power. But remember, it's the deal that makes the followers, the deal that causes the leaders. And so if the deal changes, it doesn't, no matter who you are, you won't be a leader very long. So alliances like that. Notice I have tri-royal there. Tri-royal means that's just a name for describing that dyadic alliance. I'll have an image of that later. But also you might describe this as a way of describing the quality of jurisdictions in society. These are typically public, they're transparent. Things are done in public. They're done for public reasons. There's new public institutions. There's new public funding of things. Meanwhile, what does the aristocrats want? They want, privatization. They want, these institutions don't be so much feedback of people. We can control them better if, you fund, public-private partnerships, not just a state nationalist plan, but, everybody makes money with public-private partnerships, they said. So, they structure the deal to create them as powerful in addition to the central state. And that's, notice how it's eroded the previous kind of public deal towards a more private deal. It's still an infrastructure. The peasant citizen position are still involved, but they're no longer really involved being appealed to. They're simply along for the ride. And then as it gets more powerful, I argue, you have more appeals to secret things. But all of these three things, public, private, and secret, they have to take place in public. You can't justify your secrecy by just saying nothing. You just have to say, this is secret and national security. There's public reasons for not talking about. So I'm saying as you get more aristocratic and hegemony in a society, you tend to see a lot more cultural justifications of secrecy and attempts not to be transparent, attempts to hide things, attempts to keep people unaware of what is actually happening. This is the first perspective I've seen ever, which tried to explain the sociological origins of why things are called public, private, or secret, right? Moving on. Typically, there's a socially constructed risk here too. Typically, public things, we like to think, we hope that they're going to be risk demotive. They don't always happen this way. I totally think that's true. But normally they argue that we're doing this because we're removing risk and fear from your life. We're going to make it more regular. And so it's not only an appeal to be public, but it's an appeal that we are reducing your risk and your problems. So a lot of public things are justified as risk demotive. Whether that happens to be true or not, that's not the issue. The issue is the ongoing appeals are justified as risk demotive. Meanwhile, private things, maybe passive risk expansion, like if things get more private, it's less open to control, less open to catching problems faster in a transparent environment where people are watching it. So you might see a passive expansion of risk and privatization of all kinds of things. And then obviously as things get more secretive, you're enforcing scandals that never appear in the newspapers because they're secret. So you're enforcing risk. You're like repressing people from learning about increasing risk in their lives. You remove the labeling for GMO crops, for instance, instead of adding labeling. Obama, Here's Obama in 2008, risk demotion. He's going to label GMOs. That was his big promise. And eventually what passed was, we are intentionally not going to label GMOs, so you won't know where they are. It's a risk repression of your knowledge of what's happening in a secret environment. So lack of labels for GMO products like that. Now they're slowly moving them in, a bit more public, but nonetheless, that's what immediately happened. It was this idea that we're going to move in GMO crops as the infrastructure without labeling, without peasant citizen, local groups being able to know or to differentiate. Why? Because that suits the aristocratic interests more than the state. Anyway, processes, positions, alliances, processes over time. It's conditional. Trialectics is not some background factor. It's an ongoing choice to maintain unrepresentative situations. So if the royal position has a great sense of lack of representation, it creates a catalyst of peasant groups, local citizens, urban councils, and aristocrats to team up. They try to find some ways to reorient this dyadic deal. But if the royal position and the royal alliance maintains itself for a while, everybody's going to grow. The scale of society may grow. It's just any kind of stability encourages economic aggregation. And so that kind of stability even allows people outside of the deal to grow. And as they get more powerful, culturally, economically, whatever, they have more say and push on the deal, or they have so much power they want to make their own deal. And so the royal position may say, we don't want people making their own deals, let's bring them into the deal as well. And so you end up with the point two, like you see a slow, what I call systemic drift in the structures of who is informally in control of the infrastructures of a society. First, it might have been the open position of the king, more transparent, more claiming to be risk reductive. And then later you have a situation where other powerful groups have to be appealed to or the system starts to come apart anyway. So they're integrated into the deal. And that leads to reduction of transparency, potentially greater risk because it's just in the private interest of many aristocratic positions. And of course, aristocrats, as I said, are not just aristocrats. They could be banks, private banks against public companies. They could be, big companies against state governments, whatever. But those kind of deals get institutionalized in public in lieu of previous public infrastructures. But, privatization still has to happen in public, right? And then if that is continuously happening for a while, it builds up a lot of risk, I think, on the bottom, the grassroots levels. And so the aristocrats of positions, they prefer to repress that risk over time. And they do it in more secret ways. It could be assassinations of environmental activists. It could be technological repression. It could be invading another country that doesn't want to ship you cheap materials. But more and more violence is used to maintain these aristocratic hegemonic oligarchic style structures of power. And but they don't have the tax base anymore for that. So typically their dreams can be very big, but their capacities get smaller and smaller. And that leads to this empty period here where trialectics itself may break down. What does that mean? That means nobody believes in a state. Nobody believes in big companies. They've moved down to the local level again in what I call a fast ecological revolution. Reasons for that later, but fast ecological revolution means there's a movement, greater concern for health, greater concern for ecology, greater concern for local economy structures and new taxation, they want to keep control local, and they refuse appeals of all external delocalized power. And so that kind of dynamic can stop a state from reforming for a long time, because state's a cultural thing. State has to have people that believe the state is necessary. And many societies go through periods where they just don't believe the state is necessary anymore. And that's called, Nettle calls that, stateness. Stateness is a quality of culture. And some cultures give up that stateness quite a while. And it's very hard to regenerate it, except through another violent military conquest. And that's, of course, this fourth triangle. So this is a trialectical process. There's three terms for this, the trialectical process. I also call it a feudalization process, because it is an increasing aristocratic dominance and then repression and oligarchic dominance. In a modern world, we might call it a privatization process. It's all the same. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's a trialectical process. You can call it privatization, you call it feudalization. It's the same process of privatization in the past and the present. It's the same process of feudalization in the past and the present, where increasingly private, informal crony groups, particularly families, get greater and greater control of the dynamics of public infrastructures and repress risk of everybody else. Anyway, that's a summary. I won't have time to talk about that here, but that just means that as it moves along, there's increasing divisions between different groups of how this should be arranged. Originally, the royal house still tries to do public institutions here, and they're trying to do private institutions here. But later, they're both out for themselves. Later, the royal house is just as oligarchic and local, like an aristocrat, against everybody else. It may have the heritage of having an ideological, legitimacy that's stronger than other aristocrats, but nonetheless, their tactics become equally private and martial against each other. And that's when the state really falls apart, when nobody's really building public institutions ever again. They're all building these mutual structures of violence against each other. It's like instead of, if there's aristocrats and if the military is no longer trying to be public, it's just trying to be another aristocrat, trying to keep its budget going too. That's the kind of dynamic that you can probably see state breakdown. It just encourages people to give up their idea that there should be a state when all they see is just multiple different private fiefdoms, whether the military, whether different companies, whether different banks, all just out for themselves. Anyway, explaining the images, as said, instead of unified upper classes with clear dialectical opposition, divided and split elites are normal. Stop pretending it's not. It's just what happens. Why not analyze it? One of the two delocalized positions attempt hegemony, not domination. Hegemony by creating institutional clientelism, which the other two positions members are invited or coerced to participate in a biased design as the only way to serve their own interests. It's like, a king could tell the local aristocrats, so you like playing with military things too. Well, I can kill you now, or you can join my army. And so, that's a very biased, coerced thing. Like, the aristocrat wants to have their own army, not work for somebody else's army, but that's the only option they're given. So the infrastructure is designed to encourage a royal supremacy on that. The only way to serve their interests in practice as the other forms of mobility are demoted. Elites have disagreements over how to stratify society, sometimes projecting central public institutions, sometimes projecting decentralized, elite-dominated private institutions as the purpose of the state. You can read that yourself. Pay attention to jurisdictional conflicts and design conflicts and changes in history, because that's when things happen. Jurisdiction is interscientific. It's a hybrid topic. It affects stratification, ideologies, material flows. It's everything. So whether aristocratic, royal, or local autonomous forms of jurisdiction, all are hardly representative institutions automatically. Just because the local level is local doesn't mean it's always going to be more public, right? So there's a potential for the local jurisdiction or the royal jurisdiction to be more public representative, though it's only potential. You could have this local theocratic group that chops people's heads off just as much as you could have a local, social democratic state. So both can be more representative than others, sometimes royal or the local. Typically, delocalized elites only extend these informal macro private institutions into local regions. So even when it's a public institution, if it's dominated by an upper level of informal groups that administer that, then it's really in their control. That's what I mean by macro private. Even the king or royal houses attempts to expand control over the aristocrats is just another privatized control, but just around the king. Anyway, another image, instead of unified lower classes with clear dialectical opposition to upper classes, divided lower classes are normal as well. They're split lower classes are normal. Just analyze it. They're split in three ways. Think about this. They're split in their elite support. Different localized positions can be appealed to differently. In European history, different local city-states sometimes were sponsored by the king and sometimes were sponsored by the local aristocrat. Why? Because that's how the local city-state got the best deal at the time. And then maintaining those urban privileges and freedoms were not something that the city created. the alliance, as I said, right? The alliance itself creates the followers. The alliance creates the leaders. So, that alliance for protecting that particular city-state's freedoms, that's keeping the city-state intact. So it depends on the alliance between a king and the city-state. So, but meanwhile, a city-state next door who's doesn't like that other city-state, they want to ally with your local aristocrat because he'll give them a better deal versus the other one that's working with the king. And so you can see how elites need local groups, but sometimes, the local groups can be split in their elite support. That's the point. And different delocalized elites attempt hegemony over them. Split elites attempt to ally with aggregate base groups of citizen peasants, and it's normal and conducted in 3 different ways, right? I've already shown that. It's split in their rejection of elites. Some groups say, we want total autonomy, but others people say, no, I still want to vote for these political parties, and I don't want to just do total autonomy things. So that's how local groups are split too. They're split upon some people wanting to keep alliances to larger elites and some not wanting to have them at all. And also they're split against themselves regionally, as I showed you. Like within the so-called lower class, they're divided in particular frameworks of regional optimization, regional improvement. They're working on their own little infrastructures. They don't see an alignment of another group on the other side of the whole country. They basically, this one particular valley, they're trying to optimize it for themselves. So each region develops its own optimal forms of culture, elites, material choices, identity versus others. And I call that ecological self-interest. Your self-interest is built into a particular geography instead of only a particular form of, alliance per se. Anyway, keep continuing. So empirical reality summarizes upper classes are split, delocalized elites, and empirical reality is lower classes are split, localized elites. They're split because the major vector of power is spatial scale of all 3 different interests. And they are split because from that spatial differential, they have different ideas and different strategies for optimizing their self-influence seen across all those 4 institutions of conflicts, right? State, science, finance, consumption. So all delocalized elites agree on their primacy, right? They all want some informal control. They don't say we want to be representative. They say we want total hegemony over the king. We want hegemony over the peasants. How do we do that? And the king wants to argue something similarly. They want to maintain more vertical arrangements, as I'm saying, that they don't want see people they're equal. And they dislike those horizontal arrangements that make them just representatives. I mean, they want to be overlords. They want to be informal people with informal clients. They don't want to just be representatives that can be replaced in a few years. So they think how we can create these long-term trends of informal clientelism to keep our power. And they do that in very dirty ways. It's not just about representation, in very violent ways to keep people down, to keep that clientelism. Not just represent, but also violently repress at the same time. Not one or the other, but both at the same time. So these split, delocalized elites, they integrate, dominate, or create jurisdictional extensions, these infrastructures over split, localized groups at different scales and conflict with other elites or locals. The split, localized elites either accept or reject such delocalized extensions. Just empirically analyze this, over time and not worry about foundational principles. There is no foundational principle here. The principle is an ongoing chosen dynamic, and you don't need some foundation per se. The base here is simply the micro, meso, macro dynamics all in interaction at any level as the prime cause of the other levels. You don't have it based on any one level, any one factor. It's a dynamic in history that if you start very unrepresentative structures, you end up with trialectical dynamics. So as sort of a literature review for a few slides, there are 5 ways people use this term trialectics. I want to be clear exactly what I mean by trialectics. In the 5 list, I'm number 2 and number 4, number 5 below. But number 5 is unique here to me. Trialectics really was my word to signify 2 things. There's a trialectics and 3 interactions of leaderships, followers, and the deal in between over history, over time only. And these are equally a trialectics between micro, meso, macro, right? However, when point number 1 is plural, you start to get spatial relationships involved with the dynamics of them all. And so for one group to be dominant, it needs to learn to expand in space, not just compete locally with another group, but how do we extend ourselves over multiple locations? So you have a tripartite dynamic of unrepresentative leaders and aggregate followers, and their deal in between that, due to that unrepresentative interpreted quality, catalyzes plural others' attempts at escaping or altering it from subaltern leadership. This is not just over history, but over history and over geographic space. So number one is interacting just over history. Look at the boldface. Number two is over history and geographic space. For that latter meaning, I invented the term trialectics, I thought, as an abbreviation out of frustration with trying to describe this to people. And originally I would say, oh, these are tripartite positions and alliances and strategic and tactical like people didn't understand that. So I thought I'll just make up a stupid word. And I thought I'll just, instead of dialectics, I'll call it trialectics. That's kind of funny in a mocking sort of way. And that was enough for people to understand. But then I learned, once I thought I had invented that idea, that other people had used that term. And so it made a whole new level of confusion for some people. So let's describe that confusion right now and exactly what I mean by trialectics. So there's about 5 ways people have used this term trialectics, though. One, it's a view of change in personalities, organizations. Okay. It's a critique of dialectics. And so that's, but it's mostly just conceptual. It's not spatial, right? It has nothing to do with the deal in between. So it's not my version of trialectics here. People use it just like people use any kind of, new age spiritualist movements. Like it's seen as a interesting kind of neologism for a lot of people like that. But these are sort of pseudo-spiritualist movements in some. Anyway, number 2 is a bit more empirical. It's like 3 views of any random elements in ongoing interaction. And so, yeah, as you see in red there, the first instance of trialectics is like that. Leaders, followers, a deal in between. Yeah, that's 3 different things in ongoing interaction. Urban geographer Henri Lefebvre, Soja, a lot of people talk about thirdness. That's the local spaces. If you have your work site and your family site, and then the third space would be the community site. And so the dynamics of those things make a trialectics, right? Other people might say, what's the interaction of culture, language, and ethnicity? That's a trialectics. Or gender, sexuality, and something, and that would be a trialectics. And so that's a more generalized term. And so, yeah, it's true. I use that word trialectics in that sense, but only for leaders, followers, and the deal in between. Number 3 specific elements in ongoing interactions with a clear spatial dynamic. And so there's some people I found, to my shock, that were thinking trialectically about geographic dynamics, but they weren't social analysts, they were performance artists. This is the man named Asger Jorn. He invented the idea of 3-sided football, just to kind of poke fun at team-based sports. And also is a kind of critique of labor movements at the time that were very strong in European history. He thought, it's just kind of oversimplified capitalists versus laborers. So it's not the first thing you think of, right? If you wanted to critique that, you're going to make a new kind of game. But he wanted to popularize it as a new kind of game. His 1960s performance art creation of 3-sided football was meant to critique dialectical thinking. It's a game of 3 teams in football, not 2 sides. And thus becomes a game of spaces and shifting alliances and betrayal and unpredictable adjustments. Instead of who gets the most points wins, is who gets the least points scored against them wins. So imagine team A and team B going to score on team C, but then team A looks at the board and says, uh-oh, if we let team C get a point, then it looks bad for me. So I'm going to break off, I'm going to block. I'm suddenly going to ally with team C. We're going to work against B, because B is the one we need to score on, because B's going to win the game. So A might stop working with B and sort of work against B at that point. So that kind of thing happens all the time, where people are allied together, they switch alliances because they're temporary in alliance. So Jorn's game sort of is a living proof of that kind of dynamic. It's interesting, but it's a spatial dynamic. It's a theoretical critique of dialectical Marxism, but but it's not historical. So I mean, it has two of those three things that's similar to trialectics, but it doesn't have all three. Meanwhile, number four, you have people that do have historical perspectives, but they're not interested in the spatial things, which is sad. Like views of three specific elements and ongoing interactions with a clear spatial dynamic, yet without any intent to critique dialectical views of history. So George Simmel, there's a really interesting essay by Simmel called The Nobility. In the very beginning of that, he wants to talk about only the nobility, but he sets the stage for why he's interested in the nobility. And he left it totally undeveloped, because if he had continued that essay and thought about what he had wrote, he could have started what I call historical trialectical analysis right there. He had it all. Basically, Simmel in 1905, I think, was already talking about this historical spatial conflict collaboration dynamics that constantly switches. But for Simmel, what was sociology was stable, and what was cultural was a historical form. And so he wasn't just interested in this ongoing interaction of multiple cultural forms, as he would say. So he didn't really care, which is a shame. As I said, in red there, Simmel did consider ongoing planned and unplanned social interactions strategically in space could be a social form, of interactive cultural forms. He would have discovered historical trialectics 100 years ago and perhaps ended Marx's hegemony right there. However, Simmel was not interested in that, and he ignored it and went on to talk of his smaller topic, nobility. So Simmel, there's some aspects of Simmel that are quite close to my version of trialectics. Number five, the second view of historical trialectics over history, over geographic space. It's a view of three elements, the clear spatial dynamics, unrepresentative interactions, with the critique dialectical views of history and Marxism, and with actual historical scholarship. That happens with me. That doesn't happen with Simmel. That didn't happen with Jorn. They each have different mix and match dynamics of that. And so those dynamics in history yield a positional historical trialectics. Others have shown this in case studies. A really good book, if you want to find it, it's called, what's it called? Communities of Discourse. It's a very thick book, Communities of Discourse, about history of interactions of, I think, early Protestantism, early Marxism, and which states sponsored and which states didn't sponsor such dynamics. It's basically a trialectical history of Europe over 1,000 years almost. But he never uses that word, and he never even theorizes what he's talking about. But it's a really good discussion of what I mean by trialectics, to look at that book, Communities of Discourse. Anyway, as I said earlier, I invented this as an abbreviation mostly out of frustration with opaque yet accurate phrase of tripartite positions and alliances in strategic and tactical interaction. But I learned trialectics, though, was used by other people, but this specific meaning of number 5 and number 2 are my own here. And in green is what I'm talking about. I am on the far bottom row here, historical trialectics, Whitaker. And if we look at the different conditions, I have no for all those things. I'm yes on 3 things. So it's three bars, like you win at the slot machine. There's 3, you have to have 3 yeses to understand what I mean. 1, you have to have general view of change in history is more open-ended, specific elements of royal, aristocratic, citizen, peasant, spatial dynamics, check. With intent to critique dialectical views, check. With comparative historical scholarship, check. And not all people had those 3 things. Simmel had comparative historical scholarship, but wasn't interested in that spatial dynamic. He wasn't interested in critiquing Marxism. Jorn had interest in critiquing Marxism, but he, wasn't really interested in this open-ended dynamic per se. I should say yes there. Jorn's really actually another green box under that one, but nonetheless, he didn't have any historical scholarship. So only trialectics come together under me for those 3 green bars. And Lefebvre, Peirce, Gu, others, that's me as well, because that's leaders, followers, and the deal in between. But my version of that is not about space itself. With that said, we won't come back to that topic. So now back to the details about finally all of those strategies and leaderships and how they come together. So these are the social environmental world of these trialectical accommodations. There's leadership strategies through certain tactics to aggregate followers against other leaderships and follower aggregations attempting to do the same. So the 9 leadership design strategies, the 19 jurisdictionally shared tactics that are available in the wider society that are sort of assembled. I mean, leaders don't make these, they're assembled together to make the leader. And 7 follower strategies and orientations. So given unrepresentative trialectical dynamics, how do you become a hegemon? How do you become a real leader through a deal? By creating a dyadic representation alliance. You appeal to someone and you minimize the other guys. And then when you are appealing to that group in space, you have to think, how do I feel this alliance with something? So you look around, what's popular, you try to put that in your alliance. Whatever they want, you try to give them. Whatever they are, you try to support that too. So they naturally support you. I'll show what I mean in a minute. But leaders will talk about that first. Then we'll talk about followers, and then we'll talk about the tactics they share. So first, we have the 9 leadership design strategies. It's unimportant what's written on the double lines there right now. It's just demonstrating the fact that there's an ongoing dynamics. So the design strategies, they're unstable, different kinds of jurisdictional design strategies or motivations of jurisdictional leadership. And this is their myriad choices of strategy behind their tactics. So it's not the tactics themselves, not whether you appeal to money or your patriotism, those are ideologies. It's what why they're doing that. And so these are the 9 things of why they do that. You know, it may be an honest strategic, I misspelled strategic there, funny, honest strategic dealing to aggregate. Could be an honest strategies of divide and conquer. You know, if you don't like your current followers, you might try to invite a lot of other followers in. Stalin did that, you know, he's trying to, you be loyal to Stalin, we'll take over this political party that took over Russia, and then we'll push all the other people out that supported, previously Lenin and Trotsky. It could be the Democrats in the United States. They get tired of supporting, urban Black American populations. They're just going to bring in, a lot of illegal aliens who will be more loyal to them, and they'll just take the tax base away from the Black Americans in urban cities. That's number 2, divide and conquer. The current US Democrats are using, it's an honest strategy of divide and conquer. They want to bring in new people and they want to minimize the current base that they have of citizens. Feign strategic dealing, it's like, you're kind of bluffing, like I'm really powerful, I'm dangerous, but you're not. And so that can be something a leader tries to do. They say, I can give you $1 billion, we can do it, but they can't do it. They just want you to do something for them in the short term while they promise long-term things, right? The other ones you can understand. There's willing compromise, like, okay, I understand, I hear you, we can do that. I want to do this, but I agree, I'll bend on this and you can do that and I'll do this. So we can work together because I need an ally. So that's a willing compromise. But then there's unwilling compromise. Like, oh yeah, I'll totally support that. You just sign here, you vote for me this time and we're definitely going to control the border. We're definitely going to, it doesn't happen, right? So it's unwilling compromise. They might use words. They might use symbolic politics to tell you what they're going to do. But those leaders don't do anything. But notice the last 3. Those are 6 sort of strategies of individuals, but the last 3 are institutions because leaders are on both. Leaders are micro level and meso level. Leaders have control over those 3 things. You can administer the law equally for, that's justice, right? Where you set up a system, the deal makes the leaders, the deal makes the followers, but it's how you administer that deal that really makes it work. And you can do honest, where law equals administration, that's justice. But there's a lot of other options for leaders. You might say, well, I'm only going to use law, when it benefits my informal groups, and I'm going to ignore my allies when they commit crimes. And we'll only go after somebody else when they commit crimes. That's injustice, right? So, but it's not legal per se, but it's what happens. There's a lot of situations in governments, particularly where law is very different than administration, where they lapse on the administration. It's totally legal what happens, but somehow they don't go to jail, right? And that's because they're in a good alliance. The leader needs these followers. They don't want to punish them because if they did punish them, they may lose a lot more leaders, a lot more followers. And number 9, 7, 8, 9 are all institutional meso level administration issues. Administration without law, you just do things totally illegal. Like you spy on people, you may try to poison them, you steal their mail, you try to threaten them in different ways. Totally illegal things are done by states as well, by organizations, by companies. That's espionage, right? So, but that happens. So it's a way to understand, justice, transparency. It's also a way to understand injustice in the world. And so back to the six strategies are on the micro level, and they're about the IMV, right? Ideology, material, violent things you can do. And there's many different ideologies you can appeal to. I'll show you what I mean by that. There's different material things you can appeal to. I'll show what I mean by that. And there's just sheer violence. Violence means you'll do something to your followers and you threaten them to maintain, or what you're going to do, you're going to say, I'm going to protect my followers' violence. Like you can have a riot in my city, but I won't take you to jail. But if my political opposition has a riot, we'll take them to jail. That's what I mean, that you're sponsoring somebody else's violent tactics. It's representation, it's conflict at the same time. So notice where justice and injustice is in this system. Also notice the three more strategies are meso level. There are differences in administrative strategy. The top six are differences in leadership design. Like what do you want to do with these institutions? And then what you really do with these institutions. Administrative strategy, and the way administration is done. And 6 + 3, of course, is 9 leadership design strategies. Note, there's only one way for leaderships to show organizational justice and alignment. 157, honest strategic dealings to aggregate. 5, willing compromise. 7, justice. But that doesn't happen in history. There's so many more options of injustice and problems in history. And it's just, you need to classify all the different bad things for the one good thing. It's like the Anna Karenina principle, right? Tolstoy wrote about that, where, what did he say? That all happy families look exactly the same, but all unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. And that's the problem here. There's only one way to have a really good representative leader, but there's so many ways to have a very evil dystopian system. Next, 7 follower orientations. How do followers appeal? What's their modus operandi? What do they do? What's in for them? So this is the way you can be a follower. Just say you're following a leader and you come for a particular deal. That could be a full internalization. You say, I totally believe in everything. I love the ideas. I love the material perks. I like the fact that my violence is sponsored, or I like the fact that he's cracking down on crime hard. So those kind of partial internalization means, well, I don't really like the material perks, but these are really ideas that I believe in. Maybe he'll do better in the future. You have to remember, jurisdictions and infrastructures are not just present. They're based on somebody's interpretations of what they would like to happen in the future. So people can be strung along with lies for a very long time while they believe in the goodness of the leader, right? Even if it will never happen, they'll still believe in the goodness of the leader. So they may be still internalized, even if they notice the leader doing weird things. The only person really writing about this is Hirschman. He wrote a nice book called Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, which I encourage you to think about, where he say people don't just instantly leave a relationship, particularly an organizational relationship, if it looks bad to them. They hang around. They have more, loyalty, as he's called it. Exit would means like a real market situation. You don't get what you want, you leave and you find a new institution. Most people don't exit in markets or states or politicians. They hang around. They give voice, right? They complain. Like whenever you got a bad meal at a restaurant, you don't just walk out and find a new restaurant. You may complain because you like the restaurant. You want to come back to it. You want them to know what's wrong. You don't just leave and let them never know. So in a real world situation, Hirschman argued, exit, voice, and loyalty always takes place. Maybe your loyalty might be you don't tell the restaurant it was a bad meal because you want them to have good encouragement because it's a new place and you like it and you don't. So Hirschman's very interesting on the many different meso-level rationalities that people have to have organizational relationships. It's not just, you get what you want or you leave. There's many different layers. And I didn't quite like his 3 levels of category because I think there's many different ways to internalize it too. Like there's full internalization, there's partial internalization, there's ambivalence. Ambivalence is things I like, things I don't like, but I don't want to change anything. Like, like say you're at a particular place or a particular restaurant you've been to a long time, and they change the menu and it's got only one of your favorite things anymore, but all the things are new. You may still keep going back for that one thing because it's ambivalence. You don't want to make any decision either way. You want to keep your habit. That's the way with a lot of places. When people see organizations changing, they don't instantly leave. They kind of hang around ambivalently, hoping that things will correct themselves over time. They don't have full internalization anymore. They don't even have partial internalization anymore. They have very pessimistic views about the organization, but nonetheless, they're ambivalent. Like maybe it'll change. I don't really like it, but at least it has some food I like, and I'll keep coming back. But in general, I don't like the staff anymore. I lost the friends I had made here. And so the point is, people get ambivalent. Full quiescence. Quiescence is an interesting word. That means you're ready to fight. You're ready to kill even, but you don't do anything. You're totally quiescent. You're ready for sprung action and violence at the moment. And you're going to, like a revolutionary, like waiting for the right moment to strike. You don't believe anything about the ideological claims. You don't like the structure of violence that you're perpetuating against this leader. You don't like the material situation you're in, but you don't do anything yet. So it's a lot like ambivalence, but you're ready to leave instantly. So quiescence. Partial quiescence might means, you're ready to leave instantly if only one more thing changes, but it's sort of a mixture of ambivalence and quiescence for partial quiescence. And then there's just rebellion, revolutionary behavior. This is people that no matter what the deal is, they just believe in their own new future better. So it could be they're giving up something they like, and they're going off to build a new institution. So I think you can understand a lot of rebellions and revolutionary behavior against a deal as a lot of a new image of the future that people are popularizing. They anticipate that this new institutional relationship would be much better. And that optimism drives a lot of rebellions. Not just anger drives rebellion, but optimism, do you win, drives rebellions. That you will win drives a revolution. Berserk behavior is just people that want to, shut it all down. Just break up the system. They don't have a future. No matter when the deal's terrible, there's some things I like, but I just want to break it up anyway. It's just the politics of destruction. So they don't have a better idea. They're just frustrated as hell, and that's berserk behavior. So maybe one final thing the leader does that just drives them crazy. And so they'll, they may, set fire to the owner's cars, they'll do some stupid thing that has no real, it's just berserk behavior to wreck the system. It's like peasants that are tired of taxes. They go and burn down the tax, tax institution, try to destroy the databases, or they murder the tax collector. And, that's not really rebellion. Rebellion is, you build your new tax collecting system. You set up a perimeter and you don't let the state in. But this berserk behavior is like historical arson in the night, and people that vigilante violence that doesn't seem to have a real political movement behind it, just random anger and violence. So I think those are 7 things that followers do, and followers can move back and forth between them. The deal can change and move the follower, but the deal can stay the same, and the follower can change too in their meso-level rationality. So that's the 7 follower orientations. Is there a pattern? No, there's no pattern. It's just very random, unstable, different orientations. It doesn't lead to one or the other. It depends on the ongoing deal. It depends on the ongoing interpretation. It also depends on the ongoing sense of choice that you have, or lack of choice you have in interpretation. So last one, the things in the middle, the deal that creates the leaders, the deal that creates the followers. These are the tactics, and the tactics are not something, they're just in society in general. You appeal to what's already there and popular. You try to put it into your own alliance. Let me show you what I mean. These are the tactics. You appeal to a certain kind of gender. You appeal to a certain ethnicity, a particular sexuality, a particular handicap status and attitude. So in other words, you're not inventing these things. It's sort of like, okay, we'll adopt this idea in society and put this, I will defend that in my alliance. Or, I like a CEO it seems like there's a lot of discrimination in my society, so I'm going to follow along with that discrimination, and I'm only going to hire these people of a certain ethnicity. And that means I'll get lots of loyal workers, right? But, if a CEO says, I'm going to intentionally hire only, mixed race couples for my work, and, that's, you may have a hard time getting a large follower base, right? So, it's like a box of jigsaw pieces where the pattern is yours to make. There's 16 different ones here, and the last 3 are 19 for 17, 18, 19. Those are spatial positions and other things. So, but it's what's in society itself already, and which ones are you going to defend and support on the institutional level, and which ones are you going to try to block or destroy? And, in other words, what are the ongoing historically adjusted tactics that make the deal between the leadership and aggregate followers, with the ongoing deal itself made between them of what's existing in society in general? In other words, if you have religion A and religion B, and most people are religion A, if you're a politician, you'll probably try to associate yourself with religion A, right? You're not going to say, I'm going to only support religion B, vote for me, and so it's not going to work. So the tactics are what's available. You're assembling it. That's why I call these jurisdictional assemblages. You're not inventing the jurisdiction. You have to assemble it from all the little, little power knowledge structures, Foucauldian term, the power knowledge structures that already exist in society. You try to defend a certain arrangement of them in aggregate. So the abbreviation is terrible, but Gesher, Lim, CV to PJP, and double the hit. You can remember that. HIT means you had an extra H, an extra I, an extra T. And those are 19 things as promised. You can look at that and pause if you'd like. Now, larger only, that's just the same image before, a little bit larger. 19 accretive aggregative variables of stratification by tactics. Abbreviation, doubled HIT. So let's put it all together. We have 9 leadership tactics, 19 tactics with leaderships on one side and follower orientations to those tactics on the other. And it looks like this. So this is, I think, a more accurate way to think about micro, meso, macro, ongoing systems theory models of what happens in social relationships for one organization. But, spatial levels, you get 3 different things. You get stratification by positions as well, stratification by different assemblages as a whole. Keep this ongoing deal, it becomes a durable relationship too. And the stratification by the ongoing process, stratification by different jurisdictional processes. Like the ongoing trialectical process itself can be so large it gets out of anybody's control, and people are just reacting to the ongoing dynamic. And like privatization, ongoing feudalization structures, which tend to collapse if they continue that way. Anyway, that's 9, that's 19, and that's 7. Plus, this is important, there'll be another slide, but you think that's really hard to juggle. If you're a juggler, it's hard to juggle 3 things, much less 19 things. So how do you do it? You do it by putting all those balls in one ball. Like a leader is from a family. So instead of a new leader each time, you're nominating, people people you've already vetted in your family network. So this is what I call the family/state. Why? Because it's private families, but they don't exist except in the public institutions. Like they're durable politicians in many societies, right? They could be aristocrats like that. They could be, political dynasties, left or right. They try to keep specific informal clientele. People trust one family over the other, right? Some people trust the Kennedys. Some people trust Trump. Some people trusted the Bushes for a while. Some people still trust the Clintons. Whoever knows why, let me know in the comments. But the point is, the family state is there. It's just an empirical thing, whether we like it or not. It exists. It is a way informal groups maintain these trialectical dynamics where people trust them just to take care of all the details. Like they don't vote for the policies anymore. They say, oh, well, this is the next generation. Well, they did pretty good. It's like, we'll do it, let them try it again. People do that all the time. Political scientists really, by the way, hate to think about political dynasties because they're all about formal institutions. They don't like to think about this deep informality to politics. Think about the family of the Gandhis, right, in India. Think about, Indira Gandhi finally assassinated by her own security detail. But nonetheless, these people get out of control. These people think they're gods after a while because they're not vetted by any kind of formal means at all. They just inherit their positions, and it's like Bush Jr. Right? They're just put in place by daddy. But it's the way politics works. There's a family state. But that's how you bundle all these decisions. In other words, your family tells you this is the way you have to use administration. This is the way. So you learn in a political elite way, how do you maintain leadership control over millions of people? Meanwhile, how do you put all the other balls together? How do you put everything? You make a family state, a family dash state. So particular informal groups, they try to sponsor certain kinds of family structures because the way you define a family, the way you define tax structures around it, the way you define, what's legally a family, who gets to use violence in the family, is the state allowed to end domestic violence, or is the state ended at the door of a house where the father is in control of the house legally, and the movement of its. So, by the way, the Roman state, like Roman Republic was a very strong family / state, the senatorial families, right? And it was also a family dash state. The senatorial family sponsored a particular kind of family in Rome. And that family was for father authority over everyone. Basically, a family was treated like the slaves of that father. The father had the right to murder their children in the eyes of the Roman Republic. Why? It's what they're sponsoring. They're sponsoring that kind of authority. You make a lot of loyal leaders, a lot of loyal followers in males, right? But a lot of less loyal people who are females, I'm sure, or sons or daughters. But nonetheless, that's the way you merge this over time, because a lot of habitual identities get involved with this, and people build the same family structures over time. And you can keep an intergenerational clientelism in the family dash state and in the family / state too. But there's sort of ways you keep jurisdictions going by appealing to certain stable family dynamics. And that word at the bottom, it says specific propedeutic family relationship. That means sort of self-administrative. So if you sponsor father authority, right, and that father teaches the children in that family as they grow up about that father authority, when they get out in the public, they don't have to learn it. They know it from their birth. So, but if you sponsor a different kind of family or a different kind of state where the state has the right to knock down the door and arrest the father for domestic violence, you teach the daughters and the sons and the wives that the state is your true father that will protect you against any rogue husband, per se. And then you grow up in a family like that, right? And you expect that kind of rules for the future. See what I mean? Those are two different kinds of family structures. They're both family structures, but they both are political jurisdictional structures at the same time. So this idea that the family is this zone separate from politics, that's hogwash. Families are structured by politics. There's no such thing as this typology of different families in history. They are historically dynamic based on political alliances. You can't typographically organize this kind of family, in this kind of culture. No, you have to look at the history. How did the particular political alliance build that alliance in the past? And how did it maintain it over the time? That's the questions you really should be asking, and not just accepting at face value these families are durable. They're durable because they serve political alliance purposes over time. Or they are the result of challenges of those alliances that were successful later. Anyway, think about that. So the family state tries to make a family state. And meanwhile, that's the way you bundle all the rules in particular family formation. You ban other kinds of families, other kinds of authority structures, because families are authority structures. And so you teach through the family what the state wants to teach. You teach about gender relationships. You teach about how handicapped people are treated. It was legal just to kill handicapped people in Rome. And so there was no rights for handicapped people in Rome. So you teach them on the level of the family, these things. You don't have to have a rule where the state comes around and every week murders a handicapped person. You just you sponsor the state authorities to do this in sort of propedeutic ways. And now, of course, most states, we don't live where that is. And I thank God we don't, because I think it expands our humanity if we treat everybody as human and not just a particular small definition of people as human. Makes you a better person. Anyway, the point is, it self-reproduces itself over time. This is all about self-reproduction. How does you maintain leaders? You know, even though there are ongoing open elections in most countries, it's all the same families over time. How does that happen? Because people trust them. People, oh, it's like that again. We'll do that again. Or, you know, most leaders aren't going to challenge the family structure. But right now, particularly woke politics in the United States is definitely trying a new family structure. It's authorizing all kinds of female surrogacy from the Democratic left, particularly. It's, you know, encouraging a lot more multi-ethnic communities. It's encouraging forms of dynamic. That's a desire to destroy the previous family state, basically, and re-erect new family states beholden to the Democratic Party. That's what they're really doing. And of course, once you build those new family states, they depend on those parties to maintain them in power. But this is not just a political argument. This happens in politics. This happens in political companies for how they hire. This happens in banks. This happens in, you know, educational institutions. You may say, well, how does educational institutions, but, you know, 100 years ago, if somebody got divorced and they were a professor in the United States, they were forced out of their job. That's how you maintain a family state. When you say, well, that doesn't happen now, but that's true, it doesn't happen now. It's a different idea of family state. It's not that this negation of this concept, it's the idea that the family issue is, you know, now supported for a wider array of different kinds of family relationships and not exclusively one kind of family relationship. Anyway, let's put those all together. So family states and family/states in history, that's how you juggle political leadership over time. That's how you juggle all the tactics over time. You wed it into a family structure. They, from birth, they administer those political authority relationships in the way that you want. And you support it sometimes when you need to, but mostly it's propedeutic. It self-perpetuates itself. And therefore, it self-perpetuates itself. It calls forth a desire for the same political kind of leadership over time too, right? That maintains the authority figures arrangement. So you can look at that for yourself, but I've already explained it. But anyway, put those all together, you get 35 of different kind of dynamics. And 36, as I said earlier, was just the deal in between itself. So dyadic, we'll talk about dyadic now. Dyadic means royal leaders, peasants, and, you know, that's one version. And the deals use the IMV again, ideologies, materials, or violence in some way. And that's a way it maintains hegemony against the aristocratic followers. So notice the royal leaders, says peasant citizen followers, and it makes the aristocrat followers too, but they're not really in the deal. They're sort of, they have to be, you know, cognizant of the major infrastructure of their world. And if the only way that they can have self-actualization is to join the royal army, they may have to do that. If the only way they can keep their loyal, you know, peasants is to basically get into the royal bureaucracy and administer their local zone, they may do that. So that's what I mean. There's a positional thing. It pulls everybody into a royal biased hegemony. And notice it's representative, mostly to peasants and citizens, but it's unrepresented to aristocrats. Meanwhile, if you have what I call tri-heiress, that tri-aristocrat, you have a biased hegemonic leadership between royals and increasingly powerful aristocrats. And they sort of forget that originally those institutions were made for peasants. So in other words, if, you know, in this case, in tri-royal, we're going to make these two institutions, they're going to be providing local loans for, you know, local farmers so they can plant and so they can avoid the exorbitant loans from local lenders. You know, we'll have a state-backed cheap, you know, loan for you. Meanwhile, here, like, you have those same institutions, but now the purpose of them is to loan money to large plantations, right? And they're so in other words, they're monopolized by a totally different informal purpose. Here is to help out small-scale independent farmers that will be a loyal base to a royal house or a royal state. Here, the purpose of the same institutions are to subsidize increasing aggregated wealth in larger and larger private plots of land using the same ideas, but just depending on who you administer those rules for. That's what's changing. It's still about formal institutions and formal policies, just the informal politics is changing. And over time, that informal politics changes, whether you administer the laws the same way or not in the past, or whether you do new things, invent new laws that fit those informal politics too. Meanwhile, the tri-mill, or really tri-heiress mill, the royal house or the central government is so empty of purpose at this point. It just has past ideological authority. This may be like in Japanese history, where still the royal emperor's house, even though Japan was ruled by samurai dynasties for almost 1,000 years, never was the royal house removed as a source of total legitimacy for those samurai warriors. So, but it had no material control. It had no violence control. So the royal house would just appear, just the ideological dominance over society. It had no real material backup. It had no real landscape. It had nothing really, a tax base of its own. It had no violence capacity of its own. So how it gets it back is very difficult to do, right? So because the infrastructures of the whole world you live in is different. So in this case, aristocrats now dominate formal institutions and formal policies so much that they don't even need those relic institutions. They, remove the last examples of a central army. They remove any kind of central tax base. It's all going to be local tax farming on, local peoples. There's not going to be a large central budget. It's all going to be, or if there is a large central budget, it's all done for aristocratic groups and for their own repression around their zones or their own benefit. So what about peasants? If you notice what I changed here, it says try peasant citizen. Notice on the previous slide, it says peasant citizen followers. Now it says peasant citizen in this slide leaders. Notice on the previous slide, it said aristocratic leaders. Now it says aristocratic followers. So what happens? How does a peasant group, how does a local citizen group, how does a local rural community, local city get a better deal? They still use IMV, threats of violence, materials, and ideologies, but it's when they're divided. And so they try to go back and forth, and they get a better deal by constantly brinksmanship of threats, like, we're going to go ally with your enemy over here, king, so give us a good deal. Then they go to the king for a while, then the aristocrat says, well, I really would like you to come back and help me build my power against the king. So why don't you I'll give you a better deal than you currently have now. Okay, let's switch back. So, and those kind of dynamics, particularly local regional groups, have greater jurisdictional leadership capacity over both the royal position and the aristocratic position. And notice it's both. It's like a divide and conquer, but upwards, not downwards. But it's particularly when aristocratic groups and royal groups are so much at war with each other, they're desperate for allies. They have very weak capacities themselves. This could be, situations where, local modern version of federal government and a state or a province where they don't have the budget anymore, but, it's the local group that may have the budget. And so they will give their skill to either one or the other. And they may get tax perks or something, or freedoms of autonomy. That's mostly what local groups want. They don't really want to make a larger alliance. They want to maximize their local space. Just like the royal wants to maximize their space, the aristocrat want to maximize their space. If it's a local peasant group or a local city, a local rural zone, they want to maximize their space. They want, rules about their city freedoms, right? They want rules about the lack of ability of a king or some authority to come into their territory without inviting them. The City of London still today, the parliament, as well as whether it's the king or the queen, they're not allowed to go into what's called the City of London at all, unless they're invited by the Lord Mayor of the City of London. And that's still a very ritualized thing when, the invitation to the monarch is granted to the king or queen, and then they come and they take, they bow each. And so it's a sense of equality, or that's, the City of London is a perfect example of, when you maximize local tiny spaces like that, it's your cutout of how you stop other people from, in their larger capacities, dominating you, whether it be a monarch or otherwise. Anyway, those kind of things happen all the time. And you can think about those dynamics that help explain history a lot better. And those four positions of institutional conflict, they all have their own trialectical dynamics. States expand over provinces and local groups. Big companies go global against their own national markets, or against their own local groups as well within those national markets. Financial banks can go international or national, dominating banks across multiple cities and counties. Science institutions, like different ways of religions, religious institution can go global and minimize other regional kinds of beliefs over time, and other kind of state governments potentially being over multiple state governments, like the Pope was in the Middle Ages, for instance. So it's flexible. It's just a way of interrogating history with these diagrams. Anyway, so when unrepresentative, the process happens. It looks like, as I said, privatization and feudalization. The trialectical basis of human and environmental history and conflict. The trialectic is the material, ideological, and ecological basis of empirical and material and ideological dynamics. Human environmental history of stratification is based on positions, clientelism, and a process. You can look at that for yourself. In red, because such alliance clientelisms create political economic consolidation for themselves over time, and this increasingly is turned to defend and subsidize growing private property consolidation, mass poverty, immiseration, degradation combined, typically with ever more repressive measures, until people just get fed up and they either go berserk, using that word that I showed you earlier, or they rebel with a new image of the future in mind. However, the scale of such an increasingly privatized repression is hard to maintain, as the capacities of material distribution to allies and ideological legitimacy of such a consolidated political economy are hardly limitless. So you keep privatizing as a trend, but it doesn't have any ideological legitimacy. It never did. It's just increasingly power of materials, power of violence, and that's not enough to hold together a whole social relationship. So replaces philosophical dialectics, I was saying. Instead of class conflict organizing the model with upper ownership and lower peasant class or worker class, the data shows the upper class is hardly a historically acting class at all. It's split in space. It's split more durably among itself between aristocratic factions and royalist factions for extension. These are issues of extension against each other over the type of spatial and strategic jurisdiction they wish to impose on each other. Rarely, if ever, unified empirically. The lower class is hardly an historically acting class either. It's split more durably in particular regions against each other, thus rarely, if ever, unified empirically, as much against different regional peasant groups as against different aristocratic and royal factions. This leads to a politics of dyadic hegemonic clientelism, right, and conflict in one of three ways. So sociology of jurisdictional change, where typically one form of jurisdiction becomes hegemonic, not dominating. If it's dominating, then the whole thing falls down. So if you're totally dominating, then nobody has any hope and they rebel instantly, right? But if it's just slightly dominating, you give some people inroads, they're not gonna, they be more ambivalent to your power extension. So if it ever was totalizing, trialectics will fall apart. So it's this idea that people are hedging their bets, like maybe it will change, maybe I can work this to my benefit now or later. If you don't give people those options, the whole structure probably collapses, because people then know that the royal position is not out for anybody except for themselves, or the aristocratic position is not out for anybody except for themselves. But they don't tell people that. They say, well, let's make a little deal, I help you, you help me. And so people believe that. And if they didn't believe that, they wouldn't get into the alliance. But nonetheless, it's very fragile. It's basically what people promise they'll do, because that's what administration is. It's not what they really are doing. It's what they promise in the future they will do. And so that's always endlessly kicked into the future. Like, oh, we'll do it next year. Or couldn't do it this year, we'll do it next year. Or, we can't close the border this year, maybe we'll close it next year. That keeps people dragging along in a particular alliance. If people thought they were always lying, the alliance would never work. Or if people felt they had other options, they would never work. So, however, more representative and sustainable trends can come out of it too. So it's not just trialectics helps understand the unrepresentative structures and the conflicts that conflict theory talk about. And it also helps understand the more functional, sustainable things that which a functionalist theory should talk about. So it puts micro foundations within a macro history, puts environmental sociology, though, at the core of world history issues. In the next slides, talk about these in terms of the dynamics, public, private, secret. We talked about that already. And that's the process once more over time, which I described slightly earlier. There's a potential elite pact breakdown. You can pause the slide if you're curious to read that. That's what normally happens instead of only this heuristic here. This is more a bit accurate of what happens. But also, let's think about it. It's always space. So you can draw it. You can draw diagrams like this, and that's just a mental heuristic about space. But what about looking down on a country or a location? That's what a public royal, tri-royal structure looks like. It dominates the other intermediate and small zones. It is leaders over other leaders, right? So that's what tri-royal jurisdictional hegemony looks like on the left and the right. Heuristic on the left, spatially on the right. This is what a growing privatization looks like. Tri-heiress hegemony, you got these slight inroads, but they are inroads not autonomously. These are not aristocrats off by themselves, but they're within the larger royal infrastructures. They're slowly eating it out from within. They're using the previous infrastructures, but now carving out spaces for how they're administered for themselves. And there's still some peasants off on the borders, right, as like before, but most peasants are still, under the royal house, or they're now obviously under the local aristocrat or whatever regional government itself directly. And then, when you have tri-mill or tri-heiress mill, you have far more repressive structures. People get tired of this. You have made more peasant uprisings potentially at this time. And that's what peasant uprising would look like spatially, right? They would be all around the aristocratic dominance. The king and the larger central government may be very weak at this time, so it can't stop peasant uprisings, it can't stop local uprisings, and it can't stop aristocrats from fighting each other as well. And so that's sort of what that dynamic looks like. On the left, it's sort of a heuristic. On the right, spatially, that's what it means. And then, of course, when trialectics disappears, since trialectics is not a permanent background condition of humanity, it's an ongoing deal, right? An ongoing deal makes the leaders and followers. Very unrepresentative deal makes the trialectics. So a large unrepresented trialectics can just totally disappear when people basically have a totally new image of the future. They're confident in that. They don't think they need the previous infrastructures at all. They make their own new local infrastructures, and sometimes they collaborate and make their own state this way. But that's very rare. Normally, sometimes at this stage of history, at this particular dynamic, it remains local and divided against each other. And this is what I call a fast ecological revolutionary context. And other ways, they might link up together in more representative ways. That would be like the early many different backgrounds of the US colonies of the British Empire. Suddenly there's a row of independent colonies after the Revolutionary War. They didn't know how to coordinate yet, but they first made the Articles of Confederation. That was one attempt at a larger structure. And then they made the US Constitution. That's the more durable one that we have still today. But that's what happens normally when you have lots of peer-oriented groups that have parity. They have power parity with each other like this. Sometimes they do collaborate instead of only fight. And that's really good. That happened in Japanese history, by the way, called the Iko-Iki. Iko-Iki were they're the self-oriented leagues, as they were called by the aristocrats, that they refused authority of the king, refused authority of the local samurai. They were winning wars against regional governments, but eventually European cannons came in, and only people that could effectively buy those and use those for the supply chain were basically large samurai. And so large samurai began to dominate the peasantry once again, only thanks to the import of new violent tactics, which pushed the peasants and the Iko-Iki out of existence. And it became more like that again. And then eventually like, this under the last samurai. But nonetheless, in this situation, this is like also Switzerland, all the different cantons coming together and making a national parliament in the early 1800s. So that's what I call affirmative structures, when all these groups come together, but without losing their local identities, which is, that's an example of losing your local identities. That's an example of losing, local input. But, that, if you could coordinate and keep that, that's a better model, I think, of what sustainability would look like. Anyway, more representative arrangement, though, would not just be local only. As I said, it would be balanced everywhere. It wouldn't be only a dyadic relationship. It would somehow deal with, subsidiarity of all levels. To use another word, it would be geographically aligned. You'd have local groups aligned very well with groups above them, aligned very well with groups above them, and not one group above them trying to divide everybody below them, which is basically what we have mostly around the world. So jurisdictions are infrastructures of leaders and followers. Everybody has individual strategies. They have shareable tactics that just sort of are already there in society, but they're assembled together in a certain standardized behavioral pattern, becomes propedeutic, becomes self-administered. It turns into these shared behaviors over time, and durable political alliances can be maintained that way, not by the appeal, but by ongoing family-state and family/state relationships. Thus, in the same social world, you have people doing the same behavior, but for very different reasons. That's, I think, not really well described in past social theories, but this view of trialectics helps us understand how both people that are unaligned, that's like alienated, like people that at a particular job may not like the deal, they may hate the boss, but they still there and working next to somebody who loves the boss and loves the deal. It's hard to explain that without trialectics. I think, this idea that unaligned and aligned together can share the same social behavioral standards in public while totally believing totally different things, or changing over time, that makes more sense of reality, I think. Anyway, so 5 hamstrings here that we got over here. 1, this is not a Eurocentric theory. As I said, this is hybrid, this is amodern. It's not about Europe and the rest of the world, it's just Europe as a case. It makes sense of comparative historical change. It's, as I said, amodernist, it's time insensitive. It transcends a lot of philosophical divisions. That's the hybrid idea, as I said. They consist of disagreements of how to analyze conflict and functional views together. Transcends methodological divisions, 3M, micro, meso, macro. It transcends sociological analysis versus material reduction analysis. So all these data myopias go away, I think, with trialectics. And it's better to have many different flexible ways of making decisions about social problems like this, because now there's many different ways to alter a whole system in the same theory. So as I get to those 10 points again, as I promised at the beginning, requirements of a good social environmental covering theory. What a good theory should be explained has all these things, and trialectics and pseudo-functionalist positional ideas has all these 10 things. Can you intervene cognitively? There's a cognitive fix, technical fix, structural fix. Some theories like Marx are mostly about structural changes or technical changes. They're not about, just how mental individual changes happen to alter the system. Other things like Weber, they're only about, cognitive fixes or the changes of individual level. So all 3 are possible with trialectics. You can understand technical infrastructures, formal institutions, formal policies, as well as the role of different interpretations in making it all work. SBP, that's, is it a hybrid topic? Many past theories are not hybrid topics. I will show you a slide in a moment that shows people that I think do have hybrid topics that I try to cobble together into my ideas as well. Hybrid topics and hybrid feedback loops, right? Positivist or hermeneutical, trialectics can do both. It's positivist in that these are neutral, geographic positions. These are neutral positions about leaders, followers, and the deal between. That's a statement of positive knowledge. But it's also hermeneutical that those don't exist except through certain interpretations about the present, the future, and the past that keeps those people together. Nomothetic and ideographic. Nomothetic means you're looking for generalizations over time, like grand theory, like Marx, or ideographic, like Max Weber, where you only want to know your theory. You want to throw away your theory as fast as you can because The only thing real you think are individual decisions and case variations. That's called idiographic. And so most historians are idiographic. Most social scientists are, increasing, nomothetic. They try to do general theories, but they don't know much of history. And most historians pride themselves on not knowing much theory. But we need both. And I think Trialectics can do both very easily. No problem. 3M, you have to understand the 9 arrows of causality, as I said earlier. How not just micro, meso, macro flow one way, but how each of them influence each other over time. That's a harder level of integration, which I tried to explain in that diagram earlier, for comparing Weber's pyramid, as I called it, versus the square block of Trialectics, where micro, meso, macro are equally important on influencing each other. That hasn't been done before in social theory. Causality claims of fixes. You need all of them. Most theories are not just like 1 or 2. You need all of these. It needs to be exceptions to the rule. Otherwise, you don't have a good theory. You have to understand historical cases and generalizations. Not just one cause all the time. Under that is sort of the idea, is social relations a constraint, a facilitator, or both? Trialectics assumes it's both, because all of the positional alliances, the alliances here, as I said, they're representative. That's a facilitator, right? Makes those people come out of the woodwork, makes those people happy because they're being represented. But those political and positional alliances, they're also constraints on other people that are pushed to the side, that are ignored at the same moment. So I think, the way I'm thinking about these political alliances and these positional alliances, not political, but positional is the more general term. These positional alliances between leaders and followers in the deal, these are both constraints for some and facilitations for others at the same time. You can't have it all one way. You can't make a theory just all one way. Life is like this, I think. That's the way political alliances work. 3G, it's not Wi-Fi issues, but it's the idea of geography, 3 geographic locations. Can your theory address all levels? And I think definitely we can think about trialectics spatially this way. So I think it's one of the few theories that effectively talks about this well. 3T, time. Can you think about short-term interventions, long-term, trends? Yes. Can you think about infinite feedback loops and ongoing dynamics? Could be a vicious cycle of collapse. It could be a virtuous cycle of expansion. Yes, yes, yes. All of them are there in trialectics. Planned, unplanned iterations. Yes, there's strategies and tactics. Those are plans, but not all plans work out, right? Some plans are really terrible, but they work out anyway, right? That's sort of an unplanned thing. So you could plan a war perfectly, but it's really the accident of the other side that causes you to win the war. You couldn't have planned that. So you have to understand a theory that has room for all of that, for unplanned dynamics like Norbert Elias, but also very deeply planned things like Max Weber, but individual motivations and why people do things, why people organize institutions the way they do. But also the planned things can become unplanned. And unplanned things make plans successful sometimes too. That's the way you can think about trialectics as well. PPS, I don't know if there's another social theory talking about the social construction of privacy, the social construction of publicity, of secrecy. Most people like Simmel just talked about, secrecy is this arrangement, but I'm talking about how, different kinds of politics create and justify themselves in rhetoric as public, justify themselves in rhetoric as private, in rhetoric as secret. And that's rhetoric is public, right? So public rhetoric towards those 3 different kind of nuances about social relationships. That's unique to trialectics as well. Other ones, Marx might have been really good at talking about private or even secret revolutionary actions and overthrows. It helps you understand how people organize. Public might be like Durkheim. Durkheim all about public institutions of states, not so much about private or secret things that are important. But in trialectics, you can do all 3 at the same time. Conflict, collaboration, accommodative. Obviously, all 3. You can understand extreme conflicts trialectics, you can understand collaboration, functionalist relationships, and you can understand the reality of most of our all institutional experiences where we interpret there's things we like and don't like at the exact same time in the exact same relationships, and your neighbor or person you think is in the same situation totally believes something totally different about the exact same thing. All those are accommodations, and so that's this aggregation of many different individual interpretations, all doing the same external public standardized behaviors, that without any kind of common internal motivation for that's quite unique to trialectics. And so you do all of that. It's accommodative more than anything. You can have all three. There's no base claim though. That's the important point. It's not like it's a shifting dynamics. So those were 10 things I think any good, covering theory or, covering social, theory should do. And trialectics does all 10. Part 3, last part. This is more explaining, all the different hybrid things that I have cobbled into trialectics themselves from environmental theorists. So right now, what to blame for environmental degradation is, it's an open issue. There's about 13 different ways to frame environmental problem solving, and all have different theories about it. Trialectics has its own theory. There's surely more, but just as an earlier part of the presentation showed causal theory, experiencing a renaissance of theorizations, that was in a classroom I was talking about, to more realistic causal complexity by that time. Ideas of what to blame for environmental degradation are also going through a massive development of different ideas since the 1970s, beyond Marx, beyond Malthus. But not much closure yet. There's still a lot of these schools fighting for what's the primary single cause of environmental problems. And I think, as I told you earlier, if you want a social theory that's sound, it needs to be a systems theory where everything is simultaneously possible to be independent variables and dependent variables. Not just one thing is a permanent independent variable and everything else has to be a dependent variable. No hierarchy of causation here. It's all dynamics you have to think about. But that is not happening yet. But my interest, as you can imagine, my interest is merging all this work together and taking a long-term historical view. So let's have 2 or 3 slides summarizing in 1 or 2 lines each of these 13 things. Malthusianism, neo-Malthusianism, it's a biological independent variable cause, and social, always stronger than any other social thing. Population supposedly stronger than any other form of agricultural improvement or innovation. Commons property management, can solve all environmental issues with a different organizational cooperation, not just local, but nested, polycentric institutions, as Ostrom would encourage. So it's nothing to do with population at all, right? Population is not even a variable in that model. It's just about new political science style institutions of collaboration have shown that it's possible for people to just change their institutions to manage their local common property, water, air, soil, sunlight access, fishing access, all those things are common property regimes. So, and it's interesting, some will last hundreds of years if they're not disturbed. And that's what she did. She inductively researched all of these things with her team in the 1980s, wrote a book called Governing the Commons in 1990, which summarized empirically how local groups did learn to manage their environment. It had nothing to do with population. It was all about collaboration and institutional change, political science, basically. And Ostrom is still, I think, the only woman who's ever won the Nobel Prize for Economics. So it's a very good perspective, very prestigious perspective in itself for that reason. Big scale, this is an idea of the scale itself causes degradation, but other people argue small scale is the problem, right? Because there's a lot more competitive economies at small scale. You have big green companies and very small scale polluting companies. Sometimes you have very big polluting companies and very small scale green clean companies. But the point is, it's a factor, right? It's a factor you have to think about. How is scale going to work out? Eco-Marxism is the adaptation of Marxism for more about ecological conflicts and not just labor and capital conflicts. And it's the general argument that, what's the single factor? It's capitalism again, right? No surprise that capitalism and capitalist empires cause degradation. And it treats Malthus as Marx treated Malthus, by the way. This wasn't new, but Marx treated Malthus as just an ideology that very powerful people created to mystify and divert people from the real issues of their economic control. And a good proof of that is Malthus was hired. And the reason we only know about Malthus is because he was hired to be the main social analyst for the British East India Company at the Haileybury Academy, which trained all the staff that sent the British over to administer poor India. And whenever there's famine, they were told by Malthus that means there's too many people. That doesn't mean that you're taking all their wealth out. Basically means you have to let them die. So it has encouraging an idea that never to support any level of politics. The people have no right to food. You have no right to that. If they die, it's nothing to do with you, but it is, of course. It's nothing to do with you. Malthus would say it's to do with the natural level of population going back to its proper amount. Very selfish, right? There's a really good book about this dynamic. It's called, by Mike Davis, called Late Victorian Holocausts, where it talks about the Malthusian policy ideas of watching famines happen in both Ireland as well as China and India, and doing nothing, or trying to hypocritically claim you had nothing to do with it. Really good. It's a great world history about the modern world system and why Europeans sort of fell onto the top by lots of ecological damages of El Nino cycles in the late 1800s, which damaged many of these agricultural systems worldwide, just as Europeans were in the age of what was called high imperialism. Anyway, good book, Late Victorian Holocausts. Environmental world systems theory. Most degradation is in peripheral states. Like, it's not degradation of the economy and workers and industrial factories, but it's the mining. It's Freeport-McMoRan in Indonesia. It's gold mining with mercury and small scale in the Amazonian basin. And then the clean gold is shipped back to Switzerland, and put in, secretly taken out of the airport even, and brought to factories, melted down, and therefore launder the gold from all sorts of different illegal places within Switzerland itself. And there's even documentaries about this, by the way. So gold is ultimately launderable because you remelt it down from its origins, and remove all the original tags and stamps, and that's what happens in Switzerland all the time. It's flown in from all over the world, despite the Swiss state having problems and claiming to have laws against it, but it's what's happening. So the point is, degradation and pollution happens in peripheral zones of raw material extraction, raw material creation, extraction being mining, creation being agriculture, and not only in industrial locations. It's also called ecologically unequal exchange, EUE. And so that, if you believe that, what your fixes are, you're going to have to, fix a global level system. That's what you're going to have to do. You have to break the ties between countries and have more local autonomy. So each of these theories, imply a different fix, right? But each of these theories is also mostly an independent variable against all other variables, which is not good. So ecological modernization, capitalism can solve degradation by being more rational. So if you believe that, obviously you're going to be pro-capitalist, and you're going to encourage that all you need to do is arrange the right materials and the right market structures, and capitalism can clean up itself. You can make money cleaning up the world, not just damaging the world. This is like Ulrich Beck's view of a risk society in some ways too. The social construction of environmental problems was started in the Western Academy in the 1980s. That just means an awareness how discourses influence your thinking. Like, for instance, environmental pollution can be measured in very different ways. Some people will measure it air pollution. Some people measure it as water pollution. So it's still called pollution, but you have to measure it in some way. Another way of thinking about it in a cultural sense is, environmental movements don't always use the same symbolism. It's the same environmental problems, but in Taiwan, they may dress up as hungry ghosts and claim that if you don't help the environment, your ancestors will come back and haunt you. In the United States, of course, historically, right, they didn't dress up as hungry ghosts and threaten ancestors of, white Americans. What they did was they dressed up as the Native Americans, right? They dressed up the Native American symbol, the crying Indian, pollution on the roadsides. You're supposed to have a tear and an emotional pathos that you will help the environment by pulling at your heartstrings and not terrifying you about hungry ghosts. And then other societies, use very different kinds of ways of talking about the environment. Maybe a totally scientific way of talking about the environment, right? But everybody talks about it in the different culturally constructed ways. So the way our cultures frame environmental problems influences how we solve them. So it matters how we think about solving them. Eco-Weberianism, applying Weber's individual rational action and sort of arguing that environmental degradation is somewhat irrational in the long run, but in the short run, you have to understand somebody's rational reason for degrading the environment, because you'd have to solve that. You have to give them something else to do rationally. A good example of an eco-Weberian view is Mike Hands. Mike Hands is a kind of a Latin American agronomist. He's a British citizen. And he sort of figured out how to make a virtuous cycle for people to stop slash and burn within Central America. So first of all, they have stable lives themselves. He gives them a better future by interacting ingot trees and vanilla pods and giving them cash crops and giving them a stable location where the minerals in the soil are not degraded. Normally what happens, slash and burn populations move through the rainforest and it's good soil for 1 year, but then they have to move on. And after they move on, there's never a rainforest there ever again. So Mike Hands was trying to think, what we need to do is solve, we have to understand the people, not just understand the ecological problem, but what do they want? What's their rationality for destroying the environment? And they know they don't like to destroy the environment, but they're starving, right? So, you should have sympathy for people in slash and burn. They know what they're doing. They're not stupid. They have a rationale for doing it. But if you give them a better rationale for their goals, you will help them solve the environmental problem. And that's what Mike Hands did. He made more virtuous permacultural dynamics around ingot trees, which basically is trying to be popularized now within Honduras, I think, mostly. And Godspeed to Mike Hands. I hope he's quite successful. Anyway, environmental inequalities in general. There's two kinds. There's inequalities that are social. There's inequalities that are material. What is it? So there's inequalities in pollution that's social. Not everybody experiences the worst pollution, right? In the United States, it's mostly Black Americans in ghettoized communities and rural zones, near bus depots, near noisy traffic, because the real estate's cheaper. So if you have an inequality on class and ethnicity, guess what? The people on the lower end of the status pole and the wealth pole, they're going to be in the worst environments. That's social inequality of pollution. It's also in Native American communities, sometimes Hispanic as well, because all society will put people in the dirty jobs, the dirty housing, and the dirty locations for trash processing or waste, ends up amongst those people who are already socially marginalized. So if you believe that, then you have to solve social inequality first, bring people into society, and that would help solve, by their own self-interest, the environmental problem. So not solving environment directly, but you're solving the inequalities first, which helps remove the reason you have environmental problems in the first place, the fact that you have a place to dump it on somebody else. If you didn't have a place to dump it on somebody else, you probably would solve it a bit earlier, right? So also inequalities of materials, that's pollution as well. Not all businesses pollute the same way. It's not the economy, it's not all capitalism in the abstract that is polluting the environment. It's particular companies. And sometimes, particularly from Dr. Freudenberg's work from around 2005, he looked at some data from the toxic release inventories, TRI, which was required by the EPA. All companies had to document the amounts and qualities and what it is of the pollution that they created and where it goes. And from that database, he found out that it's sometimes just one or two companies in a whole US state that is over half of all pollution in that entire state. Meanwhile, what does the TV tell you? The TV tells you it's your fault, right? TV tells you it's all population, it's all capitalism, it's all Malthusian or Marxist type, but it's not. It's basically, there's a lot of pollution that comes from very small, unimportant businesses that are just very old, that are not adapted. So they're not even necessary. There's like lots of pollution comes from very unnecessary businesses to the whole economy, or have such small amounts of GNP that it's ridiculous that they have such huge costs to the environment. So it's much easier. His argument is bad actors. A few bad actors cause most environmental problems. So it's much easier, if you believe that, you fix those few bad actors and you have no more problems, or much less problems, much easier to address than changing the whole capitalist system, right? The social issues analysis, as I said, and the material pollution creation analysis. But both are about inequalities of social things, inequalities of material things. Both are about pollution. You can look at that later if you want. But ecofeminism, it's the idea that gender inequalities of male or females began environmental problems. And therefore, if you believe that, then more gender equitable societies might be a way to minimize environmental pollution. So these developed out of ecofeminist ideas, mostly in Western Europe, in the United States in the 1980s. So it's not inequalities in general, it's not capitalism, it's like a cultural issue of a devaluing of the environment by mostly patriarchal societies, and supposedly a valuing of societies by more matriarchal or equal gender societies, right? So one version of that, I think, is a global view called eco-Asianism, where it sees one region culturally, West, by more anthropocentric views. That's what was argued by a man named Dr. Park. He argued, Europeans being more anthropocentric, selfish, the culturally that one zone has caused more problems than any other place in the world, while everybody else is far more ecologically innocent and peaceful and we're ecologically sound. It's not true. None of that's true. There's legalism in the Chinese tradition, which is, it's the hard-nosed Machiavellian history of China. You can't say China was dominated by these ideas and the West was dominated by the other ideas. In fact, the West before 1500 was very ecocentric. So it's just nothing about this long-term durable anthropocentrism in Europe. It's nothing about this long-term innocence in Asia. None of those theses are right. They're just wrong. So I've basically written a lot about that. I'll show you a slide about that in a minute. But I think eco-Asianism is still a perspective. It's an argument that, just let other people fall back on their own regional traditions and they'll be fine if they get rid of Western influences. But, if they do fall back on their own influences, basically they're going to degrade their own environment because they have the Asians have an equal history of environmental problems long before European empires. Japan destroyed all of its forests by around 900 by itself. And they replanted them, by the way, by themselves before Europeans really came in too. So, everybody has their own kind of civilizational problem, I think, with environmental problems. And this eco-Asian view is well, sure, I don't support any cultures that destroy the environment, but, it's not exclusive to anybody. It's everybody. Everybody's destroyed their own environment. Everybody has helped their own environment at the same time. Anyway, next one, violence perspectives. 3 ways. There's 3 kinds of violence that directly cause environmental problems. There's the military. It's either its consumption, or it's waste, massive waste and inefficiencies of any kind of military. Supposedly, the United States military is still the world's largest polluter. It's not a company. It's not a country. It's even above and beyond other countries as the U.S. military. But it's also war. War theaters themselves are destructive. So previous ideas of thinking about only human biology as a cause, like Malthus, or only social organizational things like Marx of the economy, that misses the fact that a lot of degradation has nothing to do with the economy, has nothing to do with the human population. It's just sheer violence makes environmental problems. And if you believe that, you have to find some ways of going for peace, minimizing the war economy. But it's also other kinds of violence, I think. And there's suppression of alternative material technologies. A lot of people research innovation and they think that's a big, how do we make it? But the other flip side of innovation is suppression. Suppression equally happens in history, not just innovation. And suppression of things is very, very strong throughout the 20th century to consolidate a lot of the physical plants that we see in companies and technologies and energy systems and anything really, materials. And that's not a pretty history. It's not a market history. It's a very violent history of people wrecking other alternative inventors and businesses and espionage and governmental corruption. A lot of that. If you want to read that, you should read a book called Internal Combustion by Edwin Black, and you'll see definitely that the reason why the US looks the way it does, with cars only and oil only everywhere and no local transportation on what were once electrical lines, why the United States has no electrical trains across the country, is basically a political decision because of massive things were suppressed in very violent ways and very underhanded ways. Another really good book about the crushing of alternatives, no pun intended, is the movie, which was actually produced by Sony Pictures in, I think, 2006, called Who Killed the Electric Car? Go watch Who Killed the Electric Car, and then you'll see, it's not a lack of markets that killed the electric car. It's sheer violence. It's sheer destructive potential of that technology to try to wreck it and never to let it be known, never to buy it out and never use it. And Texaco bought all the battery patents and never used them. In fact, they told the inventor named Boshinsky, just shut up. We bought your patents, but we're not sponsoring you. We're just tell you to shut up. And watch that film. So watch Edwin Black's Internal Combustion, as well as, I forget the producer of the film Who Killed the Electric Car. But just to show you that violence maintains the lack of options for green, clean technologies, and that therefore suppression is valid research place to look for why we have environmental problems, because people knock off inventors, disappear them, wreck them legally, do lawfare, make their investors feel that they're being cheated, and so they divide the people, the investors away from the inventors, and a lot of underhanded stories. Another really good book on this is Essen edited volume called Suppressed Inventions. Very thick book with lots of small chapters about many examples of technological suppression. Anyway, also repression of people. I think around 2015, there's like hundreds, I saw the last data, like 300, 400 different environmental campaigners are murdered, like every year. It's not just suppression of material technical infrastructures and innovators. It's just people that talk about it. Journalists get their hands cut off in Indonesia for talking about the timber mafia, the interaction of political elites in Indonesia illegally shipping timber outside the country. So voices and alternative organizations are crushed. It's another really good book called War Against the Greens by David Helvarg, which talks about the manic attempt to wreck the green political organizations in the 1980s by the Reagan administration in very, very underhanded, illegal ways, but it was done. Anyway, so why did I mention that? Because if you believe that model, then your fix would have to be what? You need more violent parity. You have you have to defend these people. You have to make sure these technological suppressions can happen. You defend journalists and people that stand up for new pathways to the future like that. Otherwise, you'll just get a repetition of the tragedies of the past, right? So 13, that's kind of the highest one, called the New Environmental Paradigm, or NEP, where they said we need to throw away all past theories. This is what early environmental sociologists like Dunlap and Catton were arguing this. Like, we need hybrid topic theories. Like, it's not good to have theories about society only. Those are just too limiting if we're going to talk about environmental issues. It's also like Bruno Latour, the science and technology studies are like this. It's also similar to Tard. Tard is the only really hybrid person in the classical sociological canon like this. But also, as I've adapted all these things, so my flexible theory around trialectics include all of these factors we've looked at. So these are all, like I said, a good systems model just takes all the factors, strips away the limiting causal arguments around them, and just try to understand them all as independent variables in interaction with each other. That's what a good theory should do. And it hasn't been done yet, except for trialectics. So it's a systems model of all these interactive independent variables upon each other, without any reductionistic base. So everything I just mentioned is included in trialectics. Is very understandable within trialectic dynamic. Going back to what I showed you earlier, if you remember carefully, I'd said, what about the big 16? I only mentioned 13, but the point here is, I'm not in that list talking about A, which was the anarchistic perspective. It's sort of blended in the scale. So that's another added one. In that list of 13, both the ISIM here, that's inequalities of society, inequalities of materials. I just called that one. So there's a lot of examples like that where eco-Marxism itself was just, the eco-Marxist, eco-world systems theory here. So that's the 16. Those are the 3 extra ones. So they're integrated here. And that's my abbreviation for all of that. And that helps me remember all those 16 just off the top of my head, because it's alliterative. It's a funny thing to remember too. And of course, Tard was really the only heritage from that part 2, who's really useful in part 3 here. But most of society and the environment interactions, it's a Gordian knot. It's imbroglio inside a Gordian knot, and those are nice words here. But imbroglio is a misunderstanding, disagreement, complicated and bitter nature, right? It's also perplexing, like we don't understand it. It's too difficult, complicated to think about environmental problems because it has everything in it, right? Confused heap, imbroglio. But a Gordian knot is a metaphor for solving a problem by destroying the problem, basically. It comes from a story about Alexander the Great visiting a temple, I think, and the temple, priest said, anybody that can untie this knot will be ruler of the world. And so he couldn't do it either. So he just pulled out his sword, and Alexander cut the knot in half. So he solved the knot, but it's not in the way that the priests thought he was going to solve the knot. So that's what most people do when they think about the environment. If environment and society relations are this Gordian knot, says Latour particularly, he complains that most scientists just neglect that. They ignore all these interactions, and all those big 13, big 16, many of them almost ignore that in a lot of ways. They only want to cut through and ignore the knot to extract their one little part. And Latour complained that this leads to erroneous forms of scientific analysis when you create this artificial isolation of the topic before you analyze it even. In other words, why just analyze capitalism by itself and not the subsidy network around particular materials? And why just analyze population without in reference to the way that population is networked across the country? There's too many theories about erroneous starting points in the social sciences that are reducing the topics, they're reducing the causalities totally artificially, that are just mental projections. That's all they are. They're reifications of nothing. And so to build up, as I said, we need RRR, we need to remove all these mental projections, and what we're left with, I think, more stable way of analysis is through infrastructures that are simultaneously hybrid. They can deal with micro, meso, macro, they can deal with planned and unplanned behaviors, and they can deal with the dynamics of multiple ones at a time. So those kind of things over time, gestating in my brain, has created the trialectical perspective. So my systems theory at the bottom, it says, views all these variables so far in positional trialectics. So just to look at this, the real world hybrids are what we're talking about. And there's 3 views: the original Dunlap and Catton view, where they really said, throw it all out, let's just start over. And then other people like Fred Buttle says, no, actually, if you look at small print in Durkheim, if you look at Weber, they sometimes talked about that, Sure, so Fred agreed with that. Yet the old social problem solvers were sometimes interested in human environmental interactions. And so he felt, we could adapt, eco-Marxism, we can adapt to eco-Weberism. And so he thought, we don't need new theories, just, read the classical heritage bit better. And what's my view? My view, sure, hybrid topics are fine. We're all agreeing there. But, I agree with both Buttle and Dunlap and Catton, yet we need a clear definition of what is hybrid. And that, it doesn't good just say hybrid and accept it, but it needs to be a topic where the social, biological, and physical are in mutual causation with each other in the topic itself. And that's what you research. And you should avoid mere modern analysis too, not just, modern world. Don't make assumptions about it only happens now. Try to be as comparative as possible, what I call amodernist about your theories, because the environment and social relationships are not just modern, they're in the past as well. So I agree with Buttle that, mostly 5 of those 6, they do have environmental footnotes, but, most of their drive is not about that. It's all about social analysis only. I also agree with Dunlap and Catton that it's not that important to look at the old big 6 or big 3 really, because they're very uninspiring, that nobody really looked at them in that detail to find these environmental sides to them until the modern environmental era. So I think we do require novel hybrid theories, but, I disagree with Catton and Dunlap that, the way they're doing it, most of the, the irony is, I think it was Catton was a Durkheimian scholar, or maybe Dunlap was the Durkheimian scholar and Catton was the neo-Malthus. But so they adopted these old theories anyway. They thought they were being hybrid, but they just adopted old theories anyway. I think we should throw out all of those theories. We should just take their topics. When I say they adopted their old theories, they adopted their single independent variables and they adopted their single causal factors over other factors. That's what you should throw away. You can keep the topics, but you don't need the causation arguments around them, because that's the impediment. That's the problem where we are. That's the Gordian knot. That's why people think it's unsolvable, because there's all these different opinions about where the knot's going and all the causes about the knot. But it's just not the issue. No pun intended. The issue is how do they all interact as independent variables, not which one is the first main string to pull. So I agree with their HEP, human, ecological paradigm as well. That's what they had criticism. They had new ecological paradigm, but human exceptionalism paradigm. That means that humans are exempt. Human exemptionalism paradigm, that cultural changes matter. And they were arguing that it didn't matter, but it does matter at all, because that's what we are. Our cultures do save us. We do innovate our ways out of the environment. But what they did, they thought that, these human exemptionalists means we'll always be environmentally degraded. But frankly, because we're exemptionalists, we're always going to reinvent some situation. And sometimes it's green and good. Sometimes it's clean and green. It's not just always degraded. That's the big difference here in my perspective. So I disagree with the idea that material technical fixes or culture can be ignored under the assumption that, they think cultural changes are always going to be creating environmental problems, so we're destined to be environmentally destructive species. To the contrary, cultural changes also are the route to good representative environmental change. It's not just one negative way. So what I'm trying to say, I'm transcending this dichotomy. Here's another dichotomy, right? If you arguing with a dichotomy, it's probably not even real, right? So don't worry about any dichotomy in your thinking. Get rid of it, because cultural change can be degradative and cultural change can be ecologically good. Both. It's contingent. So sometimes we escape environmental problems by our cognitive, cultural, technological, structural changes for environmental good. We don't, escape environmental problems by just moving on to more degradation. We make better systems too. So the limitations of past classical ideas, inherited models have deductively these right views of human environmental relations, like it's always the same. To think more inductively about this, you need all those factors stripped of their past causality, past primacy, and just see them in independent interaction with each other. And so you should always say, do you treat your social, biological, physical issue as really a variable? I mean, are these things tweakable and changeable? If it's not, then it's not really a good theory, I think. So from the late 1960s, though, there's been a lot of other people thinking about these hybrid topics. And this is where I'm going to assemble some things for trialectics. But there's only a select few of these hybrid people. I looked at 13 there, really 16 if you parse it differently. Ostrom is one, Hannigan, social construction of the environment, Freudenberg talking about inequalities of material pollution, Ulrich Beck, the ideas of risk in society, socially constructed risk and things. Kulitz, feminism summaries. Flynn's team looks at subjective views of how different groups judge the same physical risks very differently. All those things are very hybrid topics. What I mean, the interaction of social, biological, physical. Bob Boulard, really good environmental sociologist, founded the ideas of environmental racism, environmental equality in the United States. There are big agenda, many books on that topic. That's very important to think of, not just as a modern thing, though, but as a common thing around the past as well, deep past. That there are these environmental underclasses of all kinds that suffer the brunt of inequalities of social pollution anywhere. And me, I try to put all this together. Therefore, environmental social problem solving already has many of these ontologies of hybrid topics at its disposal beyond, this net pet problem, beyond limitations of classical sociology tradition. So all we have to do is just put it together. Just put those 13 things together and you have trialectics, basically. So here's some people that I admire, and I've drawn on their, nuggets of hybrid topics. I'll let you look at that. I'm not going to go into great detail. But also I think about, longer term, this is a hybrid issue, right? But also I think about people that are more about a modern analysis. Like, are there ideas possible to adapt to all history of all times and all regions? And, hybrid topics should ideally be that. But also these people here, I think their ideas are adaptable to more of these amodernist perspectives. Some are directly amodernist, like Jack Goody or Christopher Chase Dunn, Justin Jennings, or Harold Innis, but Sing Chu somewhat as well. But other people, their views are about a special modern world environmental system, but that's adaptable to the past as well, as Chase Dunn has indicated that they have earlier world systems too that were much smaller. Anyway, that's interesting figures to look at for someone else, if you're curious. But anyway, my 2 books, Blue and Green, as I said earlier, we've already seen that, but now I want to have 5 main criticisms. So if I've integrated all those other ideas, those faces you saw from their ideas, we put that all in trialectics. There's 5 reductionism particularly. It's important to understand this trialectical's perspective. So first, I'm going to summarize some of my research about history, and then we're going to talk about those 5 main reductionisms. You've already seen that. So this comparative historical analysis of our socially constructed risk, past and present, is in this book called Ecological Revolution, in 2009. And these are comparative historical cases from China, Japan, and Europe as all the same, as similar processes of history. And the thesis I'm arguing is changes of axial religion. I'll define that in a minute. Changes of these religious movements and scientific advances and scientific movements at the same time are caused by widespread social delegitimization movements. These are against the first territorial state-based frameworks of political economy and culture, due to environmental degradation and its human health, ecological, and economic implications. In other words, states, when unrepresentative, there's the trialectics, right? Unrepresentative structures expanding, causing a trialectic dynamic. This is not just degrading people, but it's degrading environments over time. And the people are in the environment and they register the fact that their environment and their own health is being damaged. So you have these waves of combined health, ecological, and economic movements against previous states. And I call that an ecological revolution. It was shown earlier by the after Tri-Eris Mill had all the dots for fast ecological revolution. That's what it looks like. It's when all those local little groups don't have any authority, accept any authority above them. That happens repeatedly in these periods of great ecological breakdown and great social breakdown at the same time, where people reinvent a future. They try to build new human health, ecological, and economic systems for themselves on the local level. So the abstracts, most argue though, right? Here's a dichotomy most people still accept. Most people think, wait a minute, environmental movements are new, right? They're not old. I'm saying, no, they are old. Environmental movements are very old. They've just not been analyzed with this perspective before. Obviously, if you have environmental problems from the states in the past, you have people opposing it in the past as well. So they're not a novel feature of world politics. I argue they're a durable feature of any, degradative political economy. You're bound to have somebody upset about that, right? So past or present, environmental risk politics are expressed in religious change and scientific change movements as oppositions to state environmental degradation using discourses available. So instead of protesting with scientific, ideas and parts per million, people, like, we no longer believe in this particular form of medicine from the king. We believe in the Buddha and the new medicine coming from the Buddha, and we don't pay taxes to the king because he doesn't support the Buddha. And so you have to understand, in real world, it's all so merged. It's the imbroglio and the Gordian knot, right? So there's no such separation in history between environmental movements, religious movements, and scientific movements. They're the same movement. Please remember that. That's crucial to understand. Ecological Revolution, the book, describes characteristics why our historical states collapse as unrepresentative, as degradative, as consolidating, as encouraging a buildup of social risk and environmental risk. And because of those characteristics, obviously, they're opposed predictably by religio-scientific ecological movements in the plural. Not one movement, but it's a heterodox movement of multiple different groups, sometimes over hundreds of years. It makes it very difficult. It changes the whole culture, right? And if the culture is where people and leaders appeal for tactics, if there's no common culture anymore, there's never going to be any common leaders anymore, right? So, that's one of the issues, that so many localized versions of culture develop in opposition to each other with new ideas, that it's impossible for any central leaders to appeal to anything without making more people mad, because nobody believes in the same things anymore. That's what I call the fast ecological revolution. As a result, the origins of our large-scale humanocentric axial religions are connected to anti-systemic environmental movements. Many major religious movements of the past were also environmentalist by being health, ecological, and economic movements rolled into one. They were equally embedded within greater scientific exploration of their plight. Acupuncture and the 9 needles developed in the Warring States period. They're looking for new forms of medicine as the Qin dynasty consolidated. The Buddha bringing new medicine to the Japanese people was at a particularly crucial time where the state finally did flip and started to sponsor Buddhism as well to pacify the population around the 800s. So a lot of interesting dynamics when you think about how leaders and followers try to recoup advantages from each other in these ongoing unstable situations. So these religious movements are embedded within greater scientific exploration of their plights. Particularly in Europe, it's not a religious Protestant movement and an early science movement. Most of the early scientists are Protestants, guys. I mean, you can't separate reading the Bible for yourself and learning about nature for yourself. It's the same kind of motivation, right? So it's the distrust of leaders, it's the distrust of the Pope, it's the distrust of Aristotle, it's the distrust of all inherited frameworks of analysis. And Protestants wanted to read the Bible for themselves. Scientists wanted to read the book of nature for themselves, right? They wanted to publish for themselves without criticism or censorship from those existing structures. But keep in mind, right? Everybody looks into nature and reads something different. Everybody looks in the Bible and reads something different. So Protestants don't agree with each other either. That's the fast ecological revolution too. It's not that there's one movement. It's a heterodox movement of multiple hydra-headed groups, all generally thinking about health, ecology, economy, dynamics, and how to improve their state. So since ecological revolutions are endemic, whenever you have socially constructed environmental problems from states that are unrepresentative, guess what? You're going to have them now too. China, Japan, and Europe are analyzed over 2,500 years, showing how religio-scientific ecological movements get paired against chosen forms of state-led environmental degradation in a predictable fashion. It's not predictable to happen, but it's predictable that the dynamics will happen. Of course, it can be delayed by a lack of leadership, can be delayed by leaders actually bending and adapting these things. But that dynamic begins to happen when you have unrepresentative power anywhere, past or present. And the book describes solutions to this durable problematic as well. Should be useful to all people seeking solutions to environmental problems, to think about them on these long-term macro historical scales. So 5 fixes. What are my choices? You remember: solve ecological tyranny, trialectics, ecological revolution, ecological reformation. The ones yellow are the fixes, and I just throw that in because that's crucial to understand why I think ecological reformation is better to remove trialectics, basically. So now to the 5 main reductionisms. I showed you the abstract of the book and the historical perspective and the data, kind of the theory from the data, from multiple cases. And now let's see how it critiques 5 other kind of more independent variable reductionisms of other theories. So basically, I'm critiquing Jasper's. I know it says J, but it's German, so it's Karl Jasper's contra uniqueness of an axial age arguments. This goes back to what I said earlier. I'll define axial religion or axial movement in just a moment. It's also against biological reductionism of Malthus or even neo-Malthusians that are still based on, thinking of the most important factor is population. Contra a sociological reductionism. Marx would say it's all, social, nothing biological or physical about it. Excuse me. It's contra reduction in modern time. So it's not just a modern argument that degradation happens now, but it's happened repeatedly over time at just larger scales, with these periods in between of fast ecological revolution. It's against the reductionism of just blaming one region or one regional culture. It's a common civilizational problem. It's not just from one zone of the world, past or present. We have common civilizational problems with environmental problems. And we also have common solutions all over the world for environmental problems. It's not just a negative story. People say, there's a tragedy of the commons, but I say, there's also a triumph of the commons. I mean, you have to look around the world and see that the whole world is basically bubbling up in the past and the present with own good innovative ideas for how you fix these problems. So the history is a green theory of history, as I say. It's like degradation versus sustainability through time in any region, past or present. That's basically a trialectical perspective. So 1 of 5, contra Jasper's. It's also equally eco-Asianism here. The falsely dichotomized ideas. There's another dichotomy, right? So probably not a good way to begin thinking, but that's the way Jasper's thought about it. Falsely dichotomized ideas of the axial age of Jasper's, criticized or critiqued and adapted. His ideas and my criticism of that, so we have to understand him first. So it's a pre-axial, ethno-botanical view. Those are updated terms for this. Pre-axial, I'll define axial in a minute. Pre-axial means, your identities are all local, your eco-religious identification. You worship the mountain god on your mountain and somebody else worships their mountain god nearby. You have shamanistic elites and bloodline elites have nothing to do with another person's shamanistic bloodline elites. That's a background condition for at least 50, 60,000 years of human history. If you look at evidence of cave art, it's all kind of the same shamanistic kind of culture. There's no books, there's no writing. There's only oral poetry, speech, dance, art, song, dance. That's what our media is at the time. So how could you not believe your leaders? You didn't have a book you could compare to. If somebody told you you're possessed by a spirit and you have to go through a ceremony, you didn't have any other reference than what you knew. So it's a very closed kind of world, this shamanistic world, but everything makes sense. Everything is numinous. Everything is full of religious feeling. There's not a separation of religion and secular. It's all religious. Everything is religious. So rich plurality of meanings, though, are tied to different regions. Our identities are all linked up to a particular gods and particular locations and particular bloodline shamanistic elites. Very different food systems in different regions over time too. There's no large trade. There's just trade in some goods like obsidian and a few other precious things like that, but they're used for arrows. But trade mostly, it's very expensive to carry food around. So mostly it's trade in very lightweight rocks and other things like that that are cut into obsidian chips. Catalhuyuk, ancient urban site. Basically, it's an obsidian processing center. So some of these early cities are really processing centers of larger networks of things. Anyway, back to the point. So there's a hybridity of identities. There's no common identities. you may all be shamanistic. We all, nobody's reading, nobody's writing. There's no such thing as writing yet. There's only oral poetry. There's only dance. There's only song. Imagine, it's hard to imagine a world like that, right? It's even hard to imagine a world totally oral. But that's the way it was. But that kind of world of oral communities continues to exist side by increasing axial. And what is this axial? The axial context. Pre-axial implies axial, and the axial age is a term invented by Karl Jaspers, originally sort of a philosopher and a psychiatrist. First a psychiatrist, actually, very popular in his day, but invented sort of a philosophical career for himself, invented the idea of axial age or axial religion, which of course is a dichotomy, so be careful of mental dichotomies. Invented the axial age. It's about world history and religious change. He says, why has nobody thought how similar, the ancient Israelite, prophets are to Confucius? Why have they, why people don't think about the ancient Israelite prophets are similar to Jainism, in India? So he felt there's some common things that are happening all about the same times around the world. Why? He thought, why was this happening? It's a thesis about world history and religious change, about how our whole culture has changed in this period. And what is this period? This period was an axial experience, he argued, right, before and after, of human extensionalism through religious tradition and invention. So all the religions we still have today, and many of them that we still don't, we got like, they weren't sponsored or continued. They're all invented in this period. Why? So he didn't know why. So around 800 BCE, before Common Era, to around 200 BCE, so many new religious ideas were happening. What was happening? So it's change, he claimed, in shared human conceptions of the world. One world was being demoted, this ethnobotanical world, to update his terms, with another kind of invented historical invention tradition. These three areas of the world now had sort of common existentialist, choice-based, individualist forms of belief and identity. These are new prophets all over the whole zone. But this was also a period, why were there new prophets? Because people were arguing. They don't know how to make a better society. People were arguing how to create societal harmony and relationships in a condition where it's all falling apart. So this was a recreation of the world from conceptions of individual faith. And that's the book where you can read about this. It's called The Origin and Goal of History, whatever that means. But it's his worldview, or his try to worldview, a world history view of humanity. Here's the periods, right? So in the red there, it says the fabric of world identity in these three places started to change to more modern forms we still have, he said. The three areas of these axial experiences have a very similar time and a very similar sociological context. And that context is constant warring states, endless wars, lots of refugees, population mixing, urban industry. So, it's a lot of population mixing and new ideas, people living next to each other that were pushed out of one state. Even elites from some states in China were pushed out and had to live in other states as their state is destroyed in the consolidation toward the Qin dynasty empire. And the Qin dynasty started in 221 BCE. So that's perfectly, like these centuries before is really the time of Confucius, Mozi, Mencius, all these other people, Chunji and things like that. Taoism as well as formalized. So it happens in China towards the consolidation of the Qin Empire. This massive warring states in India. This is, I think it's the Mauryan, the collapse of all of these things, or toward the Mauryan Empire. The massive violence, Levant. This is, the interactions of Egypt and Assyria and others. A lot of others have already died off hundreds of years earlier. Around 1200 BCE, there's about 7 or 8 civilizations, and around 900 BCE, there's only like 2 or 3. So a lot of damage, a lot of hundreds of years of like civilizational death and collapse in the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age period of European history. So a lot of war happening, a lot of destabilization. That's what they had in common for the similar sociological context. And Jaspers is the first to say, here's similar socio-cultural outcomes of all this. They had tried to, they had these new roving scholars that were trying to get the ears of all the kings there. Here's how you fix the country. Here's how you, these are new ideas, these are new moralities. This is the rise of, Confucianism, which he claimed to be part of ancestral tradition, that we just need to popularize that again. Taoism, more about an individual medical-based cult of health. Mozi is sort of, like early Marx. It's like, what's in it for me? Like, if you want people to follow you, you got to give them a good material deal, or, collaborate with them, But Mozi was also against war, so he's very pacifistic and taught cities how to defend themselves with, technologies as well. So it's a religious leader, but they're passing around technology ideas of how to defend themselves against people at the same time. That's what I mean. You can't understand religious movements of the past or the present without understanding their material backgrounds. Marx, of course, would have us believe politics, or material things have, religious things have no material politics, but there's a lot of material politics about religious dynamics. Just Marx is wrong. Period. Levant. So that's, and after that, so the rest of the world. So these three zones here all sort of developed the axial experience and got the axial outcome, he said. They had invented new abstract forms of identities that were shareable. You had to debate people to become somebody from that new religious tradition. And so Jaspers claimed the axial age divided human experience into two types of pre-axial and axial forms of identity. I'm biting my tongue over the dichotomy there, but nonetheless, he obviously prefers the latter without reservation. He didn't know why it occurred. He mentioned several ideas, but he wanted to state the thesis of these outcomes, like explain these outcomes. What is really causing these common outcomes? And I tried to answer those questions in my research in this book from 2009. Like, why did those outcomes happen? One thing that nobody had talked about was environmental degradation. That's one. Another thing nobody talked about was unrepresentative states and consolidation. And the third point that I'm not going to talk about here is this is a new media regime. This is the beginning of writing, folks. So it's not surprising that people begin to write down new ideas and share them and make them at larger scales as an autonomous factor. It's nothing to do with it. This is autonomous change, discontinuous media regime change, basically. That was happening at this time. So a lot of people were developing new communities, sharing new ideas, learning to write, learning to invent new scripts, to write down new religious traditions. Greek science, the invention of Greek alphabet basically helped invent Greek science because you'd only have oral speech before that, right? So we know Aristotle not from oral speech, but from the writings that are constantly copied down in the early Greek alphabet. Same thing was happening in, scripts of Devanagari, Pali Canon of the early Buddhism in India. Same thing was happening in Chinese characters, being more widespread use and sharing text within the zones of China to argue for different, philosophical moral positions. So, those three things again, you have to think about what's happening with their environment. What's happening with their beliefs and their states? The reason that you would change your identity is you no longer believe the older one. So why would you not believe the other one? They're obviously doing something wrong to you, right? You want to break with them. And the media is also helping you facilitate that. Excuse me. So I already talked about this. You can look at it again if you would like by pausing the video. But axial religion argues instead, or ecological revolution argues for this common mechanism, exploiting both axial religious change as well as denies that it represented a pivot point, since similar changes kept occurring in world history. Case analysis of China, Japan, and Europe as similar processes of history instead of static periodization. The past and present are the same. World history is just bigger and bigger scales of this same process, sometimes versus more representative, sustainable ones in the same cases. Instead of Jasper's qualitative replacement of different types of religiosity, or instead of stability. So I get rid of the dichotomy. I like Jasper's ideas, right? But it's to strip out those simple, independent variable causalities, and we have something. So we don't need to accept the dichotomies. We don't need to accept the single independent variables, but we do need to understand that that's an interesting factor about world history. So the thesis is the changes of axial religion due to massive delegitimization of the recent or first unrepresented territorial states. This is a massive expansion of scale of state influence. It's also the new media allows that to happen as well. That's another factor that actually wasn't integrated into the book that I would have if I had thought about it at that time. And it's also the environmental problems causing people. So those three things I think are very important. So unrepresentative states have consolidated the economy. This is the Iron Age in Europe. This is a massive, that iron is much easier to make, much more plentiful, by the way, than copper and bronze, which even though they had lower melting points, iron is everywhere. And so when you had problems getting copper and iron, it was only states that had a problem, but iron was everywhere, allowed many people to develop armaments all the time. And that was more systemic warfare simply from moving to those new materials. And new writing systems also, I think, helped as well. So all of this leads to new environmental degradation, a lot more population movement, more military consolidation attempts, but also a lot of people trying to drop out, trying to think, what do we need to do to rebuild harmony in our societies? And that's where all these prophets come in all over the societies. So I'm arguing ecological revolution, these first instances of it, when these new religious traditions are so widespread, is the first massive oppositions to the environmental externalities of the unsolved forms of our territorial states. And when I say territorial states, you have to remember that states weren't very big either until horses. And once you had horses, then suddenly states actually had greater ambit for the scales of their integration. And so I think this is a theory that really makes sense of, I'm arguing sort of ecological revolution probably happened on a local level, really small scale revolts against local city-states and their kings, which were the case across Mesopotamia. But once you get horses, once you get iron, once you get new writing systems, it's a toxic environment and very heady environment for new religious and revolutionary ideas for organization. And that's what began to happen. All these things sort of came together and made the world's first mass ecological revolution. Whereas before it might have happened, but all those factors, there was no media change earlier. So it's very hard to communicate what was happening or even record what was happening. So we don't have any records of it. So the first recorded versions, really, it's not surprising they came with the first, complex scripts and simple scripts that people were sharing at this time. So anyway, it's the first axial rebellions to the massive ecological damages facilitated by media, with, military armaments is better. Delegitimating previous pre-axial ideas used by state elites, as well as material rejection toward greater autonomy, localization, and once more, I'll explain these terms in a minute, yet continues now. It doesn't end then, since unrepresentative jurisdictions still expand risk and repress these people and options opposing it. So environmental issues still remain unsolved. So we're coming around again. We're on a global level of this, but I think there's a kind of a global fast revolution that's developing now. Which will be a health movement. It's going to be ecological movement. It's a new scientific movement. It's a new religious moral movement. It's a new, it's a new economic movement, all at the same time. New technical movement. The book analyzes that this says there's two periods of ecological revolution in China, 2 in Japan, 2 in Europe. Comments on Islam as sort of the world's first global example of this, and we're sort of the second globalization after that. Comments on where it doesn't happen too, and places without it and why, and comments on the global green movement right now as well too. So it sort of links together all these things as this ongoing cycle of these ecological revolutions and unrepresentative states encouraging people to change their interpretations over time to really build a more revolutionary opposition to a system of jurisdictions and consolidation and privatization that is increasingly impoverishing and destroying their ecology and trying to be leaders at the same time. I mean, eventually people just snap. Eventually is a very slow thing, right? But people increasingly have many heterodox oppositions to this, pulling down the whole idea of central jurisdictions being possible. So you can read that for yourself, but the point is how they're challenged during periods of mounting environmental degradation. That's what the book mostly concentrates on, that third factor right there. So you can read that at the abstract that I put together, and most of the book is there as well if you would like to read that as well. So the point is, It's the first massive oppositions to environmental externalities, I said, to the unsolved forms of our territorial state. So we still make states that destroy their own environment, don't we? You know, they're not totally representative. So it's really the same thing's been happening over and over, just we don't live long enough to know it. You know, people get born and die in a cycle and they think, oh, it's so different. But if you live 5,000 years, you know, you would know, as Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme. And it's been rhyming a long time. You just need to be aware of that long-term trend. And that's what this world history helps us to understand, these long-term trends where it's coming around now again on a more global scale. And the idea is not to celebrate that, but to sort of avoid it, because it's not going to be 500 years of total chaos. And that's not something we need. We don't need 500 years of total chaos. It'll wreck everything. We think we solved a lot of things about urban problems. We solved a lot of things about ecological problems, but if we lose the coordination at this point, it's not going to be better. It's just military people are going to take over and make another bad trialectical dynamic. But anyway, so ecological revolution is the first sub-political sort of axial rebellions to the first massive ecological damages, and also the fact they can communicate it. That's very important. That's an autonomous, you know, discontinuous factor you couldn't have predicted. It's important to keep adding things to the model, and that's the history of media, history of communications, I think, is a very important discontinuous factor explaining a lot of this too. Anyway, what are they doing? Ideas, material, violence. That's how you hold together, you know, the deal between leaders and followers, right? You have deals of ideology, deals of material succor and support, and you have deals of threats of violence or protection from violence, or allowances for other people's violence. Suddenly you can't do that anymore. So you're delegitimating previous centralized ideas used by state elites that legitimated their territorial states. Suddenly you have a heterodox view of ideas. There's nothing to appeal to anymore. It's hard to know what to choose. And so elites battle themselves trying to build a larger state, but the culture itself, the tactics available are not large scale anymore. There's a lot of heterodox ideas at the time. Material rejection could have central materials taxation structures, extraction structures, but you know, once people have new ideas, they're going to make new localized interpretations of what's their interests. And so there's a lot of material rejection of taxation and rebellions and refusal to pay taxes. And you know, people defend their zones, particularly if it's more degraded or there's new diseases that are being spread by the movement of populations. So also violence. It's not just more violence, but the weakening capacities of a state's violence. So as all this is happening, the state no longer has all of its followers. And so it keeps threatening, but it doesn't have the capacities to maintain that. So the weakening of capacities of violence on the top and the growing capacities of violence on the bottom, that's a toxic mix, right? So I'm saying that is what's happening now. And it continues since these environmental issues are still unsolved. And a prediction it will continue into the future. But anyway, as I said, the slow ecological revolutionary trend, that's how you build larger institutions. You prime larger territories under ideological appeals, military violence, as well as material things. And you have all that. You remove other people's capacities, right? So you consolidate and you remove people's capacities. You have selective ideological consolidation and you remove other people's ideas. You try to kill them all, consolidate the country and certain religious ideas. Material clientelism, you remove other alternatives. You know, even the Spanish, when they took over South America, they tried to ban the growing of amaranth. Amaranth was a material staple of a lot of the communities there, and they banned amaranth. So they tried to make them clientelistic to only European-based crops and foods and corns and things like that. Anyway, so with all three categories of tactics, they're attempting to aggregate ambivalence. They don't want people to really actively participate, but they want to give them enough, you know, ideological reasons, enough material succor, SUCCOR, that's what I'm saying, material succor to support, at least ambivalently, the leaders. Even if they don't like them, they're not going to rebel every day, right? So if fully successful, this doesn't have to be successful. Everybody can still reject it. But if it is successful, people over time become immune. Like I said, that propedeutic, the self-administrative qualities of families. If your father grew up in support of the pharaoh, you're not going to grow up typically to be a revolutionary, right? But if your father was sort of a rebellious person, you'll probably grow up to be a rebellious person. So, I mean, if you can train families to train the next generation in the authority structures of the time, then basically you build a very stable situation where you don't need to inculcate a lot of violence to maintain the structure. It's not always people accept that violence. It's just they are accepting, a particular sponsored kind of violence. That's where I'm totally against what Elias is arguing, that, it's just over time, everything's just more pacified. It's not pacified. It's just people just accept this particular alliance of violence and is sponsoring a family-based violence. And it's not really getting rid of violence. In fact, it's actually making violence more popular, because a more pacified society actually is easier to organize to go to war with somebody else. So, Elias argues this pacification is the end of war, but it's really the beginning of a lot of international empires when everybody's thinking the same and is in a good supply chain of materials. As I said, if it's consolidated, well, then everybody self-administrates themselves. They all end up believing the new religion, the new material structures. It becomes part of their lives. And but during this period, the consolidation doesn't have this. It has an effect where it undermines the ecological context. You keep privatizing, you keep consolidating, you keep getting larger, particularly the economy, and that has ecological consequences. And that changes the dynamics of people on the local level over long periods of time. So state formation, from having ambivalence context, makes people a little bit less ambivalent, more quiescent, as I was saying earlier. So sooner or later, they stop being so adoring of their leaders to more ambivalent, to more quiescent and waiting for the right moment to kill. And then finally, when they get a new religious idea, perhaps, it activates everything. The new ideas of the future activate all their old material problems. Marx argued that religion, of course, was the opiate of the masses, right? Actually, religion is the amphetamine of the masses. It's not the opiate. It activates people's actions and revolutionary behavior. The only opiate is later sold to the people by the leaders trying to pacify, people that have been so innervated by religious ideas. So the opiate of the masses comes from later state elites attempting to reorient people back towards passivity instead of, activated religious, excitement. Anyway, so after this slow ecological revolutionary trend, consolidation, degradation, slowly you get this, what I call fast. It's not really fast, but it's just systemically a slow boil to a rolling boil, you could say, of all the bubbles coming up from below. So welter of massive anti-systemic opposition of different localized, ideational, sometimes violent. It's not peaceful all the time. Sometimes you could easily write a story of, oh, war, we support peace. But sometimes these people are warriors on the local level and just as violent as anything else. So it's not always a peaceful world that the local groups are wanting to. So it's just different. It's just a totally huge rejection of any central authority. So the material reorganization rebellions. There's three aspects of this fast ecological revolution that make it environmentalist. It is a health movement. It is a local ecological protection movement. Sometimes anti-taxation, don't let the king in our forest, don't let, you can't take your wood for his army, economic movement. Sometimes it's actually very proactive. We're going to make new technologies. The king says he owns all the land, but no, we're going to organize the fields ourselves. We're going to build our own optimal, infrastructures for water and irrigation. Forget him. So that happens a lot. People want to develop their own local region in an optimal way without authority. They want ecological protection built into that. Typically, that's also within a religious community. In Japan, it's like the religious meeting about the forest maintenance was held directly after the religious meeting proper. So they came to the Buddhist church. It's called the ko in the so. The ko was the church and the so was the village community. And so they had both meetings at the same time, basically. They had a religious ceremony, and then the same people stayed there, and then they discussed local politics. That's what reality is. So, that's the dynamic that you see a lot or these overlapping qualities of new religious movements organizing and innervating people to be in a fast ecological revolution context. So all of these, HEE as I call them, HEE, all of these, instead of just analyzing it as a religious change, it's a material politics that's happening here, in which this religious cultural change was couched, that has been ignored due to specializations of the way that research has been conducted in a very limited gaze of the past. Most people look at religious movements as religious movements, right? But, I'm saying that they're ecological movements at the same time. They have a material politics. They have ecological politics. They have a scientific interest too sometimes. They're highly overlapped in European history, particularly in the history of Protestantism and the early scientific revolution. You don't see very many active Catholic scientists, basically. Anyway, Jasper's age, though, so let's remove that dichotomy, was not an age or a period, is not modern either. So environmental degradation is a common repeating experience, unrepresentative institutions. And then against consumptive consolidation towards local economics, against legitimate centralized ideas toward anti-state forms of identity, anti-consolidation forms of identity, against increasing consolidation and privatization towards local economics, against poor health towards movements of healthcare leadership. That's what Taoism is, by the way. It's a medical health movement. That's the way Buddhism was spread around East Asia as a medical movement. The different forms of caring for the self and for groups. Early Christianity built the first hospitals. That's what converted a lot of people to Christianity, because they were the only people taking care of Romans when all their family fled. So even a lot of Roman elites converted to Christianity after they felt such, succor and aid from the early Christian groups that were helping them in their time of need and disease. So against degraded environmental conditions toward open ecological protection. It's hard to get a lot of data for that for the West, but for Japan, it's very detailed documented of how all these local communities of commons really developed around the Buddhist church and protecting their local forests. And they passed rules on themselves that were, admonition by Buddhist karma. Like if you did this, you'd be punished in your next life. You can't cut off, don't cut off tree roots, or tree branches in the early spring, only, harvest in the autumn if you can. And, always go together with people, don't go alone. You can't, so they don't want people unobserved damaging their communal forest land. So they may pass all these rules about ecological protection, but most people just thought about it as a religious movement. It's a local materiality of religion. There's a phrase that'll make a Marxist shudder, but materiality of religion in different forms, redeveloping reaction to state-based consolidation. And the prediction it'll keep happening if we keep choosing environmental degradation. You'll still have these uprisings from below that are on the way that'll be very hard to control. So theme 1, unrepresentative, elite-driven, self-destructive states building themselves on ideological and material clientelism and very unequal violence. And then the reaction, these states kind of destroy themselves because it can't last forever. What they're doing has ecological consequences and causes health, ecology, economy movements from below to bubble up. So, you could read that at the end, but the point is, at the bottom, we are children of environmental degradation. Our ideas of general religious motifs are a major part of how we exist now. But probably without these degradative cycles, we never would have invented these new religious concepts that are commonly shared around the world, or we would never be able to talk to each other. So food for thought that, we're children of environmental degradation. So even as we solve them, we're in a position to solve them only because we've been ripped out of our own shamanistic ethnobotanical backgrounds because of the degradation itself. Food for thought. But anyway, so it's not an age or period. It's the first examples of a common experience, a common ecological rejection, inventing novel ones under these conditions. As I already said that already, right? It would continue until it's solved. Some comments on the book were very favorable as well. So you can look at that if you want to. But anyway, number 2, Malthus. So not only against Jaspers, but it's against Malthus. Biological reductionism. This is the idea that Malthus is wrong. Instead of innately degrading in a biological way. Humans and biological populations are not direct. We don't directly degrade like an animal would. We are slightly different as a species. We network we invent, we mediate ourselves and our environment by our choices of the environment. And if our environment is bad, we could either move away or we adapt and find a new way to use that same environment. So, our population is never directly on the landscape. It's in our minds, it's in our technologies, it's in our infrastructures. And so on the one side, biology is a variable, population is a variable, but it's definitely not a direct variable. It may not even be an indirect variable, because I think it's very possible that, have rising or falling populations, but if your institutions are all badly adapted, it's that system itself that will keep environmental degradation going, regardless of whether you have low population or not. You have a system problem, and that's the trialectical dynamic. So here's my 3 terms for this. I think this is unique to me. We are a network species. Our information, environmental impact is choice-based, it's conditional, and indirect, mediated by our organizational choices and our material choices. So since we are a network species, that's the way we consume, not directly on the land. We have this environmental proxy pressures on our own networks to make them more representative and sustainable under conditions of environmental degradation. So if there's a problem in a local zone, then if we lived in that local zone, we're more likely to experience greater pressures to invent new ways to change our organizational choices and material choices to remove those problems. As a network species, some are more greatly benefiting, though, from particular degradative choices of organizations and materials if they live further away, or they're less, they're more delocalized, so to speak. However, thus from being a network species and from our environmental proxy pressures, there's a geographic politics in history. It's not just an ideological politics of different parties, but there's a regionality to a lot of politics. It's ignored in the way we think about a lot of politics nowadays, or in the past. And that geographic politics is distinct from ideological politics, because the geographic politics is embedded in that ecological self-interest of those in particular regions more than others to express those environmental externalities with greater pressures to reformat choices of organizations and materials under that human degradation and pressure against it. So I will stop this, and you can stop this video and look at the 6 that I have, but it's not important for this argument. But this idea of Malthusianism itself started about 6 different arguments that humans are innately degradative due to their own biology. It's always stronger than social forces. That's the original, Malthus, Mark 1. That's the original version. But Darwin, said, that's everybody. It's a biological, even ecological view of humans are like all other species. All species innately degradative, and they're all balancing each other, and their competitions are all checking each other's populations. And that's an early ecology. That's where Darwin was reading Malthus as he was traveling on the Beagle down to the Galapagos Islands. And that's where he got his ideas for thinking about, competition of species. He was reading Malthus. So it continues a theory of environmental degradation for many biologists who they claim Malthus without really reading Malthus, simply because they think they're Darwinians. And so, but it set up 3 dichotomies. And one of those is not all biological species innately ruin their ecology. So this is the first one that started in the late 1800s. These are the mutualists. They said, no, Darwin's wrong. It's not all conflict. There's collaboration among species. They make a system, So different species can be mutualist and collectively aid each other. There's a really good book about this political movement in science and politics, which constantly went back and forth. The book is called Political Dissent. Really, really good book. Another one, dichotomy, that some people said, well, no, not all biological species innately ruin their ecology. Instead, some species are mutualist and collectively aid each other, right? And then the other one, not tat, arguing that instead of biology being more important than other social issues, that biology is less important. So they just flipped Malthus, and some said, no, it's not. Biology is important. It's the social structures that create degradation and human problems. And that's Marx, basically. So Marx is kind of inverting Malthus and making his argument. that it's not biology is stronger than the social, but it's the social that's stronger than the biology. Marx, of course, is famous for flipping the script on everything. He's just a big negator of whatever was happening. Another one, started another dichotomized view that biological view of humans, we're just not like other species because we have culture. We're unique in our biologically induced environmental degradation. So, other species are local, and when they eat out their home, they die. But when we eat out our home, we move on, or we make new technology, or we join another group that's still surviving. And so we don't die. And so the argument typically from the biologist view is that's bad because they see that adaptation keeps us out of these ecological cycles, that we escape the Malthusian issues, so to speak. If there are Malthusian issues, that's the reification, right? That we escape our own population problems, if they exist at all, by simply moving to new zones. And they think that's pretty bad, I guess. But so the reason is we're social, we're cultural, we're communicative, we're inventive, and all those things, we're cultural. Right? So everything about us is networked. And so our biological uniqueness as a socially networked animal makes us, for some people, inescapably degradative. You can see that in Colin Tudge's work, sort of Kretsch's idea of the ecological Indian, Redmond, Boaz's book, Eco Homo, instead of Homo sapien. And we're socially networked, but I haven't put myself there, but nonetheless, it's not exactly what I think too, because the point is the less dichotomized view, mine, our biological uniqueness as a social networked animal is not innately degradative. That's their dichotomized assumption, right? Since our biologically driven social network quality is equally the origin of our networked innovative degradation and our networked innovative constructive attempts at better representation, better sustainability. That's the ecological proxy. So I think it's a mistake just to say that, sure, our biological uniqueness gives us culture and therefore we escape all population problems. No, we don't escape them. We still exist somewhere geographically, and that geographic pressure is the ecological pressure. And we change our materials, we change our organization in reaction as a proxy. We're a proxy voter for the environment on the local level. And that's the geographic politics that is all over the world. We need more of that to put into the states, right? Or other organizations. So, and that's why history is important, as I said, because degradative humans upon other humans that have greater incentives to be oppositional and sustainable are strategically and tactically against the former out of environmental proxy concerns. That ecological concerns are some humans' own biological concerns against tone deaf or intentionally repressive and unrepresentative others. This is only me, really, unique in the field, even unique twice, unique in this sense, and unique by hardly being a dichotomized position, because we're degradative and we're sustainable at the same time as a species. We are environmental proxy voters, not just degradated by our culture. So the last section, and thus out of this, we simultaneously, as a biological species, we do have socially autonomous aspects of our degradation and our sustainability attempts at the same moment, instead of only one or the other. So ideas of Malthus are critiqued that the direct causes of environmental degradation are really organizational choices and material choices. They're not population at all. Mere choices cause degradation. That should be optimistic, right? Or that should make you very pessimistic that the fact we have degradation, it's somebody's choice to do it. It's intentional, right? They don't care. It's being intentionally chosen to be done in a bad way, but it's also being intentionally chosen to be done in a good way. So therefore, for a fix, better choices of materials and organization is required for sustainability and basically nothing else. In organizations, a big category. It means, changing education, changing states, changing the way we think about finance, changing, organizations and markets. It's a big, tall deal, right? But nonetheless, that's what organizational change means if we want to make it more ecological. That's what I call the ecological reformation. That means everything needs to be reformed towards a more ecological, ecocentric, geographic politics. So last sentence says humans as a network species, it's flexible in our material impact by direct choices. And instead of predetermined by biology, or by ecological population scale. We as a network species have this Janus-faced quality. We're simultaneously making good choices somewhere and making bad choices elsewhere in an ongoing interaction. And that's where we get, remember I said the abbreviation for me, choices, you remember, solve the ecological tyranny. Choices is the first one. You remember, that says URMR. So, if choices cause environmental problems, what does that imply? That implies that these unrepresentative regimes of materials exist. And they're not in the market. They're basically like politically subsidized regimes of materials that hold themselves in place, that are causing degradation and refusing any market feedback or political feedback at all. So we have to solve that. That's another major fix. We have to find a way to make all of our raw materials far more representative instead of unrepresentative. And I think if you look at the history of oil, it's clear that the oil does not come from in the market. It's put, it's put in the market. It's not of the market. It's put in the market by states and militaries and vast subsidy networks and a lot of technical repression too. Really good book is by Engdahl. What is that called? Anglo-American Oil Politics in the New World. Oh, okay. What is it called? Century of War, Anglo-American Oil Politics in the New World Order. It's published about 2003 or 4. It's a really good book about the early history infrastructures of oil is not, coming of the market, but put in the market by all these state structures in warfare first. And then later we like to think, oh, it's in the market. Market made it. Market never made it. States made a decision to convert their navies in Europe to oil, and that set everything for the next 100 years. They needed those supply lines. They needed to take over lands of oil. And it wasn't economic per se, it's geopolitical competition as well. Anyway, conclusion of Malthus, this idea or the assumption of others that population everywhere is guilty of degradation. No. Instead, my view is we're a network species. We consume in our network choices, good or bad. So abstract population is only an indirect variable at best, or a completely unimportant driver. And without it being possible to have a predictable model of how population pressure works. See what I mean? It's a variable. It would be varying in different contexts. You can't have this generalized, single causal model of what population does when population is a single factor amongst many other independent variable factors in different parts of the world. So it will never have exactly a predictable effect. It can't. It's not a generalized statement. It can't. That's what I mean. You have to reject these regular simple causality statements that make no sense. Those are projections. That was one of the top 12 RRR ideas. Simple causality is just a bad inference. Doesn't make a lot of sense to use that in many cases in social analysis at all, and particularly for population here. So instead, I say 4 more organizational choices really matter for fixing us for sustainability. Choices, you have to end URMR, unrepresentative raw material regimes. And we have to also end SVD, which is what I call supply versus demand. It basically just means unrepresentative infrastructures, suppliers versus demand in this case. And we have to end, the asymmetries of violence, the fact that a lot of violence holds together a lot of very bad environmentally degradative situations. So you have to defend local regions, you have to assure that people have parity of violence to stop, those kind of things from happening ever again. So those later are discussed. So citation on this, you can read my writing about this. It's in this encyclopedia article. I was asked to write both environmental degradation and erosion for this encyclopedia of social problems, and happy I did, because it helped me frame what I was thinking as I was writing ecological degradation, ecological revolution at the time. So number 3 of 5, right? Against eco-Marxism, against sociological reductionism. So not only against biological reductionism, but the ecological revolutionary argument is against social reductionism. Why? Because it's mostly modernist, but it's also not about particular biophysical things. A Marxist perspective can't help you understand choices. Malthus can't help you understand choices, but that doesn't mean Marx can. It's just another abstract theory. So there's a middle path here of particular choices that cause degradation, not whole systems like Marx, not whole systems like Malthus. So we can change particular materials. So to the contrary of Marxist or eco-Marxist ideas that modern capitalism is completely responsible for degradation, it's 4 other issues. It has little to do with working markets. There's choices that matter, unrepresentative regimes that are political subsidy networks, there's unrepresentative political choices of materials, and there's systemic violence upon, innovators that are trying to make better green decisions. And Marxists, I'm arguing, misspecified what environmental degradation is in this way. It's not connected to markets and capitalism in the abstract. It's connected to particular things, particular unrepresentative situations in which markets fail to work, which is far more common. It's dominated by political raw material regimes and subsidy networks. And those subsidies include violent repression of peoples and technologies and materials, and repression of alternative organizations in the name of those political organizations, political raw material regimes. And, on the other hand, some markets are more representative and sustainable. Some are more unrepresentative and degraded. It's specific about materials. It's not an abstract, you can't have this single causal predictable model. It doesn't work for anything in social science. Number 2, this equally discounts the idea, of course, there's Marxist solutions, like we need to overthrow capitalism, set up a dictatorship of the proletariat, single party states. Those have not been better. I mean, you can evaluate their own fixes, and the evaluation of that fix is, particularly state socialism in the USSR or China were or are much worse for the human environment than supposedly just pure capitalist countries. Marxists should be curious about that. I hope they are curious about that. The why has it been bad or worse? It should have been better in some ways. Also, read a really good book called Mao's War on the Environment, talking about Maoist movement and its destruction of the South China Karst and other things, of vast degradative ideas of Mao, and everybody's afraid to challenge him. And so it's this political structures of state socialism really destroying the Chinese environment far more than stopping it from capitalism destroying it. Anyway, instead, my view, of course, there's a middle path here. Boyd, Malthus is a system, Marx is a system. It's a dichotomy, because most people that critique Malthus, they're Marxists, of some way. They're organizational theorists critiquing that. But some people who are Marx, people that critique Marx, they're claiming to be biological theorists, that this is just some background factor that, doesn't change for social relation. I'm saying that just throw both of those dichotomies away. It's a false dichotomy and wrong. Both can be thrown away. Instead, you're left with these 2 mental worlds that both don't make any sense, that they both predict the wrong things that don't happen. They leave out how the particular biophysically specific material choices and the social relations that are specific to them degrade, not whole systems of abstract thought degrade the environment. So summary, USSR and China have been very degraded. However, many eco-Marxists strangely blame or continue to only talk about capitalism as the cause of degradation, when they should be noticing that China is like the most degraded place on the whole planet right now. It's a mistaken idea if they aim to claim USSR state socialism was more sustainable or better, because the environmental degradation under the USSR was far worse and more destructive than the capitalist USA, particularly all the dumped nuclear reactors in the south and northern seas of Russia. However, the capitalist USA was degraded as well, since they had in common the same factors of supply side politics. They're both like state-centric organizations. One is the state dominating the management of the material world, and the other ones are big, powerful companies dominating the management of the material world. They have a lot in common because of that. And they weren't so different when you look at them as an infrastructure of where authority was spatially. So that's sort of my spin on the way we can have an organizational analysis. And going back to the 4 ideas of social power, obviously the US supply side led degradation was more openly contested and moderated by many different regional forms of democracy, slightly representative institutions where consumers, citizens, and regions could give more functional feedback against that exclusively large scale of corporate wealth and power. Particularly multiple levels of democratic elections, contested choices, legal environmental movements into political power, policy making, state science changes like impact assessment laws from the 1970s. So the state itself starts to be a bureaucratic sort of pseudo ecological state, even if the EPA is, grandfathered in so many hundreds of thousands of chemicals into itself that were never tested. But the point is, this ongoing contested organization of that arrangement. So these affirmative pressures somewhat moderate pure supply side arrangements of degradation. Though in the Soviet Union, think about it, there was no state that could balance that. They all coordinated together in kind of a state socialist development 5-year plan model. So that's a way you can think about why, given 4 different infrastructures of power, why you can still have a very degradative large-scale system in the Soviet Union. They're all aligned. All those institutions of the state are all aligned with centralized management principles, whereas the democracy in the United States particularly, or even the bureaucracy of science, increasingly passed rules that required local impact assessments, and from the 70s on. So there's a lot of reasons why, more democracies can clean themselves up, even if they are capitalists. So check and balance of those 2 things. So one has to analyze all those 4 institutions, right? I'm saying for representation or unrepresentative arrangements and their organizational dynamics to really gauge degradation or sustainability instead of just sample economics or extrapolate from that. So we can have unrepresentative supply side and short-term economic arrangements interested in externalizing their costs greatly, and yet we can have more representative state, scientific, and financial arrangements. Even finance capital has gone against large scale. This happened from the 1980s into the 90s, where big companies and oil companies were trying to build even larger and larger oil tankers, and eventually insurance companies said, "No, you're not going to do it. If you want our insurance plan, you're not going to do it." So that's how it. There's ongoing jockeying. So even financial insurance capital told big capitalists, "You're big enough. You can't, you're asking us to subsidize your risk. We're not going to do it." So, large scale pressures from finance can be good sometimes, right? In that case, it was. Their concern of, they don't just subsidize larger and larger systems. I mean, that's Schneeberg's view, by the way, the idea that everything keeps growing unstoppably, they all subsidize each other. But it's not true. Large scale financial capital in that particular case, went against large scale, corporate capital. Anyway, you can read that for yourself by pausing the video. But anyway, very good image here. So eco-Marxist view that I disagree with. There's my book on the left, but irony of ironies, as I say, John Bellamy Foster, I think, is a swell guy, frankly. He's an eco-Marxist. I've met him once. And we didn't coordinate this, but he and I both published a book named Ecological Revolution in the same year. But I've used this title, John, for a long, long time. The roots, this is something he wrote, or something about his book. And John Bellamy Foster, who's, of course, you may not, I say, of course, I know this, but he's the head of the Monthly Review, which is a Marxist academic journal. So he's basically a Marxist editor. So he's holding the party line, so to speak, on eco-Marxism. And he's also done really good work, I think, on kind of arguing how Marx himself was an early eco-Marxist. Which is an interesting line of thought, that Marx was not exclusively only interested in social problems, but ecological problems, even in the late 1800s. And there's actually, in the 3rd book of Capital, there's quotes about that. But 3rd book of Capital is really published after, Marx's death by Engels. And so it's not really published by Marx, but it's from the notes and the jottings of Marx that he really was thinking about ecological damage from large scale things about the agriculture arrangements of industrial agriculture that were taking off in the late 1800s. But anyway, just trying to show that I think I'm aware of Foster's research and I think it's quite good, but I'm going to totally dismantle this particular argument he's going to give right now. So if he wrote this, he says, if he felt that John Bellamy Foster argues in his book, Ecological Revolution, that the problems lie in capital's rapacity expansion, which has now achieved unprecedented heights of irrationality around the globe. And it says, Foster compellingly demonstrates that the only possible answer for humanity is an ecological revolution. Different use of the term for me, which he called a struggle to make peace with the planet. And Foster details the beginnings of such a revolution against kind of global capitalism. And first, I would argue the roots of the present ecological crisis, despite what John Bellamy Foster argues, fails to lie in capital's rapacious expansion, though lies in particular politicized materials and their political minions. It's specific to choices, isolated from market forces, has very little to do with capitalism. It's subsidy-based, subsidized by politics, tax perks that keeps markets from actually working, and keeps material choices violently away by suppression that would allow us to choose something else. These are political regimes of bad materials as the main ecological problem that we have today. So degradation is a series of politically monopolized material categories. Remove that and provide greater checks and balances against these monopolies and against violent asymmetries, whether politically or economically, culturally. That's the way to sustainability. You have to challenge the subsidy networks around these very unprofitable systems of materials. Moreover, second, degradation fails to lie in modern capital rapacious expansion because the same has been occurring for millennia. It's not capitalist at all if it's been happening for thousands of years. Marx's ontological modernistic views are false and misleading since it presumes the origin of modern economics as primary and dominating politics. And Marx's epochal views, ancient, feudal, capitalist, are false and misleading as to an actual history of similar past and present. Crony political, violent primacy, unrepresented development, common processual changes, but it's unpredictable for the future. That's open to the future in comparative retrospect. So it's not, we don't know the outcome already. People have chosen in the past, in comparative retrospect, both unrepresentative and very representative choices that look like the present dynamics that we are in today. Instead of deducing claims of ancient feudal capitalist eras being categories describing historical predictable processes that he thought he knew would collapse, that's just a narrative. Instead, an ecological revolution by ecological proxy politics is what has been happening over and over, so far at least, to oppose such an ecological tyranny of politics, violence, and material technologies. Repression of organizational options. So people are going to bubble up from below with very different heterodox structures, instead of power exclusively derived from economics at all. And I'll let you freeze the video if you'd like, but I will let you look at the way I would answer a Marxist view is what I would call a sinkhole model. But I will just show the first slide and pause for a moment on the remaining slides. But the sinkhole model and why it's caused that is an organizational subsidy model around particular materials and their path dependence, in the same sense that one, crony subsidies mostly create degradation. They do more than, subsidies do more than just help the people involved with a particular network. The crony subsidies for the supply side interest and their desired choices of larger scalable materials and organization increasingly become against less scaled citizens and consumers in this way. So you subsidize these larger scale things and you're dividing up in a dialectical sense all these regional groups against that. And this creates an additional factor that contributes to an uneven market playing field throughout the economy that erodes more healthy ecological and economic regional options themselves due to simple economic shakeout. Economic shakeout is the idea that, if one product sort of looks and tastes the same, but it's produced by a factory that makes 1 million of them, it can sell it cheaper. But even if the ecological costs are higher in one zone somewhere else, but we don't feel that because you don't see the ecological cost yourself. So you buy the cheap tomato, right? But that is an economic shakeout. You've ruined this local arrangement of ecological production of tomatoes that actually fit a particular zone in a more circular economic sense. Instead, you depend more and more upon subsidized gasoline or transportation networks as bringing food to particular zones, getting larger and larger. And that's just more expensive than you think. Because you're going to end the local options by the price structure. That's called economic shakeout. So you have economic shakeout of material choices that would be perfectly fine, except you're competing with a massive company. And that big company has so many subsidies to have that scale. And so generally what people haven't talked about, though, there's an ecological shakeout here that, you're supporting non-economical, unprofitable, greater degradation somewhere around some resource and its regions of extraction, while you're undercutting all these local ecologically integrated markets and commodities that have greater chances of having feedback when there's a problem. So that's the ecological shakeout. You remove all the ecological opposition by the large scale structure as well. And removing economic shakeout is also removing ecological options for the future for that zone, because it's an ongoing interaction. You have to teach people how to grow things in different zones, and you lose that knowledge, it's very hard to get it back. So instead of big states balancing big firms, both regularly collaborate on subsidizing singularly degradative material choices, supported more by subsidies and profits. So states subsidize people and companies, and then those companies subsidize the politicians and buy those in return. And that expands these mass markets, and both states and companies prefer to provide the scale. That's economic shakeout, which is not good. That's ecological shakeout, which is not good. You're building a huge infrastructure of path dependence. You're locking people in to where the only options that seem marketable are very costly ecological problems that require more and more subsidies as they get larger. And so the last point, such subsidizations of these unecological supply-side biased materials, all these biased rules lead to market economic shakeout, and this ecological shakeout of knowledge of what can you ever do to recover? You don't even have cultural capacities anymore to make a local agriculture or to make a local version. Even if it was, even if it suddenly was, you just don't have it there anymore. You've lost that, because the form of subsidization pressure is mostly toward environmental degradation and more unprofitable cycles of capital, now more based on tax-based subsidies. So the Cinco is a subsidy model, simultaneously undermining erosion of economic profitability, material market options, and ecological conditions at the same time. An actual lack of profits is what leads to more centralized subsidy control. And then the last part, it's this deep undermining of options and an increasingly lack of options to escape. Like the real sinkhole, right? As you claw on the edge of a sinkhole trying to get out, you're making it larger. So, the sinkhole grows. All we're doing is growing a large ecological sinkhole right now. We're subsidizing the scale of that. And, when does it end? It ends when the system ends, basically. Sinkholes don't just stop. I mean, they're being fed by this, I'm saying. So by default, it keeps expanding and undermining our economic options. It's undermining our local ecological options and security and biodiversity. And that's what the whole system is doing. It's subsidizing these two kinds of destructions, these two shakeouts. And that's not obviously sustainable. And that makes further subsidies more important. So they scream for more subsidies because it gets more costly over time and there's more opposition. And, it's going to break. It's just not going to work. It just makes no sense. It's the whole world. I mean, Tuna, a really good book. What's it called? It's called The Subsidy Scandal by a man named Pi Smith. It's got really good examples of how just subsidies, government subsidies wreck, ecological conditions. I think the subtitle of that book is How Your Taxes, are used to wreck your environment or something like that. And it talks about the cod fisheries collapse is really a subsidy sinkhole model, my term. It talks about tuna fishing has no economic profit, but it gets so much political lobbying from $250,000 per tuna that they allow more licenses than are ever needed for fishing in the Pacific Ocean for tuna. And that, of course, drives even more ecological destruction of the tuna. It's without the state subsidy pressure, you wouldn't have these ecologically degraded prices. Like degraded processes, excuse me. So you can read that for yourself later. Or that for yourself later. At the bottom, though, that's the tragedy that you see. The sinkhole, people are afraid without ideas and without economic material options to move to a better ecological future, even if they wanted to, because you've lost the culture, you've lost the infrastructures, you've lost the capacities. You're just passive consumers of a larger network that's slowly going to fail. Can close that or pause that if you want as well. can read me on this. Look up Raw Material and the Division of Labor, where I talk about supply versus demand dynamics, or my view of these infrastructures of politicized infrastructures of materials, prolegomena for a politicized consumptive infrastructure, a tongue-in-cheek word used earlier in social science in the 30s. But nonetheless, there's what I think is in between Marx and Malthus is that third option of particular flows of politicized materials. Am I suggesting we need to remove the politics? No, I'm just saying it'll always be political. Why have a dichotomy there? It just need more representative forms of politics in our material world, instead of this assumption that there is this zone of our theory of economics separate from politics. I mean, that sort of derives from Locke, John Locke onward, but, and is drawn into Adam Smith and then Marx and then the classical economists. But that's just a huge assumption that, politics and markets are never together, and they're always together. Just our intellectual heritage has built these citation chains into like a fantasy world of theory that really doesn't catch what I'm saying happening right now. So going back to that abbreviation, if choices cause degradation, then which choices are bad? Unrepresentative, raw material regimes are bad. Why are they bad? In turn, they're bad because there's non-functional market dynamics. You have supplier interests choosing materials for scale, for shelf life, and not for nutrition, not for local ecological integration, not for taste, really, just, it's for short-term profits, and short-term profits are not a good way to make a full market. But unfortunately, market signals are mostly short-term. So if you really want a better market, you have to politically intervene to maintain local better markets. Otherwise, you have this sinkhole process continuing. And what's the ecological tyranny? We've already talked about that. That's, a lot of repression of people who are trying to change the world for the better. Are, they're murdered, they are killed, their internet is cut, they are canceled online from social media, many different things happen. There's a form of violence, and that keeps this environmental degradation in place, that keeps the sinkhole in place. And that's not good, right? So you have to, if you believe that, then you have to have fixes for protecting. You have more autonomous communication networks. You need to have people that are armed and protective of new ecological engineers and infrastructures like that. Maybe militias are a great idea, right, to protect regions and make sure that there is a brinksmanship, not a warfare, but a brinksmanship against using any larger pressures for environmentally degradative ends, so you can protect your local regions. This is just an idea of how discrete and small what materials mean. I mean, there's I think at least 130 invented social uses for commodities in which these materials flow as infrastructures. And I think it's now gone, after doing some research on a Korean Research Foundation grant, I think there's probably over 250 different categories of why we use materials. And sometimes these new categories are invented over time. So nonetheless, there's not an abstract commodity form, as Marx would call it, to theorize about. Because materials are very biophysically specific, they're very infrastructurally specific. And because they're biophysically specific, that's why suppliers like certain ones at scale. And that's because they're specific is why consumers may want to oppose those larger scales. They don't see the health involved in a supplier's choice. They don't see the long-term ecological implications, or they do see the long-term ecological implications of supporting more increasing consolidated agriculture, for instance. So it all blurs together within a single kind of theoretical model here. 4 or 5, almost done. Contra eco-Asianist, modern explain. Eco-Asianist is the idea of a Eurocentric geographic and cultural uniqueness causing all the world problems, and it's a dichotomy, really, another false dichotomy that everybody else therefore is innocent. Why? They don't really argue. It's like a man named Park sort of invented this argument, and I critique this at great length because I was just finishing my book, Ecological Revolution, and I had plenty of data describing the native Asian environmental degradation long before European contact. So there's nothing special about Europe's degradation. It's false that Asia was so ecologically innocent. Instead, my point is not to who's wrong, who's right, but we all have something to learn. That's my point. There's a common problem here. There's a common civilizational problem, but there's also common solutions. You can find solutions around the world too and share them. So I think instead of yelling at each other and different regions blame. If we'd all look at different regions and find what the solutions were and share those regional solutions, we'd be further along on what we all want, which is a more sustainable world, right? So my critiques of Eco-Asianism was defined as the idea that ancient European culture and our modern European region is alone guilty for all the world's degradation for like 2,000 years or more. And really, that was Park's argument, that this was like a cultural thing that was really about anthropocentric views, as he called them. Why? Another false dichotomy, because he just classified everybody else as ecocentric. And it just isn't true. It's easily disproven because all regions had their own interactive degradation and sustainability histories. In the same case, all over the world before European expansion around the world. You can read the citation from me on that if you want at that link below at researchgate.net, but it's a short look at the evidence and perhaps what to do about it. I was invited to give a critique of Park, and so I kind of blew up on him, and I wrote 90 pages how wrong it was. And it was translated into Korean too. So if you're Korean, you can read the Korean version. Those are the books, very heavy books as they are. But anyway, there's the Korean version. There's my name in Korean, Marku Whitaker. When I was at Iwa Yoja Dehakyo, Iwa Women's University at the time. But anyway, there's me right there. But that's the English original. And, you know, the Korean version is available online as well. So we could go on, you know, that, you know, I could prove that, you know, China had a lot of degradation. In fact, Europeans admired China and took a lot of technical skills from China. For instance, you know, China, even before the Qing dynasty, had unplanned industrial cities of iron foundries. China had iron all over the place. It was, they were making iron stoves back in the 400s BCE, and they were mass marketing them. It's a massive polluted zone. China is using iron far more at scale than any other place in the world. How does that connect with the you know, as Park would argue, that eco-centric dominance of Asia? It's not true. So there's lots of China also had the first mass-scale textiles machinery in the Song dynasty, not Europe. You can find pictures of those, by the way. Song dynasty had the world's first dirty coal regime-based economy as well, long before Europe. There's a book called Coal, A Human History that goes into great detail about that. This China is the first global coal economy, not Europeans. China also gave Europe and USA the degradative scale technological ideas of oil and natural gas extraction, because China had been doing that for hundreds of years back in the Qing dynasty. That's around after, you know, what is that? After 1640s onward to 1911. So that's Joseph Needham's research, not mine. It's the premier historian of science of China. You know, basically China had oil and gas derricks that were copied by people in Pennsylvania in the 1800s. Not US innovating oil and gas derricks. They were copying Chinese models. Natural gas too. China had natural gas bags, but they carry it around in large bags, but selling natural gas in the market. But now, of course, we ship it in pipelines, but nonetheless, China had natural gas infrastructures for delivering natural gas around the different cities wherever natural gas was pumped out of the ground. Also, China gave the UK first scale textiles production. The Isle of Derby, Chinese-derived silk textiles, not cotton textiles in Manchester. Marx and Engels were connected to cotton, so they researched cotton and made this world historical theory about cotton textiles. But they ignored Derby. Derby started, silk textiles industrialization, well before Manchester, and that's all come from China on the basic old Chinese machines that were copied. So should Europeans blame China? Let's flip the script here. I mean, come on. Who's really ecocentric? Who's really degraded? Come on. My point is, of course, everybody has something to learn from each other. So, yeah. So Japan had destroyed its own forests also before European, were there. Equally, they replanted, though, before Europeans were even there. So Japan, terribly polluted through the 1970s, though, reversed it autonomously. Japan's Fukushima nuclear meltdown, that sort of mismanagement on the Japanese side, right? That's nothing, it was a GM Mark I reactor, but it was meant to be designed in the desert. And Japan, stupidly, put some of these reactors in a tsunami zone. They also learned they later built it over an earthquake fault, by the way. So there's not a lot of rules about building these things, with state pressure to encourage energy from the level of the Japanese state. And they should have adapted the plans better, and they should have changed the technologies to fit the ecological situation. That's just what we now call ecological impact assessment. But, that didn't really exist when they were in a lot of forms in Japan at the time. Nuclear dedication goes for China and for South Korea. Also, for those of you who care about CO2, I'm not such a big CO2 head myself, but you should worry about China. Stop complaining about the West. You're wrong. It's China that's putting out more CO2 than the whole Western Hemisphere, South America, North America combined. Wake up. I mean, you're looking at the wrong blamer. If you really care about CO2, y'all be protesting about China tomorrow. China has most of the coal-fired power plants. Right now I'm in Korea, I'm downwind from this. So, of course it's polluted. That's China right there. And Korea is probably right over here somewhere. So also China is severely polluted, and its soil as well. As I said here earlier, where is that? Yeah, here it is. Like the third point, currently China's #1 pesticide and #1 herbicide user in the world per capita, largest pesticide exporter. A lot of soil is unsuitable for China. Vast areas of China's rivers, oceans, coasts, and lakes suffer algae infestations due to overuse. There was a World Bank study in 2005 undertaken with the Chinese government, but it was so politically bad that they tried to hide the study. But they estimated 1 million Chinese died a year simply from air pollution, plus hundreds of thousands more from water pollution and associated intestinal damages. This was published in The Ecologist, the British magazine, in 2005. But anyway, how eco-Asian is this? So I think there's unfortunately a lot of evidence that this dichotomy of ecological innocence and ecological guilt makes no sense. You could say we're all guilty, or you can say we're all innocent, because we're all working on the problems. So my point is, I want to avoid singling out any country. It's a problem of unrepresentative institutions anywhere that cause environmental degradation. So countries have a common civilizational problem of environmental degradation from unrepresentative jurisdictions in all 4 jurisdictional arrangements. Degradation is an unrepresentative organizational problem, not a culturally essentialist problem. It's a problem of corrupted institutions, protected subsidized pollution, and denied repressed options. And against Beck, the scale of these risks have been constant and constantly in moving. I'll skip forward on that. But you can read Me Against Beck there in the beginning of Ecological Revolution. Skipping forward again. You've already read this. But, I'll skip forward here as well. We've already talked about that. So, summary of the 5 fixes. Here we go. Choices. So, we need better choices of materials. It's not a whole system overthrow of capitalism. It's just better materials, better organizations around them. Removing subsidies. Why? Because unrepresentative materials that are put in the market that are not of the market are there. And if we move it's also about unlinked materials, many materials that don't have future links. Nobody wants to pick up their waste and use them in cycles. And so we have to choose materials themselves that are more linkable per se. And I'm working on a book dealing with, more linkable materials for a circular economy right now. Anyway, SVD, supply versus demand. In general, that's the leaders versus followers idea over particulars of the deal. So any unrepresentative institutions might be a supplier versus demand arrangements. So in other words, down to the middle point, markets are fine, though only certain material organizational arrangements really are markets, instead of all material relationships deserving the name, because unequal markets are just other unrepresentative supply-side infrastructures in our lives. And actual markets are conditional situation, only certain wide, choice-based, and unsubsidized conditions where suppliers are checked against their own preferences. Situations that can exist, though which rarely exist. Therefore, we have to have wide choices and remove subsidies to have actual markets. And at the bottom, thus building separate vocabularies for economic theory and for politics are pointless mystifications. We don't need to have a theory about leaders and followers and supply and demand when it's the same ideas, it's the same dynamics that are occurring, either representative or unrepresentative, within the deal in between. And in this case, the deal in between is the flow of the material or the choice of the material, amongst other organizational things. 4, ecological tyranny, violence. We have to find some fixes for the asymmetries of violence that keep environmental degradation in place. That means finding checks on violence in 3 ways. Checks on warfare towards more peace. Checks on a military economy, subsidizing or polluting the world. Technological material suppression. And also avoiding personal regional violence on, innovators that are providing great public service by their innovations, particularly in materials and technologies. Solutions would mean protecting against war, as I say, protecting against technological suppression, and protecting and defending journalists, inventors, and regions against others' violence that want to keep that degradation in place. So there's an ongoing unrepresentative violence on alternative better choices, on all these other problems too. And that's an unrepresentative violence as an ecological tyranny that attempts to create and maintain unrepresentative, politics, bad materials, and unrepresentative organization. And trialectics, if you choose unrepresentative materials and organizations, this develops an ongoing chosen historical process. That is an ongoing historical fight by some to maintain that environmental degradation, fighting against others who feel that risk. And so the ecological revolution is not something we need. It's going to be a huge problem because it will remove the coordinations and lead to potential decentralized structures that will only be fought over again later. So we need a fresh civilization, I say, a fresh civilization of ecological reformation. And with those 4 institutional changes, and that's what we need. And I've written some things about reorienting states. I've written some things about reorienting education. I'm working on reorienting consumption right now, but other peoples have talked about monetary diversity and finance that I think are very important to avoid this ongoing cycle of unrepresentative systems. But ecological reformation is what is required, I was saying. And I don't think the state should start this. Don't work on the state, work on the other things, work on science, education, consumption, and finance. It's too late for many states right now. You have to build new parallel capacities, new parallel societies and economies, and that will help bend the state towards your will later. The abbreviations once more right there. So thank you. Good luck in avoiding the tragedies of the past. Good luck in learning of the triumphs of the past too, to make a better future that's more representative, choice-filled, and more sustainable. Thank you very much. And my presentation is complete.